Zoom to convene a public roundtable hearing on tip wages and the tip credit elimination in the District of Columbia. This hearing is being streamed and recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named EAL Committee or on the DC Council website. Did I continue? All right. We are having just a slight technical glitch here this morning. I hope you'll bear with us. But the purpose of today's roundtable is to provide the public with opportunity to update us about the effects of eliminating the tip wage credit after the passage of Initiative 82. For background, in November 2022, the District of Columbia voters approved ballot Initiative 82, which would gradually eliminate the tip wage credit and require employers to pay tip-waged employees the district's full minimum wage by the 2027. The Minimum Wage Revision Act of 1992 allows restaurant owners to take a credit against tip wages by using the employee's tips to cover the difference necessary to satisfy the district's minimum wage requirement. In 2022, the mandatory base wage for tip workers in DC was $5.35 per hour. Employers combined base wages with the tips to reach the city's minimum wage of $16.10. Since July 1, 2024, employers are now required to pay $10 per hour as base wage, and within 2 years, employers will be required to pay their tip wage employees 2027's full minimum wage. By 2027, that means that employee tips will no longer supplement the difference between the base wage and the minimum wage. Instead, tips will be additional compensation on top of the minimum hourly wage. For background, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported a loss of 4,000 jobs from June 2023 to January 2024 in full service restaurants versus a 900 job loss in quick service eateries. Moreover, the data reported an uptick in full service restaurants totaling 38,000 jobs once the tip wage increased to $6 in June 2023. Moreover, by January 2024, the total number of jobs trended downward at a total of 26,800. When Initiative 82 was passed, the city's minimum wage was $16.10 an hour. Now it is $17.50 an hour and projected to be $18 an hour by July 1, 2025. By 2027, when the tip wage is scheduled to be eliminated, it is unclear what the minimum wage will increase to. This is the dilemma that our community is facing. According to the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, restaurants are paying more for payroll, ingredients, and rent than in previous years. Restaurants must sell food and drinks to stay in operation. And with those items, they must consider how to afford employee wages, ingredients, rent, insurance, licenses, and other overhead expenses. We're going to pause because the glitch is still existing. So we'll pause for a minute and thank you. Okay, it came on. If I may, let me begin again with the dilemma that our community is facing. According to the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, restaurants are paying more for payroll, ingredients, and rent than in previous years. Restaurants must sell food and drinks to stay in operation. And with those items, they must consider how to afford employee wages, ingredients, rent, insurance, licenses, and other overhead expenses. We also face issues with living wages for employees, bias in tipping, a lack of tipping by customers, confusion around service charges, and criticism against the tipping culture. Nevertheless, that is why we are here today, to hear from the tip workers and to learn how we can better the results of Initiative 77 and more recently, Initiative 82. Since the implementation of Initiative 82, restaurant owners and workers alike have expressed various opinions concerning its impact on the industry. Today, I hope to discuss the details of the minimum wage in the district so that the public may better understand the effects of I-82 on district workers and businesses. At this time, I would also want to pause and to recognize any of my colleagues that have joined us. I see Councilwoman Lewis George from the great community of Ward 4. Welcome and good morning, and give you afternoon, and we give you an opportunity if you want to make a statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, for today's roundtable hearing on tip wages and the Tip Credit Elimination Act. I want to thank all of you for being here today, especially those who have taken the time from their busy schedules to testify and share their experiences. Your voices are essential to this conversation, and I'm eager to hear from all sides as we discuss this critical issue. Over the past several years, Washington, D.C. has made strides in addressing economic inequities and advocating for fair treatment of workers across industries. The passage of Initiative 82 was supported by more than 70% of voters, reflected the strong mandate from our community to ensure that every worker earns a stable and fair wage, free from the uncertainties and the vulnerabilities of the tip minimum wage system. This initiative is not merely about wages, it's about dignity, fairness, and economic stability for thousands of hardworking individuals who make our hospitality sector vibrant and successful. Today, we will hear firsthand accounts from workers who have lived under both systems, those who have experienced the financial insecurity of the tip wage system, and those who have begun to see impacts of the gradual phase out of the tip credit. These testimonies will shed light on the realities faced by tip workers and provide valuable insights into the broader implications of this policy for our city's workforce and economy. We are also here to address concerns raised by initial opponents of Initiative 82. Some argue that the elimination of the tip credit leads to a decline in tips or contributes to restaurant closures. Others have pointed to the rise of service charges as a byproduct of this policy. These are valid concerns, and it is our responsibility to examine them carefully, separating fact from fiction and identifying solutions that prioritize the well-being of workers while supporting the sustainability of local businesses. What is clear, however, is that the challenges faced by our hospitality industry cannot be attributed to a single policy. The long-term impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, the rising cost of rent, the rising cost of goods and rising cost of ingredients, broader economic trends have all played significant roles. As policymakers, we must approach these complexities with nuance and a commitment to addressing root causes rather than placing undue blame on policies designated to uplift workers. It is also critical to acknowledge the broader systemic issues brought to light in these discussions. Wage theft, income instability, and the exploitation of vulnerable workers, particularly immigrants and those from marginalized communities, remain pervasive challenges in our city. These issues demand our continued attention and action. As we begin this hearing, I encourage all participants to engage in thoughtful and respectful dialogue. Our goal is not only to examine the effects of Initiative 82, but also to identify actionable steps to ensure successful implementation and to address any unintended consequences. Let us work together to create a balanced and equitable path forward that honors the will of the voters, supports our workers, and strengthens our local economy. Thank you, and I look forward to today's testimonies and discussions.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Lewis George. Do we have anyone else? All right, all right, well, again, I want to thank all of our witnesses today, and we have quite a number that are available to give us testimony. And so we'll start with our first panel. I will ask that the witnesses try to keep your remarks to 3 to 5 minutes. I'll say 3 to 5 because I know that sometimes these issues are very passionate, but we do want to get through the 77 plus person list today. So do your best to remember that there is someone who's going to be speaking after you, and they too want to have an opportunity to put their opinions on, okay? We'll start with panel 1, and that's Valerie Torres, Joshua Chesum, Valerie Graham, and Damon Dixon. Mr. Chasum is the president of the Restaurant Workers of America. But we'll start with, we have Valerie's name first. So if Valerie is with you, oh, she is here, and I recognized her. Welcome, glad to have you again. Go right ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Valerie Torres. I've been in the industry for 30 years. After graduating from Georgetown University in 1994, I waited tables by teaching preschool because I made so little money as a teacher, on my teacher salary alone. The industry gave me the ability to earn a master's degree in special education while teaching. I eventually returned to bartending full-time as the service industry offered far greater earning potential than my field of study. I fully understood the challenges when I went back into the bartending. The work is physically demanding, unpredictable, requires a lot of hustle, but I love the work and I thrived in it. Most of us went into this line of work knowing the ups and downs of the industry, and we love it. You know, I mean, I think that it was something that we were successful people in the industry depends on dedication, skill, building a loyal clientele, and those who were able to put effort into it could make a really great living, as I did, until 82 was passed. Today, you might hear some testimony from supporters of 82 who will say that they've seen little to no negative effects from 82, that their workplaces are thriving, they're still making good money, and they appreciate the predictability of a flat wage. To those individuals, I say, that's great. I'm happy that you found situations that work for you. However, from my own experience and my own observations, this is not necessarily the reality of the broader industry in DC. Our community is in crisis. During my time in DC, I've witnessed DC's bar and restaurant scene flourish into a vibrant food and beverage destination over the past couple years. However, that same vibrant industry is collapsing. Since 82 went into effect, I've seen a massive disruption in our industry. Most people I know have seen a decrease in their overall take-home pay. Exponential increase in labor costs has forced owners and operators of small and mid-sized establishments to make heartbreaking decisions, reducing hours, cutting positions, and closing their doors entirely. These places are the heart and soul of our neighborhoods, and their loss diminishes the unique character of our city. To say there's an overwhelming support of IA2 across the city is just simply inaccurate. You may also hear from proponents of 82 who don't work in the industry but claim to represent DC tip workers. Please let me be very clear. They do not speak for me. They don't speak for my friends, my colleagues, or the vast majority of people in the industry that I know. I've been in this industry for 30 years. There are a lot of people that I've come across over those 30 years. They do not speak for us. These so-called advocates lack firsthand knowledge of the day-to-day realities of how our industry works yet they push policies that have disastrous consequences for workers and businesses alike. Critics will disparage the tip credit system, calling it outdated or unfair, but the tip credit has been a legal, viable business model for decades. It allows businesses to keep labor costs manageable while offering more job opportunities, especially for entry-level positions that help people get their start in the workforce. It is also important to note that the tip credit system is not mandatory. Businesses are able to pay the full minimum wage or more if they choose to do so. Is the system perfect? Not really. Are there bad actors? Sure. There will always be bad actors in any field. Personally, I've worked in establishments that have engaged in some bad practice, but these problems won't be solved by eliminating tip credit. In fact, the tip credit elimination effectively takes away the agency workers have over their own earning potential and gives it to the owners and operators. Instead of empowering workers, I-82 has created more vulnerabilities. The pandemic already battered our industry. I-82 just compounded the damage. Many of us moved out of the district during the pandemic and were robbed of our voice in this decision past 82 since we were unable to vote on a policy that directly impacted our livelihoods. Climbing out of the pandemic, our industry was already fragile, and I-82 capitalized on that vulnerability, compounding the challenges we already faced. This policy isn't helping our industry, it's setting it on fire. Committee Chair Bonds, members of the committee, I urge you to consider freezing the tip minimum wage where it currently stands at $10 an hour, pause further implementation of 82, and study the real impacts the legislation has had on our industry thus far. We need thoughtful solutions that address the genuine issues and concerns in our industry without dismantling what has allowed workers and businesses to thrive for decades. If action isn't taken soon before the next increase in July, we risk losing not only jobs, but an entire community that has made DC a world-class destination for food and hospitality. Thank you for your time in addressing this urgent manner.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I note that we do not have a copy of it here. Can you make sure we get a copy of your testimony as soon as possible?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Our next witness, Joshua Chesham, President of the Restaurant Workers of America. Welcome.
Committee Chair Bonds, esteemed members of the Labor Committee, my name is Joshua Chesham. I'm the President of the Restaurant Workers of America, a national nonprofit organization dedicated to the preservation of the tip credit and the tip wage system. It's also important to note that I'm a tipped worker. I've been waiting tables for 25 years, and I currently reside and work in Portland, Maine. I've been engaged in the tip credit preservation fight since 2016, when tip credit elimination was first on the ballot in my home state. Maine legislators repealed the measure, much like DC Council did with Initiative 77. The authors of these ballot initiatives, One Fair Wage, or as we would call them, One Flat Wage, have since been largely unsuccessful in getting any legislation passed or even having any ballot wins until Initiative 82 passed here in DC in 2022. That same year, my hometown of Portland, Maine rejected a tip credit elimination ballot initiative by a 20-point margin. Since then, One Fair Wage spent millions of dollars trying to get on the ballots in Arizona and Ohio, but unfortunately, voters wouldn't sign their petitions. One Fair Wage got on the ballot in Massachusetts in 2024, only to be rejected by voters by a 2-to-1 margin in a very democratically held state. One Fair Wage has been largely unsuccessful at passing their disastrous policy through legislation, largely because of workers like myself speaking out at public hearings like those in Maryland Assembly, Montgomery County, and PG County just in the last couple of years. The only municipality to adopt tip credit elimination legislation is Chicago, and much like DC in its early stages of implementation, there are reports of service charges becoming commonplace, as well as, quote, a rash of closings, according to Chicago Eater. One Fair Wage is a massive money lobby organization that doesn't represent workers. They used inflammatory language to confuse voters and lead them to believe that they were doing the altruistic thing by eliminating the tip wage. Initiative 77 was repealed because legislators understand this intricate policy and understand the unintended consequences that come along with it. Sadly, voters did not. Subsequently, Initiative 82 has created a petri dish for their disastrous policy, and it's clear that the petri dish has become a dumpster fire. In just 1.5 years, there have been thousands of restaurant jobs lost, and last year, DC saw a record high of 64 restaurant closures. Additionally, workers have lost hours, seen their positions eliminated entirely. It's important to recognize that this doesn't just impact tipped workers. No one in the restaurant is immune, as kitchen workers now go without their annual raises. Small mom and pop businesses are now considering all of their options to make the numbers work. With razor-thin margins in our industry, they consider moving their businesses to Maryland or Virginia, or switching their business models to counter service / fast casual, and eliminating the need for half the staff. They're also tasked with how much they can charge for a beer and a burger before alienating their guests. One of the last resorts being to implement a service charge, of which isn't guest-friendly or worker-friendly, but ultimately is one of the only ways to balance the books. It's really important to note that organizations like One Flat Wage and Restaurant Opportunity Center promote service charges, yet they can't make their own policy work, as shown by their 3 failed attempts at opening and closing their own restaurant colors. As all of this has happened in DC, and tipped workers have only gone up to $10 an hour, which is nearly 100% increase in base wages for 80% of a full-service restaurant staff. Undoubtedly, the next scheduled $2 increase on July 1st will be the end of the road for so many more restaurants and jobs for industry professionals. Sadly, the new trend that's being set in DC is more than one restaurant closure a week. Initiative 82 has led to less jobs, less hours, less opportunities, and less income for workers. While there may not have been the political will to repeal Initiative 82 when it was first passed, I do believe that this body has a moral obligation to listen to the stories that will be told today, look at the data, and ultimately step in and do something. Freeze the wage where it is, study its impact, and understand how workers are being affected. At one time, DC restaurants were 95% independently owned and operated. Soon, I-82 will change that to a sea of counter service and chains. And the district will see a once incredibly vibrant industry that has provided so much to this city and its workers turn into a shell of its former self. We know that the data will reflect that Initiative 82 is hurting the very workers it's purporting to help. It's imperative DC Council step in now and do something before the industry is turned upside down. Thank you all for your time and consideration. One clerical note, if I may, Damon Dixon was unfortunately called into work today, as was Dylan Kamensky, who is on the next panel. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you very much. You mentioned who on the next panel? It's also
Dylan Kamensky.
all right.
He has uploaded his testimony, I think, in the last little while here.
All right. So now we're prepared to hear from Valerie Graham. Valerie? All right.
Thank you, Council Committee Chair Bonds, for convening this roundtable. Thank you to the members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Thanks also to the members of your staff who have facilitated today's event. My name is Valerie Graham. I am a DC resident and voter and a hospitality professional with over 25 years experience as a tipped worker. I now work in management in a hospitality environment. I do not want to be here. I hate public speaking, and I am sick to death of talking about the tip credit, the Restaurant Opportunity Center, One Flat Wage, Saru Jaya Rahman, Initiative 77, Initiative 82, and their impact on the restaurant community. The good news is that with the passage of Initiative 82, the voters of DC and our esteemed council have eradicated sexual harassment, racism, wage theft, masculine harassment, and lifted the shivering, destitute masses of tipped workers from their wretched poverty. So thank you for that. Wait, I got that wrong. Sexual harassment and racism have always been and remain deeply entrenched cultural issues. Wage transparency has been obstructed by ubiquitous service charges. Masculine harassment was merely a fabrication of One Flat Wage public relations laboratory, and the majority of tip workers were doing just fine before you all allowed a well-funding grifting operation to politicize our economic system. We can go back and forth all day debating the merits, ethics, and fairness of tipping culture. The fact remains that, like workers in other fields, tipped workers have agency in their labor choices. Unlike working conditions during the atrocity of American chattel slavery, which One Flat Wage and ROC use as a comparison to emotionally manipulate voters, Workers who are not imprisoned have choices about the type of work that they perform. Untipped positions exist and are available for those who choose them. We never asked for this. Many members of my community have spoken out in many forums to advocate on behalf of our vibrant, independent restaurant community, citing the likelihood of reduction of tipped wages, elimination of positions, and restaurant closures. We were called names, ignored, and doxxed. Just as we predicted, all of these outcomes have come to pass during the incremental implementation of Initiative 82. Sorry, my mouth gets dry. Instead of listening to workers and owner-operators, you have allowed yourselves to be hoodwinked by a labor advocacy organization that failed in operating 3 grant-funded restaurant operations and were sued for racial, age, and gender discrimination, retaliation, and wage theft. 7 brave and principled council members, Phil Mendelson, Anita Bonds, Jack Evans, Brandon Todd, Trayon White, Vincent Gray, and Kenyon McDuffie, took the time to listen to us and voted to overturn an initiative that was going to hurt our livelihoods. We are thankful for their support. The 5 dissenting council members who had the audacity to refer to themselves as the Fabulous 5 during the 17-hour hearing on the repeal pandered to the progressive savior voters. Councilmember Lewis George built her campaign around punishing Brandon Todd for his vote to repeal, and even went so far as lying about signing up to testify at the repeal hearing. The Fabulous 5 allowed the voices of charlatans and failures to drown out the voices of the community who are most directly affected. The fact that economic policy that affects so many can be decided based on a yes or no vote points to a serious problem with the initiative process. It is the council's job to make laws and to provide oversight to the systems that connect us all. Those of us who live and work in DC count on the council to guide us toward a better future. The passage of Initiative 82 has brought about confusion, reduction in wages, elimination of positions, and closures. I really don't have anything to add to the understanding of this matter. Drive around Washington, D.C. and count the empty storefronts. Read the latest restaurant closure announcements and pat yourselves on the back knowing that your lack of concern and foresight, opportunism, and political cowardice made this possible. You have the opportunity and the responsibility to make this right. Please place an indefinite pause on the elimination of the tip credit, convene an informed and objective task force to analyze the impact of the law, and do your jobs to set the best policy for the restaurant community. While you're at it, please reform the initiative process so that this cannot happen again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I guess when I think about your testimony this morning, I don't think there are a lot of questions to ask. You've been very clear as to how it is affecting you. So I just want you to know you are appreciated, and I know you are prepared to answer questions. I see that, but I think your testimony is very poignant, and we will have it for the record. Now, if we do not have your written testimony, I am requesting, please send your written testimony in. Councilmember Lewis George is with me. She may have some questions. Councilwoman?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Our next panel includes Rebecca Paxton, William Martin. Do we have? Okay, and Yana Taranova are on that panel. So I think we see you. We see Ms. Paxton. All right, Ms. Paxton, you can begin when you're ready.
Great. Well, Councilmember Anita Bonds, members of the committee, thank you so much for holding this hearing today. I'm excited to be able to speak on this issue. To supplement the very important testimony you're hearing from employees today, there are several data points I would like to bring to your attention. The economic reality of tip credit elimination is that it hurts restaurants and their employees. That's not a surprise based on our opening panel. But Initiative 82 has reversed the growth the district's restaurants have had in the last decade and negatively impacted jobs, tip income, and locations in the city. The consequences in DC have actually been so disastrous that the Maryland Senate and bordering Montgomery and Prince George's counties rejected several similar proposals after hearing testimony on the district's experience. In fact, Deep Blue, Massachusetts rejected a similar proposal by a 2-to-1 margin, joined by the governor, who cited her past career as a server before her time in office. These results are not surprising to us. In a survey of roughly 4,000 tipped employees across the country, 90% responded that they prefer keeping the base wage plus tip system over a higher flat wage. But here are the facts that we're seeing in DC. The Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics data shows unequivocally that DC has lost full-service jobs under Initiative 82. In just a year after Initiative 82 went into effect, the BLS data shows DC lost roughly 3.5% of its industry on net. This occurred during a period of general employment growth in all other industries in DC. And this particular type of data shows DC's losses can't really be contributed to seasonal changes. Again, that's a conservative net figure. It does not include employees whose shifts have been scheduled, turnover, or fewer hiring opportunities as a result of Initiative 82. And as Councilmember Bonds mentioned, and RAMW have found in their survey, this job loss number could be as high as 4,000. The Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics data shows these losses are even greater when put in historical context. In the same period before Initiative 82 went into effect, May 22 to 23, full-service restaurant employment was booming, growing by more than 15% before DC began eliminating its tip credit. That means DC's restaurant employment growth has now dropped by 19 percentage points since the beginning of Initiative 82. Survey data shows that those who haven't lost their jobs are still suffering. The Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington found that 70% of local restaurants have not only laid off staff, but reduced hours or stopped hiring altogether. And DC restaurants are closing at unprecedented rates. RAMW found the district lost 64 restaurants in 2024, the highest rate of closures in the last 3 years. This damage will accelerate if the law's consequences are not addressed. A CoreCom Carnegie Mellon survey of over 100 DC restaurants found that the squeeze will continue in the coming years if left unchecked. 72% will be forced to reduce staff or consolidate positions by 2027. 70% will be forced to reduce employees' hours by 27, and 77% will be forced to close or leave the city for Maryland or Virginia. The district's tipped employees have taken a direct hit on their tips because of Initiative 82. The Wall Street Journal reported last week that tipping is down as customers are reacting to higher prices and ordering less when they dine out. But they report that DC has an even lower tipping percentage than the national average, and that percentage has steeply declined since Initiative 82 came to town. The newest Toast payroll data shows states that have eliminated tip credits, such as California, Washington, Nevada, and Alaska, have the worst tipping percentages in the country. In 2024, 6 of 7 no-tip credit states had average tip percentages below the national average of 19.8%. Those rates are also on the decline. California, the worst state in the nation, went from an 18% tip on average in 2023 down to 17.8% in 24. Economists find similar trends in the data. A Cornell study has found that as tip credits are slashed across the country, customers' tip percentages decrease. UC Irvine economists find for every $1 that tipped wages are increased, tipped employee earnings fall by about 5.6%. Another UC Irvine team actually recently found eliminating tip wages does nothing to solve pay gaps between white male and female and minority employees in restaurants. In fact, they found it actually makes pay gaps worse in some cases. Looking back, Initiative 82 has brought widespread consequences. I just want to conclude by saying I've been studying these issues and data sets for years. It's very rare to see such an instant policy effect when we look at these numbers. The graph of DC restaurant jobs drops off after May 2023. It's a flashing code red for the future of DC's restaurants and employees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Mr. William Martin, fondly referred to as Billy Martin with Billy Martin's Tavern. Mr. Martin, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members, and especially those leading the Executive Administration and Labor Committee. I am, as you it's duly noted, William Martin, the fourth generation owner of the oldest family-owned restaurant in Washington, D.C., located in Ward 2. I want to start by thanking you for allowing me to testify here before you today. My restaurant has been in business for 91 years. Through the years, we have provided a restaurant where many, and I mean many, have come to work and have earned a good living. Many have put their life into this work to save money, allowing a way forward to follow their dreams and desires. Many are immigrants from all over the world. I have 64 employees, half of which are tipped employees. At least 22 of these individuals have worked for me for more than 20 years. Their loyalty and love to this industry cannot be matched, and it is their life. One in particular is a server named Nazrul Islam from Bangladesh, who has worked for me for 39 years. He loves this profession more than I can state. He has been able to raise his family, a son with special needs, provide for his daughter to go to college who just graduated. He was able to build 2 homes in addition to the one they live in. He also has investments in New York, all from the tips he's made from being a server. He says this is his life and he would not trade it for anything. He wanted to be here today, however, he was not able to and wanted me to convey this message. And I quote, "If it's not broke, don't fix it. This business is about being a salesman, not just an order taker. Please consider a freeze at this time to preserve the integrity of all servers and tipped employees who choose this as their profession. Sincerely, Nazrul Islam." I would like to point out that just before the pandemic, that the hospitality business here in Washington, D.C. was better than it had ever been, gaining a reputation of the best and most diverse dining in the country, rivaling cities like New York, California, Texas, and others. Everything from large restaurant conglomerates to the very innovative small independents were doing great business. However, that has been greatly diminished due to mitigating circumstances like the pandemic, rising costs, inflation, and economy, not to mention the passage of Initiative 82. I'm aware that there are at least 7 states without the tip credit. However, these states haven't had the tip credit for at least 20 plus years, if at all. And many of these states, the minimum wage is nowhere near what it is here in our nation's capital. As I continue, I'd like to say that given the diversity throughout the hospitality industry and primarily the restaurant industry, all are not created equal. You cannot compare a barista from a coffee shop to a tipped employee working in an upscaled restaurant. Unfortunately, one size does not fit all and does not work in this case, and eventually will cost jobs and the closing of many establishments, which we've already seemed to witness. I don't deny anyone a living wage when it comes to minimum wage, and I would like to remind the council and everyone that all tipped employees are guaranteed the same minimum wage as non-tipped employees. If their employers are not following the law by not providing a proper minimum wage because tips are not equaling the designated minimum wage when calculating the tip credit and payroll process, that is an enforcement issue. From the analytics done by RMW as well as independent financial firms during I-77 and I-82, it was proven that it was a small minority of establishments that didn't comply with providing the mandatory minimum wage when calculating the tip credit through payroll, again, as the law requires. Those establishments are in violations and should be penalized and or have their license revoked. The restaurant industry is great for anyone just starting off in the workforce, those going to college, as well as returning citizens, just to name a few. However, when the dust settles and the tip credit is completely phased out and minimum wage is $18 or higher, these folks will most likely be unable to get jobs in this wonderful industry. And more importantly, when the minimum wage is at $18 an hour, as stated by others here today and you'll hear from, jobs and hours will be cut. We have seen this happen already in states without the tip credit like California. That is a fact, and it deteriorates the fabric of our industry and the lives of those with little to no experience wanting to enter the hospitality industry. Washington, the capital of this great nation and the destination of so many from around the world who come to conduct business from government affairs, for vacations, and for hospitality, Washington should be the shining example, the premier destination throughout the U.S. and the world as a place for nothing but the best, the leader in all categories. As mentioned before, unfortunately, the pandemic, inflation, and the rising economy and the passing of I-82 have reduced our city to becoming mediocre once again and not a premier destination as it should be, and that's shameful. Lastly, the hospitality industry is the second largest employer other than the federal government here in DC. I'm not saying that I-82 should be overturned. However, if we are to regain our stature as a leader in the hospitality industry, I would like to ask the council to take time to consider all of this. Giving great consideration will help with the survival of a small independent restaurants as well as all the others and their staff. Cap the minimum wage where it is now at $10, or at least pause it until a further analysis can be done. This will still be a burden to many, but just might allow the doors to remain open and provide jobs to those looking to enter the hospitality industry. Thank you for your consideration and time, Billy Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin, for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Yara Tavak.
Tarakanova.
All right.
Thank you. Dear council and committee members, my name is Yana Tarakanova. I've been in the industry for over 12 years now. I work at Hank's Oyster Bar as a server and helping out as a manager. I've been a hostess and I grew my way up all the way to server, bartender, and manager. I've chosen this as my career because I love everything about food and making people happy. It also allows me to support myself and my family while living in one of the most expensive cities in US. However, starting in 2010s, restaurants and their workers had to face and fight all those initiatives with different numbers coming out of nowhere, 77, 82, using different reasons like harassment, discrimination, wage theft, and whatnot. People behind those initiatives wanted to eliminate tips completely, thinking as if the tips are the major problem and all those matters. After the industry people defeated them successfully in 2018, they returned with a different idea, so-called tips on top. Tips were no longer a worry for them. They used all the opportunities they had to confuse voters and mislead them with the bill wording. Even though restaurant tip workers had been protected by the law with guaranteed minimum wage the whole time. The lack of knowledge of how things work inside restaurants made DC people vote for the wrong cause. Here we are now suffering all those consequences of the past bill. My working hours were cut by 5 to 10 hours a week. The newly implemented service fee, the 5% fee, decreased my average tip percentage from 23 to 25% to 18 to 20%. Customers are simply not ready to pay 10% tax on dining, plus 5% service fee, plus tips. And I do not blame them at all, especially when you're not sure where the fees go. This also affects the kitchen and support staff. They lost hours, sometimes even shifts, because small businesses cannot afford keeping all the positions in restaurant while paying everyone minimum wage or more. It is not profitable. They have to adjust. They're not charities, and I do not blame them either. Another important point, most tipped workers have already made way more than $17 an hour, even in the most casual hole-in-the-wall type of places, and have never asked for any changes in the tip system. Now, in current conditions, there are establishments that implement 20% or 25% gratuity and do not expect a guest to tip. They're also adjusting to survive in current circumstances. They are adjusting their servers and bartenders that paid hourly roughly 25 to 35% based on experience, regardless of how busy it is. This equals a typical pay on a slow shift in a restaurant with the tip credit system, where tip workers, including their support staff, have an opportunity to make extra during busy peak seasons. For example, servers and bartenders could earn sometimes even $50, $60 an hour on a very busy shift and around $40 an hour on a steady shift. Though those days are gone, don't believe anyone who claims that they make more in a restaurant while being paid only hourly. Those people are pretending to be the part of the local industry to to deceive others. Any real server, bartender, or support staff member will always prefer tips over minimum wage, always. I believe that restaurant workers must be excluded from the past bill and left alone with the old tip credit system that has been so successful for many years in America. Let's save the industry and jobs before it is too late. Thank you very much for the time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I would like to start with you. You are indicating that you would like that we, I guess, repeal the bills that have been passed. And as you say, you want to leave the workers alone. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Martin, you said you'd like to see the $10 cap base pay be set at 10 or eliminated. Am I correct?
Certainly would like to see it go back, but I think there's going to be a lot of opposition to that. So, if the best case scenario, keeping it where it is would be great. I'd like to see it go backwards to a much lower wage, and I know my employees would too. And especially being an independent restaurant, it is very difficult to make minimum wage. And then if this thing goes all the way through, I don't know if I'll make it to 94 years in business. So yes, I am suggesting that. I made a suggestion to that, but if it can go back, that would be great.
All right, I hear you. And I think that Ms. Paxton was really providing us with a lot of data, which was very good. I don't believe you've taken a position one way or the other. You were just providing us with additional information, correct?
That's correct. All of our research has been on perspectives of operators and local employees and then the government data. However, our data shows, based on surveys, if this is going to continue, the consequences will also continue.
All right, thank you. And so as it relates to this creating, or we'll take Mr. Martin's first proposal, and then we'll treat it as a proposal. If you're saying that you'd like to keep the cap where it is, or not have it be raised, what would that mean for your industry, given that you have additional increases with your taxes, as an example, with the cost of ingredients that you use in your restaurant? So how would holding the base pay really be an advantage for the restaurant? In other words, you have many increases. And I know common sense says that, well, if you can hold back anything, any increases, it would be to the advantage of your industry or your business. But if you could give us some sense of the extent of the cost to your industry and how you see your inability to continue with the increases that would happen on an annual basis, and the effect that it would have on your industry would be helpful.
Well, currently, I don't think anybody's in this industry to get rich or make a lot of money. We're here to serve the public and provide a service. So, at this rate, even at $10 right now, it's difficult to meet the payroll, especially with still a lot of mitigating factors, as I mentioned, from the economy. It's still lingering pandemic things. And if I look at it, I just don't, a restaurant can only charge so much for a hamburger, can only charge so much for eggs, can only charge so much for a crab cake. And at some point, it's just going to be astronomical, to where if the pay, let's just look at it. If minimum wage goes as it's projected right now, and we phase out the tip credit and everybody goes to $18 an hour, as I said, I've got 64 employees, half of them are tipped employees. My payroll jumps by about $600,000 a year. And with that, how do I put that into perspective, or how do I put that in? You hear so many people going, "Oh, just, raise your menu cost by $1." It's just not that simple. It's just not that easy. There's so many layers to this onion that people don't understand. The public doesn't understand. And then when I hear, "Oh, well, these other states do it. The other states do it." Yes, they do. But the minimum wages it's going to be $18 an hour. No small independent restaurant can sustain that. Even the large ones are going to have a hard time. It's going to cost jobs. I take a look in Georgetown, for instance, right now. Osteria opened up. Oh, that's great. Steven Starr opened it, and that's and I'm sorry, the chef's name, or the from California, to open up. They don't have busboys. They don't have food runners. They just servers. Why? Because they can't afford it. They're not going to put those people in those positions, losing jobs right there. So when we look and we think that, we have new business coming into DC, the model's changing, and it's not for the better. Again, we are the nation's capital. We should be setting the precedent and not being dictated by the union and these groups to tell us what to do. There wasn't a problem pre-pandemic. Again, the industry was as strong as it could ever be, ever. I mean, I was looking at the city could more vibrant with so many different restaurants from all shapes and sizes, to being reduced now to rubble. And again, we're the hub of the world here. Why aren't we need to support, and we need, and to me, I just look at it's common sense. The servers don't want it. They didn't want it. Yes, there's certain places that you don't make it, but if you're not making it, then you need to move. I'll give anybody a job. You can come work for me, and you're going to make money with me. Okay. And again, as I said earlier, one size does not fit all. The barista at the coffee shop versus working even at my restaurant and or others, it's going to be different. So I just don't see where this one size fits all. So why is some of us having to pay the cost and or going out of business for a very small majority of people that are making it? So, but yes, the tax ramifications are a lot higher. It's a complete domino effect that many don't realize. And I hope that the council will take that into great consideration when reviewing this, and follow up with this group as well as the Restaurant Association, and see if we can't come together to make this work. It's just, again, it works in other states. 91 years, people are like, you only have one restaurant. Yes, because I like to be the face of my restaurant. I want to be there, glad handing, shaking hands, kissing babies. And I have been in talks of opening another restaurant. And now I'm going, okay, Virginia looks a lot more appealing to me, because they still have the tip credit and the lower minimum wage there. My servers were all happy. Now I'm even right now. Let me go back to that, and I don't want to take up all the time here today, but doing the payroll over the last couple of months, since last July, and the being $10 an hour, I have a dedicated staff of servers that love to work. Some will work 45, 50 hours a week, 55 hours at that, because they're making good money. They can't now at $10 an hour. When they get into the overtime, it's $15. I can't afford that. I just can't. And let me just say, I want to say one other thing too, is even, oh yeah, servers, when they get the minimum wage at $18 an hour, okay, when the dust settles, as I said, oh, people are still going to tip them. Well, that's great. So the guy that I have working in the kitchen that's getting $20 an hour sees them getting 18, and they've got pockets full of cash from getting tips, is going, sorry, I'm not working for you for $20 an hour anymore. I want 25. I want $28 an hour. Again, now that's even more payroll that people don't realize. I'm in that situation already. I can't get a decent line cook to come work for me, even a mediocre line cook, for less than $22 an hour now. So I just don't know how this is just a recipe for disaster as we go forward. And again, there's just so many layers to this onion, as we've heard before, and we discussed that this isn't going to get resolved right at the moment. But I do think we have an opportunity to fix it and go back. And I hope that the council and this committee will take that into great consideration and work with us to get that achieved.
Well, thank you very much. And I did want you to go on. We need to feel your passion to understand what is the groundwork here in the city with our restaurants. And I especially appreciate the fact that you've been in business for 91 years. So you have seen a lot. And the fact that you also have a good number of employees. So I appreciate that. So that's why we wanted to have it on the record. We know it's difficult. We've heard it from many, but we have also heard it almost exclusively from the tip worker vantage, where they're losing their jobs. They are not working the number of hours that they anticipated or knew, 4 years ago. But we also know that there is the issue of inflation. Society has changed. Other services that you must partake as a restaurant owner have increased. And I just wanted to be on the record, where we are with the feelings about the worker. It can't be just that the wages of the worker are increasing and therefore the restaurant is not making it, so to speak. There are other circumstances, and you put a lot of that on the record, but I understand and I appreciate that. So thank you very much. And I guess I have exhausted my time in talking with you, but I did want to make sure that if Ms. Tarkov wanted to add anything, that we would give her a chance to.
I think I sign under all the words that Mr. Martin said. I completely agree, and I completely understand his standpoint from being an owner, because I very much respect the owner of Hank's Oyster Bar, Jamie Lee. She's standing with us too, and she's been doing everything in order to stay afloat and in order to make all her employees to keep jobs, which is really, really hard right now after the past bill. So I think we do need to do something about it because before it's too late. Yeah.
And I would certainly appreciate that, because one of the goals of this committee, as you know, is to make sure that as many DC residents have jobs, and that those that have jobs are able to, the mayor uses the term thrive. I use the term able to move up and to take care of their needs and their household needs. And so we know that the hospitality industry is a big industry in the District of Columbia, and many make their living through that process. So wanted to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear how these pieces of legislation, these laws are having an effect in our community, because frankly, they were not designed by persons in the community. They came to us from almost like floated over the ocean, so to speak, or over the mountains to our community, and they're having a strong effect on our economy, everyone is suffering since COVID. And so we want to make sure that we hold on to our hospitality industry the best that we can. So we're very interested in all of the comments today and, the research that has been provided. I'm going to turn to Council Member Lewis George to see if she wants to add anything at this time. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds. Billy, I wanted to come to you. Thank you for being here and congratulations on the continued success and continued success. of your business and the work you do. I wanted to hear from you on sort of we've been hearing a lot about sort of the issue of employees, sort of shortages, staffing shortages is a key challenge for different restaurants. What specific factors, including Initiative 82, but also aside from Initiative 82, do you believe contribute to these shortages, and how could the council address them?
Well, again, one of the things that I was pointing out in my testimony, and I apologize for having to read so quickly, and I will send it in, of course, is the fact that, this industry is so great for those that are just starting out in the workforce, coming from going to college or even returning citizens, right? And so, I'm gonna take a risk on those people that don't have a lot of experience at $2.50 or $2.75. At $10 now, I can't. I have to have people coming in with experience. So it's a challenge to get those to get folks now that have some experience. So to that point, the challenges, fortunately, I mean, I have a pretty good staff, but my staff, because as Yana said, Jamie takes care of her staff and pays attention. I do too. I take good care of my staff. That's why I have, out of my 64 employees, 65 employees, more than half have been with me for more than 20 years. I am paying them a living wage. I am taking care of them. I take care of their families and their needs. So, but to that point, it's, I see now where if minimum wage continues to go up and do away with the tip credit at $18, I'm going to have to do away with my food runners. I'm going to have to do away with my bus boys, and as I mentioned, I said, now I'm cut, some of these guys, they're raising their families. They've got families here.
Absolutely. That's
you
right.
know and they're trying to make a living, and now I'm going, hey, you can't, you were working 50 55 hours, I'm sorry, you can only work 40. Well, that's cutting into their pay too. So again, there's a lot of mitigating factors. So we have fees are going up, insurance is going up. There's just so many different things that are happening that really puts a strain on the business. The kitchen staff, they all want more money too. Right now they still do.
Okay.
So it's tough.
Got it. Got it. And then service charges have been cited as a significant concern for both, I think, customers and staff. What specific measures do you think would you propose to regulate service charges and ensure sort of transparency for patrons and workers alike?
Well, I think you would see service charges disappear off menus if you would just go back to the tip credit and doing the minimum wage back down to $2.50, $2.75, even $3 an hour, and then service charges aren't going to be on people's menus because they'll be able to continue business as usual. So and again, that whole language of what a service charge is has changed, and even the tax ramifications on that. So it is difficult. It is difficult. And again, I hear from even some of my regular customers, Billy, just roll the service charge into the cost of the burger.
Mhm.
Well, at some point, I'm probably going to have to do that if the minimum wage keeps going up. But it again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not as simple as doing that. I wish it was. It's just not. And so, the service charge, I do have a service charge, 5%. And it says on my menu, and my staff tells people when they come in that this is an operational fee. It's not going a tip for the servers going to their tips. But knock on wood, my servers are doing well and making money. So they're not concerned. Yes, you have a few that come in that go, oh, get 5%. I'm not going to tip you, but
Mhm.
Yeah, even let's forget service charge for a minute. Going back, I've been doing this for almost 45 years now. And that guy didn't tip me. That party didn't tip me over there. Well, they may not. Oh, they're from Europe. Well, that's because they don't tip in Europe. But meanwhile, that person over there just tipped you 50%. It all averages out. They make the money. So I don't know. I'm kind of rambling, I think, but did that help with what you were asking
Thank
me?
you. Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Barnes. I yield the remaining of my time to the chair.
All right, thank you so much. And we've been joined by another member of our committee, Matt Fruman from the Great Community of Ward 3. Mr. Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds. Um, I think this is an area that we all have to be taking a very hard look at. I am very much a numbers person, and we had legislation around service charges last year, and I did a lot of talking with people in the industry about what were the increased costs associated with the increases in the tipped wage, et cetera. And that's a place that I'm going to want to be, is looking at the various numbers. Ms. Terranova, you offered, and I think I saw your written testimony, you had very specific numbers. You said that your tips had gone from 23 to 25% to 18 to 20%.
Correct.
I am curious, what's the total amount on a shift, for example? So if you work one shift, what does that mean, that 18 to 20 and that 23 to 25 in terms of dollars on a shift? So
It depends
call
on how busy the shift is.
Right.
It also depends on the season.
But what's typical, because you give those numbers? So
Mhm.
on a shift, is it $200, $300, $400?
For example, if we take a sale of, let's say, moderate shift, $1,500 sale, for example, which should be $250 in tips, if I'm counting it correctly right now.
Well, if it were
so
1,500, it would be at 25%, if that's what the tips were. 1,500
so
would.
let's say a slow shift of a $1,000 sale, which
Okay.
gives me 20% tips, will be $200, right?
Okay, great.
So most of the time, before the service fee included in a tab, I would make way more than 20%. People tip 25 for very good service. Most people pay 30%. So I would make $250, $270. Now
Yes.
I don't expect it at all. People either they minus that 5% to think as if that 5% is a part of my
Ms.
tip.
Terranova, I actually very specific on the numbers. So if it's $1,000 that you netted, how many hours is that shift?
Well, now it's very short. It's about 4 or 5 hours. 4 or 5 hours, because the hours has been really reduced. The restaurants have to open later and close earlier because they cannot afford paying everyone minimum wage and keeping all the positions and staying open for an extended amount of time. So it's
Okay. So, I mean, and are you saying now that your average shift today is very different than your average shift was 4 years ago, the amount of time?
it would have been longer. I would have more opportunity to make more.
Yeah.
We had a different flow of people for sure. I've noticed the flow of people reduced drastically. I can assure this is the slowest winter season I've experienced in my 12-year work in the industry. It's been and I can tell you that it's definitely because of the implemented the initiative 82 for sure.
Okay, so
people are
I
just
think
not ready
that's
to pay.
okay. I think I hear you, and you have made your point. I'm going to want to understand very specifically some of those numbers. And Ms. Paxson, I'd like to ask you, because in terms of numbers, You talk about the Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers, and there was an email that came around that cited Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers. So I went to go look at those numbers, and what I saw when I looked at the number of jobs in the district and the number of jobs in the region is in the region, and I looked for what was the peak, and I looked in, it was June of 2019 before the pandemic. There were 101,000 jobs in the region in the full service restaurant industry. And that number, when you get to October, November of this year, is down to 94,000. So there's been 7,000 jobs in that industry that have been lost in the region, which includes, Arlington, Alexandria, areas in Maryland, also some areas in West Virginia. When I look at the numbers for DC, the peak in June 2019 was 29.8, or the number in 2019 was 29.8, and the number today is 28.8. So we've lost, according to the data that people have been pointing to, we've lost 1,000 from that pre-pandemic era, and the region has lost 7,000. And so our percentage of restaurant employment in the region appears to have gone up, including in the era of the Initiative 82 implementation. So I'm going to want to really understand very clearly where it is that the claim that Initiative 82 has resulted in significant job losses out of proportion from places where that has not been implemented, because when I look at the data, I don't see that. So I don't want to get into an argument with you now, but I want to be very clear on the record that the very data, and I have been with the Restaurant Association, the very data that gets held up as this is the basis for which we say there have been massive job losses, I don't see it. So let's have that conversation perhaps in my office.
All right, well, thank you very much, Councilmember, and we'll move. Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry. I don't think I have really an opportunity to answer the question because I was interrupted. If you let me to just say a few words about the service fee and how it impacts and the whole Initiative 82, just a few more words.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. For example, I can give you an example on a brunch shift in the morning. I barely have any support staff now. I used to have one runner and 2 support people on the floor, bussers. Now I have only one runner minus 2 people. I have to do everything myself to be on the floor. I clear, I water with the support of only one person in the whole dining room. Now we have only one server because we cannot have 2 servers. It's just impossible to pay all of the 4 people. Now we have 2 people instead of 4 or 5 if we take 2 servers. So for the amount of work that I wouldn't do back in the days, I get paid less right now, even though I am paid minimum or tip minimum wage right now. So it's not really covers the difference of what we used to have and what we have right now. It's just it's a negative impact regardless for everyone. Job losses, the tip percentages going down. So it's obviously not, and I'm the person who works in the industry and giving you the actual example of my life. So the numbers or statistics are not that important. They probably will be important, I don't know in which situations, but this is serious. We have an owner and we have a server who work in the restaurant, and it's not enough. It's just really, it's frustrating to see that people don't believe what's happening. It's really frustrating. That's all I had to say.
All right, thank you very much. Our next panel, Joy Funk, Scott Doolin. Any of those? Okay. Okay. Dalen Curtis and Laura Pagogi. And we will start with Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, you're on.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Dylan Curtis. I'm a 30-year resident of DC and an 11-year veteran of the DC restaurant industry. I'm here again before the council, as I was in the hearings after Initiative 77, to urge the council to work with the independently owned and operated restaurants of this city and the citizens like myself who staff them in order to create legislation to fix the mistakes of the voters. I understand that Initiative 82, just like 77, was well-intentioned, but drafted without any understanding of the nuances and struggles involved with both operating as well as working in restaurants in this city. We all acknowledge that our industry is imperfect, as most are, and that there are things that should be done to protect and lift up the most vulnerable among us. The aftermath of 82, no doubt exacerbated by the pandemic, has shown me that Initiative 82 has only served to decrease job security in our industry. We've all seen the increased number of restaurant closures. We've all felt the impact of understaffed restaurants. Up until early last year, for example, I was a salaried manager at a restaurant that grossed over $3.5 million. And we still felt the strain every other week when we had to go through payroll with a biweekly payroll bill well over $60,000. We're still understaffed just because without being able to predict exactly how busy you are, we can't overstaff a shift at $17 an hour. It just becomes too expensive when we're losing money day after day. On top of all this, years ago, if you were about getting ready to go on a trip, go on a vacation, you can pick up extra shifts. You know, I could work 60 hours in a week knowing that I'm about to be off for 2 weeks. That's not an option anymore. Nobody can afford to pay overtime anymore. Most weeks, without having a second job, my hours would generally be capped at like 30 to 35 hours a week because it's just too expensive otherwise. It's clear to me that the solution to making our industry better, to fixing the restaurant industry in DC is not Initiative 82, is not eliminating the tip credit, but instead developing common sense legislation with input from the people whose lives are deeply impacted by these changes, instead of activists with minimal at best experiences in this industry and with this city as a whole. Thank you again for your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, Joy Funk is next. Oh, all right, and she's on Mr. Chasen's computer. All right, Joy. All right. Ms. Funk, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Joy Funk, and I proudly bartend for a wine and tapas bar here in DC. I feel strongly that the consequences of 82 significantly impact the hospitality industry, not only in spirit, but as a reliable source of income for the professionals in it. When I graduated university with a degree in history and theology, I went into the education field straight into administration as a director of operations for a private school in Montgomery County and later Washington, D.C. Like many other millennials, I was paying off student debt and sought out work in hospitality to assist with that. I started doing contracted banquet style serving at luxury events and mainly in hotels like the Watergate and the Four Seasons. Eventually, I left the education industry after 4 years to be in the hospitality industry, in which I had found great passion and fulfillment. I'm extremely fortunate to be currently working in a place that has not had to resort to introducing a service charge or automatic gratuity. The testimonies of my colleagues who are in that situation are frustrating to hear about. The nature of our work is social and nuanced, and the presence of service charges and auto gratuity on the bills of not only our day in and day out guests, but our regulars is fodder for uncomfortable inquiry and conversation. A few examples of that is guests asking if the business is struggling financially due to the presence of these charges, asking us if we are making enough money to survive, asking if these charges are indefinite. This adds a new job expectation to the server or bartender of now taking the time to gently explain the situation, A, without throwing the company they work for under the bus, B, while most likely extremely busy. Side note, they are probably working on a thinly staffed team because their coworker was cut since labor was too high last week. Or C, having to gracefully speak about a charge on the bill they frankly are not bought into endorsing. The word haunting every manager in DC is labor. We know it, and they are often pushed to act on it. To speak on how 82 does directly affect me personally is impossible to do so without bringing up my hourly colleagues, the kitchen and support staff, such as the receiving host for greeting and seating, bussers, food runners, etc. It has been many times that I have seen kitchen staff arrive to work, having planned to work their scheduled hours, only to be told they've been cut for the night. These people have often spent money on public transportation to arrive to make their living and support themselves and their families. Losing a day of income is as inconvenient and disappointing as it sounds, and with all the obvious practical loss of time and money. The consequence of the cut is immediately dominoed onto the floor and ripples through service. For example, if we are too slow and cut a food runner, all of the food has to be picked up by servers and managers. Everyone is dragged away from their normal roles to compensate for a position lost. If a dishwasher is cut and we are hit with a sudden rush, all of a sudden we're scrambling for forks and the lone dishwasher is trying to prioritize getting clean plates onto the expediter line to the chef who is desperate for plates to serve the food on. This leads to delay of service no matter how hard everyone on the team pushes to pick up the slack. Imagine this. The guest is out waiting patiently for the food that is waiting for a plate. They are checking the clock on a way to an event. We thank them for understanding, give them dessert on the house. If that check arrives to the guest and suddenly has a service charge, an auto gratuity, we may not have a strong chance of being their top choice in the future. Finally, the uncomfortable conversations around the inelegance of these charges that have arisen due to the imposed charges as a result of 82 are conversations I've had with guests, most notably at my time at the well-known Cafe Milano. In that time, we were a couple of years easing out of COVID restrictions and industry was suffering. These charges were more common. They were not present in my workplace, and I'm so grateful for that. Many of our guests would say that their other favorite spots were imposing the service fees and auto gratuity, making them feel uncomfortable, used, and even insulted. People would say they would go somewhere with family, friends, or even clients, etc., and feel embarrassed at a surprise charge that made them look bad for recommending an establishment that would ultimately end in discomfort. My guests time and time again would report, even after going there for 5, 10 plus years, I do not go there anymore. This is the common equation and the inevitable product that not only hurts the house sales, but takes away money and literally the livelihood going to servers, bartenders, and support staff. Please cap minimum wage at $10. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now hear from Scott Doolin.
Hi, thank you to the council for hearing me today. I've been working in the service industry now for 22 years. I've seen kind of every side of it, the ups, the downs, everything. And I had a full testimony prepared today that I will send into the committee, but I kind of just threw it away to the side. Everybody that's come before me has made excellent points. And the best way I can put it to everyone listening is all of the hurdles that we've had to overcome just in the last 4 years from the pandemic. Like, our entire industry was shut down. We were told to go home. We did not have much to do then. I was lucky. I was in between jobs. I got to go stay with family, and I was fine. A lot of my friends and family were not the same way. And then coming back to it, we all put our very, very, very valuable time back into building the industry back up to what it was in DC before. And that was with 6 feet distancing, capacity rules, how many people we could have on. And we still did it. And we survived. And then we get through all of that. And now we come and have to explain to every single guest that comes in here what Initiative 82 means and why there's a surcharge on their bill and why there might be a service charge for others. And a lot of places are just doing a flat 20% gratuity because they don't want to deal with it. And I just think it's ridiculous. And I think it's time for common sense to just prevail here. Like, I hope all of the people on the council like to go out and have dinner, have lunch, enjoy a nice spot at a local restaurant. I don't think you guys want to pay $40 a burger. I don't. I don't want to pay $60 for a steak, $70 for a steak at a local place, which it will happen if it goes to 17. I mean, 10 is too much, but if you cap it here, we can still preserve what we have now. There's no way to go back and get all of the places we've lost. It's just not possible. A lot of those businesses have already moved to Virginia, moved to Maryland, and they're going to be flourishing. They're not coming back to the city regardless. But we have institutions like Billy Martin's Place, a couple of the restaurants I work for, Mad Hatter being one. They have been existed in Washington, D.C. since 1978. And if it goes to $17 an hour, I wouldn't blame them in a heartbeat to close their doors. I mean, why wouldn't they? And to everyone's also credit, every single restaurant that I've worked in has become a family. And this is all the front of the house employees. This is all the bartenders, the servers, the line cooks, like my barbacks. I mean, good Lord. I mean, a lot of them are immigrants and they are making good money and they have seen their wages decrease. And I know the one council member, thank you so much for joining us an hour late. Their money has decreased by 50%. There's a number for you. I give them more money out of my cash take home, which doesn't get taxed or anything like that, because you know what? They deserve it. And I just think it's time that you guys just cut us a break. We're here. We deal with every aspect of life, from Capitol Hill, from all the council members to all the citizens in DC from day to day. We have a smile on our face and we like to actually spread joy and provide a service to everyone that comes in. And I really hope that the council will cap it at 10 and preserve the right to do it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Laura Pakolke. All right, Laura, see you. We're not, would you check your?
Hope you guys can hear me now.
Now we hear you, yes.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Yes, thank you for having me here today, Committee Chair Bonds and the rest of the council members who are here today. My name is Laura Pakolke. I have been in the restaurant industry for 19 years, 16 years as a bartender in DC. And I'm here today to talk about the detrimental effects of Initiative 82 that it has on me personally, as well as the industry as a whole. Since Initiative 82 has begun to be implemented, I've noticed my own personal income has taken a decline. I'm now making up to 50% less than what I was making before Initiative 82 began to be phased in. For the first time in my adult career at 41 years old, I really don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. I don't know what my future looks like right now. All I know is that it's bleak and uncertain. I'm now in financial dire straits to the point that I don't know how much longer I can sustain to live in the DC area. And this goes like not just as a tipped worker. Tipped workers are not the only victims. All restaurant staff are victims, as restaurant owners and managers are going to have to start making the very difficult decisions, if they haven't already, of cutting staff all around, cutting hours. And just making all these really difficult decisions that are ultimately going to wind up with people losing jobs and losing income. My own personal place of business, we are already talking about it. We've been lucky that we have not had to take such dire measures as other restaurants have, but we will too. It's just inevitable. I know that Councilmember Louis George stated that the majority of DC voters supported Initiative 82, but in my personal opinion, this is because voters were misled by emotional language that tied our tipped wage system to such hot button issues like racism, sexual harassment, and wage inequality. But if you look at these points, none of these points that the proponents of Initiative 82 have tied to the tipped wage system have been solved by Initiative 82. As somebody else on the panel has, a previous panel had said, there's still racism, there's still sexual harassment, there's still wage inequality. Initiative 82 has done absolutely nothing to solve any of these points that the proponents of Initiative 82 have misled voters to think it would. And also their slogan, tips on top, there's only so much that like menu prices can be increased and service charges can be implemented before people are not going to be tipping anything on top. And again, the tipped wage system, it's not mandatory. Nothing is stopping a worker from electing to work at a restaurant that does not utilize the tip credit. We had that flexibility. We had that choice before. You could work where you wanted to work. Now that choice has been taken away from us. And the, how should I say it, but like the ability to have the control of our money in our hands has been taken away from us as well. Now it's obscure. We don't know, you know, our money is more in the hands of these same restaurant owners that these proponents of Initiative 82 said were bad players. Well, if they're such bad players, why did you put the control of our finances completely in their hands now? You've taken the control out of the hands of the workers and put it into the hands of the very same people that you say are bad players. Independent restaurants are absolutely not going to survive. And as we've said before, like before Initiative 82 was phased in, over 95% of DC restaurants were independently owned and operated. And now we're just seeing a sharp decline, restaurant closures everywhere. My own restaurant, I don't know how much longer they're going to survive after this. There is a tipping point, and we're at it right now. And you know, while I would love to go back to before this ever happened, I think we can make a compromise to just freeze this indefinitely where it is at $10 an hour, do some more research, and also, as somebody else had said, repair the ballot initiative system in DC as well, so that something like this doesn't happen again, because we're tired of this. And I'm going to say this from the bottom of my soul, that one fair wage and whoever else in their accolades, they do not represent me. They don't represent my colleagues. They don't represent any of the tipped workers I've ever spoken to. And it's infuriating that we've been screaming into the void for years and nobody wants to listen to us, instead listening to a very well-funded, well-backed labor fringe group instead. And before I get even more heated on this issue, I just might just go ahead and just conclude it at that. You know, as I said, there's a tipping point. There's only so much like what we can sustain by raising prices and implementing service charges that nobody likes before everything just falls apart. So with that, I will conclude what I have to say today. And I know that I do owe a written testimony, which I will submit later by this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to this panel. I guess as we move along, we're going to hear pretty much of what we're going to hear from others, but they'll be repeating some of the points that many of you have already made. I do want to ask a question about You said the choice of working where you want to and control of salary is taken from the hospitality workers. What does that really mean as it relates to what we as council can do?
Sure. I'm looking at that in terms of service charges. Service charges don't belong to the staff. They belong to the house as it stands now. I know that there's been language around that we want to redefine what a service charge is and who it belongs to, but the way that I can see it is it takes control out of our hands, because before with the tipped wage system is between us and the consumer. Me as a tipped worker and you as the consumer. If you wanted to leave a tip, that'd be awesome. And that was 100% mine to keep, aside from how we agreed to pay our support staff. Now in the form of service charges, I mean, that is belonging to the house as we see it right now. As long as I make the minimum wage, service charges can be used for literally anything else. It can be used, for, you know, it's at the discretion of the house now instead of the discretion of me as the employee. And that, you know, is just maddening because it takes control out of my hands, control of my income out of my hands. And as I said before, like with a system like this, I'm noticing, even though I have not personally had to experience this yet, I'm already noticing a decline in income because of the raising of menu prices, inflation, which we could attribute to a number of factors. But it all comes down to, why would we exacerbate it by implementing Initiative 82 right after a completely disastrous pandemic? It just
I,
makes things so much worse than it could, than it needs to be, especially now. Like, we're only 4 years out of the pandemic, and I could attribute it to the pandemic a little bit, but I was definitely making more money 1 year after our full reopening than I am now.
I see. Well, I'm not going to ask each of you about your numbers as my colleague did, because I think that would take, considerable time. But
Yeah.
I do appreciate your testimony. And I guess I could close with this panel by saying that clearly already we know, and from the lineup of those who will testify later, it's clear that the system that we have in place today perhaps is not working, certainly not working the way it was intended. And we have to look more closely at it and, see what we can do. As I mentioned with a panel prior to yours, that it may be that we should be thinking about holding the base pay at $10. That may be a solution, but it may also be a solution where, as I think one of the previous witnesses indicated, just get out of the business of regulating, the relationship between the waiter or the hospitality worker and the customer. So I think those are things that we have to look at. And of course, as you mentioned, we have this other piece, which is the service charge. And what does that do? And while the service charge is not mandatory, many choose to use it to augment the increase in costs that they may have, including the base pay that they may be using. So these are issues that we will be looking at. So that's why we're holding the hearing today, to see just what we can recommend. And the recommendation would come from the testimonies that you're providing to us. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
All right, our next panel, Marcus Donovan, Lily Kuzar, Robert Brown, and Tony Tamilin. And we'll start with Mr. Donovan, I believe. Yes, you're available and on. All right. We'll start when you're ready, sir.
Perspective of the back of the house. Some of the workers hit hardest by Initiative 82 in DC are the ones in the back of the house. We are the folks who do not get tips. Everybody already knows that servers and bartenders already make the most money in the full service industry in restaurants. Now, the back of the house employees were stuck waiting for our raises and probably won't see any raises from the restaurant owners, who are being forced to prioritize the higher wages for the front of the house employees, who are already making more money than us. With a tiny profit margin and payroll costs going up, there is no money left for us to get our much needed raises, and will not be. Restaurants are already struggling to attract and keep good kitchen staff. I can't keep any cooks now. A few years ago, we could pay above market wages, keep skilled employees, but now we're scrambling to figure out new ways to even compete with keeping employees. The whole shift to the service charges just made things messier. Restaurants are paying a lower base wage upfront and offering a cut of the service charge, which depends on the experience of how long you've been there with the company. It just creates an unpredictable paychecks. Kitchen workers are stuck trying to figure out how much money they're making based on the pay and how busy the restaurant was in this week. It's kind of ridiculous. No one needs a calculator to try to figure this out. It shouldn't be like this. Since 82 has passed, the kitchen managers and the hiring staff have been told to cut labor costs, which is the biggest expense in any restaurant. That means fewer hours and cutting positions like dishwasher, prep cooks, and other essential staff. The result has left everyone to pick up the slack. Like, we have to do more work for less money. It's added more stress on already tough job. It's a losing situation for me and the rest of the workers, plain and simple. With the implication of I-82 still partially in effect, the back of the house employees in DC are now paying the price for a poorly designed policy that has done more harm than good. No one is coming out ahead of this, and I really hope that you guys in the council can fix this mess because it's ridiculous. It makes no sense. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. And now Ms. Kuzan.
Sorry,
we
unmute.
cannot-
Does
now
that
we-
work?
Okay. All right.
Haven't Zoomed in a while. Thank you. Sorry about that. Let me just start by saying, good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Lily Cusor, and I have been in the tipped hospitality industry now for 27 years, not only as a worker, but as a female worker. In some industries, I'd be considered an expert. I have a college graduate. I am a college graduate with 2 bachelor degrees. I'm a teacher. And more importantly, I'm a single mother of 2. I've been working in restaurants for the flexible hours and great pay, which has afforded me to spend as much time with my children, raising them while making enough money with my tips to support us. That is until Initiative 82 passed. I recently, as of 3 weeks ago, left my awesome restaurant job that I loved of 2 years due to my previous employer switching to the service charge model. A 20% service fee to every check was set as an effort to offset the cost of wage increase. And also, well, this was due to the Initiative 82, but also there's been a massive cut in support. So this means that I was getting capped at an hourly much less than what I was making when I was getting my tips. So it was a demotion really for providing service that I have refined and mastered over the years. A ceiling was put on what I could make, which feels unreasonable, seeing that it has taken me years to finesse my skill set. And I moved up to finer dining, and I was working at a Michelin star restaurant. I do not know of any other profession where a salary is put in the hands of a ballot, let alone in the hands of voters who may never have ever worked in the industry or have a clear understanding of what the pre-existing pay structure was. It was fine as is. Doctors, lawyers, politicians, real estate moguls, professors, they would never accept not only a pay demotion, but that a salary be placed in the hands of voters. There's no way that would be okay. Furthermore, this initiative also meant that due to cut support, which means everything that fellow panelists have mentioned, the cut of polishers, bussers, food runners, it meant tremendous amount of stress on my end during my shifts. So more stress, less pay. It really wasn't adding up. So the guest experience ending with the tell me more about this 20% guest fee left a very sour experience at the end of something that I very genuinely curated to be a beautiful experience from the minute that the guests walked through the door. So the end goal is really not what I had signed up and have worked so long in the industry to create for guests. I have to say that this has all taken quite an emotional toll. I know my worth. I know that everyone who's on this board knows their worth. And I would like to note that in all my years working in this industry, never once have I ever heard anyone say, I'm in it for the hourly. Everyone who's in hospitality is in it for the tips. That's why we do it. Less hours, more pay. So I would like to close by saying that I know my worth. The suggested living wage that is being implemented isn't even a true living wage. It's not alone to support an individual less, like not even an individual supporting other individuals. And I would kindly ask that this be taken into great consideration. I appreciate your time, and I ask that there's a freeze on what Initiative 82 has set forth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, we are now at Tony Tomelin. Mr.
Hi,
All
my
right.
name is Tony T. And first, I'd like to thank Councilmember Bonds for putting this roundtable discussion together. I own the Pug, and I'm a partner at Union Trust and Brookline's Finest. I'm also the executive director of CHAMPS, the Capitol Hill Association of Merchants and Professionals. We have roughly 300 members on Capitol Hill. I got my first restaurant job in 1982, so that's like 20 years, right? That's why I don't do service charges. I can't figure out the math. Anyway, as I said, I'm a bartender or a bar restaurant owner, but I was behind the bar for 15 years before I opened my first bar. So I have spent a good bit of time as a tipped employee. It was those tips that I made that helped me open my first bar. Organizations are out there scrambling to get numbers to buttress their opinions on I-82. All I can offer is anecdotal evidence on how bad 82 has been. In 2 years, we've had to double our payroll to cover a pay gap that did not exist. My bartenders and servers rarely make below $20 an hour. At the Pug on 8th Street, they pull in $60 an hour on weekends. There are certainly bad operators out there who took advantage of the tip credit system. I would happily see those folks punished. But instead, 82 has begun the erosion of a great job with a lot of room to make good money. A problem has been replaced by a huge disaster. There are probably some unfair folks out here. And I will say that the last time I was at a hearing with them, three of the witnesses read the same exact testimony word for word on a bad tip incident they had. You've got good days and bad days. I am dubious of their efforts. My biggest problem with all of this is a story for me. There was a time when I hired a young fella as a barback. He walked here from El Salvador at age 14. He barbacked for a long time for me and then moved on to bartending. Last year, he moved home to El Salvador and he opened his own bar. And that's the dream, right? In order to cover payroll now, those support jobs, food runner, busser, and barback, are being phased out. The entryways into a great job or an expensive education is an afterthought, really. They're being closed to folks who could really use that way in. Since the end of the lockdown, the hospitality industry has been getting bombarded on all sides. High crime, high cost of goods, this increasing bunker stay-at-home mentality that all our customers have, and a huge jump in payroll. These are all daunting issues that are not very easily solved. However, there is an area that the council could step in quickly, I-82. I don't think a reversal is in the realm of possibility. It would be great, but a pause where we could all assess the successes and the failures of 82 would be great. Without a pause at the Pug, I don't see a way to stay open without letting most of my staff go and taking those shifts back by myself. At Brookline's Finest, I can't figure out a way to keep the floor staff instead of moving to a counter service. That's not what kind of restaurant it is. It's a family-friendly neighborhood joint. It's all very depressing. And, Billy Martin and all these guys, I'm going off script. They're getting me very emotional. I don't know how to do anything else. I've done this my whole life. And somebody who has never had this job came in and messed it up. See, Val, I did not curse. They screwed up this job. And I'd like to figure out a way to fix it. And right now, all I can see is a pause. Again, Councilmember Bonds, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm still waiting to see you at the restaurant. It's Brookline's Finest. I think you know it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I make a full commitment as soon as we get through with the ice. One of the things I don't want to do is to fall. And then you'll say, oh, there she is. Did you get that photo? So there you go. Now you know the truth. But thank you very much for that invitation, for renewing that invitation. And now we'll have Mr. Robert Brown. Mr. Brown, didn't mean to hold you up too long.
Hello, my full name is Robert Thomas Brown, but everybody knows me as Tom Brown. I've been in the bar and restaurant industry since 1990. I've served in many roles during that time. In 2005, I started bartending in the District of Columbia. In 2009, I was able to open my first bar, Passenger. Since then, I've done several pop-up bars, and then I also opened another bar called Left Door. In the 15 years since I opened Passenger, the DC bar and restaurant industry has been hit by many challenges. Rising rents and gentrification have driven many restaurant workers to the suburbs. Metro limited hours necessitating workers to drive or hire cabs or cut the hours they're available to work. Rents for businesses have risen. The pandemic turned the world on its head, creating challenges for everyone. Changing attitudes and behaviors have chipped away at the alcohol industry as a whole. And now Initiative 82 is coming to full fruition. How has that affected my businesses? In many ways, all negative. We at one time employed more than 25 people. Now we employ 9 people. And that's not a statistic. Those were my coworkers that moved on to other places and weren't able to make the money anymore. The passenger went from grossing more than 2.5 million a year to less than 800,000 a year. Rising costs for dry goods and services have combined with rising labor costs to erase profitability. Currently, my business is for sale. The business has been listed with a broker for more than 6 months. Even at a very low asking price, we do not have any serious takers. Left Door's lease is up for negotiation this year. Unless the landlord makes some concessions, we will not be renewing that lease. The properties that I've been looking at to continue my business are not in the District of Columbia. The feedback I get from clients and former clients is that it's become too expensive to go out in DC, outpacing inflation in other industries by a significant amount. The revelers that would come in from neighboring states to pack the city on the weekends now stay in their locale or abstain from going out altogether. I'm sure the trend is apparent in the city's tax revenues. While the old model for bar and restaurant employees was not perfect, it did allow me as a bartender to earn 6 figures, even though the business I worked for only paid me $2.13 an hour. I was able to flourish in a meritocracy. I was able to open my own bars through hard work and dedication. The current system is not going to give that same opportunity to current and future hourly wage earners. Not only have incomes slipped considerably since the implementation of Initiative 82, the above stated impacts will deter workers from choosing a path to ownership. Many former co-workers and employees now work in other jurisdictions. Many restaurants rely heavily on takeout business. Passenger and Left Door still maintain the status quo for collecting revenue. We pay the tip minimum wage, and that is augmented by tips. Generally, incomes have decreased. This is due to the overall reduction in revenue. While I was making $50 to $100 an hour as a bartender in the early 2000s, our bartenders are now averaging less than $40 an hour, 15 years later. It's erased profitability. If we continue to operate in the district, I anticipate a change to our business model that will further reduce our employees' compensation. The current model is not sustainable. Initiative 82 has been hard on businesses in our industry, but it's been a disaster for the workers in our industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to this entire panel. I have so many questions, but I know that we have to move on. I don't want to keep others from having an opportunity to testify. But I think what I'm hearing is that if we were to look at a new set of goals for this industry, and this is being presented really by the industry, not by us here and in the government. I'm hearing again that to hold the base pay that an employer must make to $10, or to eliminate the law entirely, or come up with some compromise. Then my question is, and this is all instead of the current situation, what the law says. If any of this is possible, is it also possible that we would eliminate the service charge? Because the customer is very confused by that. And I'd like, okay, Mr. Tolman.
Again, I'm vaguely embarrassed to say it, but the service charge is too hard for me to figure out. And I think that, again, like, as people have said, it puts the money not in the bartender or the server's hands. It goes through the owner, and that's one of the problems that we are already dealing with. And in this discussion, and nobody said it yet, and we all forget it, there is the problem that the public didn't realize that no matter what they have to get to minimum wage, even if it's, back when it was $2 an hour and minimum wage was $10 or whatever it was. If my staff didn't make that gap, we had to cover it as the manager, owner, operator. Since '96, when I opened the Capitol Lounge, I never once had to cut my staff a check to make up that difference between the tip credit and what the actual minimum wage was. And I think that part of the problem is that that has not been explained to the general public well enough. It's hard enough to explain that, let alone a service charge. And again, maybe it's my Prince George's County high school education. I can't figure out a way to make a service charge work that's not going to screw over my employees.
All right. And so if we were able to do any of those, one of those three items, to hold the base pay, eliminate the law, or some compromise, how would those who are the back of the house be paid? What I'm asking, would they benefit? Would their wages come up? Because we've also heard testimony indicating that they are stuck with those wages that, while they're not wait staff, so they don't have the benefit of tips.
Well, I think Marcus could speak better for that as the back of the house. Prior to all this disaster, my back of the, only Brookline's Finest has a kitchen. The other two are just bars, but we paid them, we were at $22 an hour for everybody back there as the starting for the dishwasher. And that currently again, with all of the things, that's not going up anytime soon. And, again, pooling tips, there are any number of ways to make it better for back of the house. My back of the house always did better hourly than the minimum wage at Brookline's Finest. And so I can't answer for other folks, but I think Marcus may be able to speak to that, or more folks with a bigger back of the house presence than I had.
All right, okay.
I mean, with that being said, like if I kind of plan out my next year with staff and how I'm going to pay them, if I know the prices are going to increase incrementally, I'm not going to hire somebody that I have to constantly give a raise to. I'm going to have to make cuts where they are. And if I know it's stopping where it is now, at least I can offer raises in the future. If it keeps going up, I can't offer that. I'm going to have to hire less. It doesn't make sense if you guys don't think about it. Like, the more we pay the front of the house, they already make way more money than we do. They make $50 to $100 an hour. You basically just cut their knees off by giving them $10 an hour. How does that make sense? It doesn't. So you're taking away from us in the back who deserve those tips, or our raises, not tips, our raises. Tips stay in the front of the house. They make a lot more money than we do. We look for that. We look to get our raises. And if you're taking our raises away from us, like, how fair is that? System wasn't perfect, but it wasn't broke, and you broken it. So I have to let go of the staff and not pay them as much as they deserve. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your additional feedback.
If I may also add just one more quick note, I'd like to elaborate on what Tony and Marcus mentioned. Where I worked, it was a tip pool. So basically, it's like a very fine dance. You have your support. Your back of the house is very much a big part of that role. And the more money I would make, because of the better service I'd be able to provide, everyone would make much more money. But since Initiative 82, what was happening is staff was cut. All of a sudden, I don't have my food runners. I don't have my bussers. I don't have my polishers. I'm now having a larger section with less help. And then there's this 20% service fee that, you have to take time to talk to every guest about, which did definitely affect my percentage in tips. And so, yes, they definitely benefited from how things were ran prior to Initiative 82. And I would, I stand by that 1,000%. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Let's see. Well, I guess we will move to the next panel. He's already been. Okay. So Robert Brennan, James Roderick, All right. Marianne McDowell. Samantha Holly. Okay. And we will start with, what do we have? Okay. We'll start with Miss McDowell. I believe she is on. Yes. Ms. McDowell, we can take your testimony. Okay. All right, and we see you and looking forward to hearing you. Okay. All right, now
Hello.
we hear you. Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name's Marianne McDowell. I've been in the restaurant industry for 20 plus years. I actually just worked at a restaurant that went through everything that we're talking about today and is now closed. So I saw what was implemented. I saw people lose their jobs, and I saw how it affected the entire restaurant and, to be quite frank, the community as well. And there's not a lot of good things coming from it. So I think that it does need to be frozen and it needs to be implemented more. There just needs to be a lot more done than if we keep on going down this road, because it's going to keep happening over and over again. So,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's your testimony. Ms. Holly, Samantha Holly, we see you now. All right.
Hi, guys. Sorry about that. I haven't Zoomed since COVID. So I'm Samantha Holly. I have been in DC for, gosh, I'm old, 22 years now, and I've worked in the service industry for 20. I started as a hostess, and I now currently bartend, dabbled in management in between. I'm going to do what Scott did and submit testimony for all of the things that have already been enumerated by my colleagues. I don't think that I need to reiterate everything. But I would like to talk about just a couple things for your consideration today. Since we're specifically referencing the time between 77 being implemented or 77 being repealed, 82 being implemented, and today, there's just a couple things that I think have changed in that time that need to be put on record and considered by the council today. You guys you're our council members, you represent us and our interests, but you're also the stewards of the district as a whole. And so I think there are things that when you go to your voters to explain whatever decision the committee recommends today or you guys implement in the future, you need to be able to explain your justification. So one, restaurant closure is obviously an issue. I think most neighborhoods that were really thriving prior to the implementation of this, if you do so much as walk down the street on an anecdotal level, you can see that most of them are empty storefronts. We see cranes going up all over the city, developing new condos and places that you're trying to entice new residents into, particularly with the changes that may be going forward in the next few months. And they have nothing on their lower levels. There's no bars, there's no restaurants. In terms of closures, let's also talk about the weekday service. So Mondays, if you try to find a restaurant in this city that's open on a Monday, it's not going to happen. That went through during COVID, but has not changed because now you've made the cost of operation so high. People come in from other towns and they expect a certain level of service. We live in the Google area. We live in the Yelp review era. And right now the restaurants are so short-staffed that service is dropping. They don't have the support staff. They don't have enough people on the floor. That makes them not want to come into the city. Now they finally get hit with the bill, and it is like navigating a maze. So people don't want to deal with that. So those are things that you can say, listen, we're making our voters' experience negative. We're not enticing new businesses. We're not enticing new residents. I personally have had conversations about service charges with my management, and they don't know how to navigate it. They're not as blunt as Tony T is, but they basically say, we know that we're going to hit a tipping point where the minimum wage is too high and we're going to have to implement a service charge, and we have no idea how to figure out how to pay everyone appropriately. I know I'm running out of time. I just want to say that I'm turning 40 this year. I've hit a point of no return in my career. I have to see this through. But I know that new people coming into the industry are not going to want to take these jobs. They're not going to take it for fewer tips. They're not going to take it for inconsistency. And this is traditionally an industry that brings in people with a very low barrier to entry. These are people from other countries. These are people with lack of higher education, and they had an opportunity to make a nice living wage, and you've eliminated that. Anyway, I run out of time. I've talked too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think we've been joined by Nyla Bear-Blunt. All right. We see you now, Ms. Blunt.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyla Bear-Blunt. I've been a server for about 3 years. While doing so, I was also like a student. So, I mean, just to reiterate what everybody's already said, they've already stated everything that needs to be said. I feel like my statement is just rebuttal of what everybody has just already been saying. But from a student perspective, like the tipping helps a lot for us. But that was just the only difference that I had with my statement, was just being a student as well.
All right. Excuse me. All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you all. We're going to try to speed up a little bit. I appreciate it. You're right. We are anticipating that we're going to hear a lot of the same issues. But it's important that we hear from as many who want to testify today as possible. So we are here to hear from you. Your testimony is very, very important. So thank you very much. We'll move to the next panel. Let's see. All right. Michael Wood, Mary Kelly, and John Gugamas, who is the board chair for DC Nightlife Council. So we'll start with Mr. Wood. Is he on? All right. All right, I see Ms. Kelly and I see Mr. Gugamas. Mr. Wood.
Yes. Hello.
All right, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, council member, bonds, and committee. Council member, I would like to start off by saying thank you for acknowledging that this initiative may not be getting the positive results it intended to produce, because it's not. We have a lot of veteran bartenders in this committee, and to be frank, I'm extremely jealous of the golden era of the industry, pre-pandemic and pre-initiative that they worked in. Just to reiterate everything, I'm walking, living testimony that, you know, I'm being worked and worn thin because we don't have barbacks or bussers. I'm pretty much doing everything. This initiative has just completely undermines our level of customer service and undermines my ability to be a great salesperson and a great bartender. Please halt this initiative and give hospitality workers the chance to shine and earn what we're really worth, and that's not minimum wage. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wood. Thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Kelly will take your testimony.
Thank you. Just one moment. Thank you again to the committee and to you for convening this meeting. My name is Mary Kelly. I've been a proud member of Washington, D.C.'s hospitality community since 2002. From a worker in the restaurant, I moved into management and now alcohol sales throughout the Mid-Atlantic, but I'm still based here in DC. I just received my MBA from the University of Maryland, all this supported by working within this industry. Today, I stand before you as a dedicated professional who has witnessed the vibrancy, creativity, and resilience of this industry, but also its profound challenges under Initiative 82. Since its implementation in May 2023, Initiative 82 has sparked significant disruption within our hospitality sector and its interconnected industries. The phased elimination of the tip minimum wage has led to a cascade of unintended consequences threatening the economic and cultural fabric of our city. While large chains may make for exciting headlines with their grand openings, their presence comes at the expense of the small independent establishments that define our neighborhoods. Rising costs paired with corporate rents have forced many of these businesses to shutter their doors, eroding the unique character of our city. The effects of Initiative 82 extend beyond restaurants and bars, impacting alcohol distributors and local food purveyors. Many bars have shifted to lower cost liquor brands, reducing premium offerings and destabilizing revenue streams for craft and niche local distributors. For example, DC craft alcohol brands have experienced a 30% decline this year, far exceeding the national average of the same at 2%. It should be noted that across our border in Maryland, these same purveyors have experienced a 30% rise, showing that people are willing to travel or stay home for what they want at the right price. Similarly, local food purveyors, once celebrated for farm-to-table offerings, are seeing restaurants reduce their reliance on fresh, local ingredients in favor of cheaper, mass-produced alternatives. These changes undermine not only the quality of what we offer to consumers, but also our community's commitment to supporting local farmers and businesses. The combined effect of wage increases, inflationary pressures, and operational challenges has escalated the cost of doing business. Many establishments now rely on service charges to cover expenses, as we've discussed. However, the lack of uniformity and transparency around these charges has led to confusion and dissatisfaction among customers. DC has always been a city that punches above its weight in hospitality, earning accolades from Michelin, the James Beard Association, and 50 Best Bars. But without immediate action, we risk losing the creativity, ingenuity, and national presence that make our industry so special. I urge the council to reassess Initiative 82's implementation and conduct a comprehensive review of its impact. As was mentioned earlier, numbers matter, but where we get those numbers from and the origin of those numbers matter too. Our hospitality community needs thoughtful policies that genuinely support businesses, employees, and consumers alike. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter, and I'm confident that with your leadership, we can address these challenges and restore balance to our city's hospitality industry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. Mr. Gugamas, you're next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. I wanted to thank you and your staff for allowing me the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My name is John Guggenmos, and I'm here on behalf of the DC Nightlife Council as the chair. We're a group that's dedicated to supporting the businesses and workers of the city's vibrant nighttime economy. Today, I want to share the findings of a recent survey conducted by the DC Nightlife Council, and they are attached at the back. The survey was composed 51.6% restaurants, 32.3% bars and taverns, 5% nightclubs, and the remaining was concert venues, theaters, brew pubs, and other entertainment venues. As far as size, 33% had between 11 and 25 employees, 36.6% had between 26 and 50, 11.8 had over 100 employees, providing a good cross-section of the industry. Unfortunately, the results do tell a convincing story. Rising labor costs. Now, not surprisingly, almost 100% or 94.6% of the businesses surveyed reported increasing labor costs. Nearly 1/3, 33.3%, have seen labor costs increase by 31 to 40%, while 18.5% face increasing costs which exceed 40%. Price adjustments. Again, not surprisingly, that 93.5% have increased prices, and 43.5% have introduced a service charge. With those that have introduced or had a service charge, 51% or over half of the establishment's service charge was under 5%. Staff reductions, nearly 3/4 have reduced staff, while 69.9% have downsized the work staff entirely. Declining customer behavior. Over 51% of the businesses reported a reduction in tipping habits. You can tie that pretty much to that 50% of a small service fee. So I think part of that is explainable. But 78.3% have also observed a decline in customer frequency. What the numbers demonstrate is the widespread challenges that are reshaping how the operators do business. And although, again, 94.6% increased labor cost, only 43.5% have implemented a service charge, meaning the vast majority of establishments are trying to pay the increased labor costs on price increases. Now, we've all participated in many surveys over the year. I've never seen one in which so many people took the time to fill out the other additional information. I do it. I'll just breeze right by that after I've answered the questions. But the stories were just heartbreaking on some of them, and just very detailed. But anyway, I'm sorry. Get to the next page. The survey also aligns with the alarming economic data that underscores the broader consequences of Initiative 82. According to the Employment Policies Institute, full-service restaurant sector in DC has already lost up to 4,000 jobs. Further, another 70% have cut hours, which is what our survey found exactly. Faced with rising costs, operational hurdles, here's the numbers that really, when you look at it, were very disturbing. That nearly half of the nightlife, so restaurants, bars, and nightclubs, 47.8%, have considered or have looked at businesses closing their business and relocating outside of the District of Columbia. Closures, 20.7% of the respondents have permanently closed one or more locations. And those are the numbers that are truly disturbing when I look at it. These trends indicate a sustained hardship. I think that's pretty, I don't need to read the rest of it. I think that's the bulk of it, but the survey's in back and I'm prepared to answer any questions or go over it with you in detail. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thanks to this entire panel. I appreciate receiving the information. The research information is very helpful, and I just want to make it clear on the record, you have submitted information regarding the DC restaurant industry. Mr. Gugelmas, is that correct?
Yes, they're all DC based. DC restaurants, bars, nightclubs, concert venues, theaters, full
Yes. Yes, it is. The point is, it is DC based. It is not
Yes.
Necessarily mixed with national statistics.
Yeah, we are the one trade organization that only represents businesses here in DC. Not
All right.
but I mean,
Thank
we
you very
specifically
much.
do. Thank you. So
Thank
sorry.
you. All right. We are now at panel 8, and we have all of our representation here. We'll start with Eric Hindenberger, and then Diana Ramirez, and then we'll close out with Rachel Young. So I see Mr. Heidenberger is here. Thank you.
Thank you. To the DC Council and Chairwoman Bonds, thank you for taking the time to hear testimony from the DC service industry. And I'm here to share our story due to the encouragement from tipped employees. My name is Eric Heidenberger, and I'm a managing partner of our family-owned and operated restaurant group with 6 locations in Washington, DC. Shaw's Tavern, the Mad Hatter, the Bottom Line, Prost, Vagabond, and 801 Restaurant and Bar. We also own several restaurants and bars at the Delaware beaches. My father was a bartender in DC in the 1970s, and he opened his first location, the Bottom Line, in 1979. I was born and raised in this city, and I love calling it home. I've been working in our restaurant since I was 13 years old, from cleaning dishes to bussing tables to serving tables to bartending and managing, and eventually becoming a partner in 2015. Quite frankly, the service industry is my life, and I'm incredibly grateful for being part of this community. We are independently owned, do not have outside investors, and work with a local community bank for our financing needs. The restaurant business has always been challenging, and our industry has been more than resilient over the years. But the past 5 years have been unlike anything we've experienced in our history. The timing of the implementation of Initiative 82 could not have been worse. Having just come out of a global pandemic, we're still overcoming lingering challenges. Increased costs of goods, many products are 30 to 50% more expensive than they were pre-pandemic, and lower foot traffic with limited return to office. Whatever your stance is on the elimination of the tip credit, the reality of the effects cannot be ignored. We have laid off staff, eliminated support positions, cut hours, increased prices, and unfortunately have listed some of our restaurants for sale. All of these decisions were not taken lightly, and we tried to avoid them at all costs. They were not implemented to protect margins. The majority of our DC locations are no longer profitable. We're simply doing everything we can to keep our doors open and protect our long-tenured staff. We're proud and grateful to have employees that have been with us for 40 years. When we voiced our concerns in previous hearings on what could happen if our labor costs increased by 3 to 4 times, proponents of I-82 responded with, "Just raise your prices." Our group does not have the price elasticity compared to larger operators. Our model has always been offer an affordable product, be consistent, and offer friendly service in a welcoming atmosphere. We have experienced a sharp decline in sales compared to pre-pandemic levels, despite increasing prices by 20 to 30%. Some of our locations are down 30 to 40% in DC, while our Delaware location sales have increased over the same time span. Subsequently, customers have expressed frustrations due to high prices and the inconsistencies in regard to service charges across DC restaurants. Hearing from our tip workers is of the utmost importance. They are the backbone of our industry. We have shielded many of the back-end effects from our staff. It's our nature to lead by example, work hard, and have an optimistic outlook. Quite frankly, we expected things would get better by now, but it hasn't. We are unfortunately getting to a point where a group may no longer be viable in DC. It was our goal to open a new location every 2 to 3 years. From 2015 to 2022, we achieved that by opening 3 new locations. We have since paused our expansion plans in DC and have started looking at opportunities in different markets. I wish this were not the case, as DC is my home, my family is here, and I love this city. What good have we achieved if our local independent operators are no longer able to keep their doors open? DC used to celebrate its restaurant industry being 96% locally and independently operated. If the data and majority of the feedback supported Initiative 82 and one fair wages claims of actually helping and benefiting workers, then I would wholeheartedly support it. But it's not what we're experiencing. I fear for the future of our family business and our 250 plus employees on a daily basis. We feel that the DC voter was not fully informed given how the ballot initiative was written and presented in 2022. I understand that the council was under a lot of pressure to not repeal the initiative a second time, but now we are starting to see the impacts on our city. Other states and jurisdictions have taken notice as well, as the initiative has failed repeatedly in their elections. Hopefully, the council is able to review the information presented today and provide much needed relief to our industry. It's my hope that I'll be able to operate restaurants and serve the people of DC for another 40 years. I'm happy to share any data pertaining to our restaurant operations with the council. Thank you for your time and service to the DC community.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Heidenberger. Next, we'll hear from Diana Ramirez. All right, we see you. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Chair. My name is Diana Ramirez, and I'm the Senior Manager of Policy and Coalitions at the National Women's Law Center. We applaud the DC Council for having respected the will of the voters in March of 2024, when a small fraction of this council voted to overturn Initiative 82. And we urge this committee to stop the incessant attempts by a few on this council to undermine the will of the voters and finally, maybe finally respect Initiative 82. We urge this council to instead focus on banning the proliferation of restaurant junk fees that confuse patrons and undermine workers' take-home pay. In the District of Columbia, the majority of tipped workers are women, and close to 40% of women are women of color. As a result of low wages, wage theft, and widely variable tips, tipped workers in DC are nearly 3 times more likely to live in poverty than DC's workforce overall. And women who have to rely mostly on tips for their pay report high rates of sexual harassment from patrons and coworkers. Women's overrepresentation in low-paid jobs, including tip jobs, is also a factor in contributing to the persistent racial and gender pay gaps. Women working full-time year-round in DC are only paid 85 cents for every dollar paid to their male counterparts, leaving a wage gap of 15 cents on the dollar, and gaps are much wider for many women of color. For example, Black women working full-time year-round in DC are paid just 52 cents for every dollar paid to a white non-Hispanic man. This is one of the largest pay gaps in the country. Initiative 82 takes important steps to reduce these disparities and boost economic security for tipped workers and their families by steadily increasing wages for tipped workers in the district. Under Initiative 82, the minimum wage for tipped workers is set to rise until roughly $17 per hour in 2027. This is a gradual phase-in of the full minimum wage, and it ensures that small restaurants and large restaurants are able to plan for these increases. And in September of last year, the Center for State Policy Analysis at Tufts University conducted an analysis on the impact of Initiative 82 on employment and establishments, and reported that they did not find any major changes had occurred. In a recent report by One Fair Wage, they state that Washington, D.C. has seen the number of establishments grow from 2,506 in 2022 to 2,612 establishments. And while the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics quarterly census of employment and wages annual figures for 2024 are not out yet, establishments continue to climb in the district, reaching 2,664 establishments in Q1 and over 2,600 in Q2. So make no mistake, what we're witnessing today in this hearing are continued attempts by the restaurant lobby to undermine recent wins for workers across the country, not just in DC. Flagstaff, Arizona passed One Fair Wage in 2016. DC passed it in 2022. Chicago passed it in 2023. And in 2024, the Michigan Supreme Court made One Fair Wage the law. And Arizonans also just turned down a pay cut for tipped workers in November. So One Fair Wage is the future of the restaurant industry. And this restaurant lobby has repeated the arguments we've heard today with every minimum wage increase in every state over the last 100 years. But evidence from all these states has proven these fear-mongering tactics false over and over again. What is hurting workers are these self-imposed service charges that confuse customers and hurt workers' take-home pay. The National Women's Law Center encourages this council to adhere to the voter-approved timeline to implement raises rather than consider changes that will harm tipped workers, and instead eliminate and prohibit restaurant operators from using junk fees to mask the real prices that hurt workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And now Ms. Rochelle Young. All right.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Young, and I work in Ward 2. I've been working in the hospitality industry since I was in college in 2006 in a variety of positions from hostess to bartender. Initiative 82 was passed by an overwhelming majority of DC voters, and it's fundamentally undemocratic to ally with the restaurant lobby to overturn the will of the people. The service industry workers cannot depend solely on tips. They are too unpredictable. Guests tip better or worse for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with the quality of their service. We see a lot of international visitors at my job, and cultural expectations vary as to what is adequate or generous. Guests may have just a couple of bucks in cash that they leave, or they may be tipsy that night and not know how much they intend to leave. Or, like me, they may just be bad at math. It should not be up to our guests' whims whether we can make rent or can pay our bills from one month to the next. Our ability to support our families should not depend on someone's mood that day. Business owners will not pay us a living wage unless they are required to. A living wage is what we deserve, and we should not accept less than what is already the minimum. I urge the council to reject any changes that would weaken I-82. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the entire panel. Ms. Young, I hear where you are. You made the sort of like the closing argument for this panel, but I want to hear more from Ms. Ramirez, particularly this issue about junk fees. And okay, Ms. Ramirez, when you say junk fees, you're speaking almost specifically of the service charge that a restaurant levies. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. And your data shows that these fees, of course, go directly to the restaurant or the owner of the property, right?
Correct. Service fees, unlike tips or gratuities, are the property of the operator.
All right, and currently what we have in the city is service fees, which are not mandatory, but can be, and if they are used, we have put a few guidelines on how it can be used. Do you have some suggestions of how service fees might benefit the hospitality industry as it relates to the workers in the industry?
Yes, thank you for that question. The way that the council approved service fees last year is to allow them to go to either base pay or tips, so they can be used as both. And what I encourage the council to do is to limit service fees to go to only tipped workers on top of their base wages. So essentially creating auto gratuities, keeping auto gratuities, and using service fees in that model will ensure that tipped workers get their full base wage from the employer. And so consumers know that whenever they see a service charge, it is a tip, it is a gratuity intended for the service.
All right, and as I said, it's not mandatory, so it's still kind of up to the discretion of the proprietor. And so in order to get to where, or what your intentions are, the law would have to change, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
just
we
want
look forward to working with you, Chair, to get to that amendment.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you so much for that. And Mr. Heidenberger, you're indicating the pain of doing business in the District of Columbia, just in your particular trade at this time. And as many have spoken before you, you pointing out how the cost of living, so to speak, the cost of doing business has escalated. And part of that cost is the fact that we have this provision that speaks to a living wage for the tip workers. What I want to know is, are you also experiencing increase in pay needs of the those who are in the back of the house employees as well?
Yes, I would say we're back to full levels, and hiring for front of house staff is not nearly as difficult as it was immediately post-pandemic. It seems like a lot of people left the hospitality industry. Back of house, it's more difficult for us to be able to find consistent employees in the back at an hourly wage that will be viable for the restaurant to operate. I mean, we're very lucky. We have a lot of cooks who are now executive chefs within our group that have moved up, and we've been giving raises. But I think, as one of the chefs at a different restaurant alluded to, is that we're no longer able to offer raises just because how much our labor cost has increased with the increases of the front of house. And just to kind of comment on the service charge aspect, I think our group doesn't implement service charges unless it's for large parties. We've been doing everything to avoid doing that. And I think with the small increase in prices, we've tried to offset that. And I think a big concern is if we continue to go up, I think it's going to be inevitable that you're going to have a service charge, or we're going to be charging 30, 40 bucks for a burger. And we've started having those conversations with staff. It's extremely challenging. We've been as transparent as possible to make sure their wages are protected. And at the end of the day, if I have to close a restaurant that's been open for 40 years and lay off 100 people, I don't know really who benefits at that. And I think a lot of us in the industry I don't work for the lobbying group. Born and raised here, I have a family, we're trying to share our experience out of like a really genuine sense. And for the opposition not to listen or find out a solution of like what works best for the employees that are speaking here today, operators that have been providing jobs for 40 years, I don't know how we move forward. And I'm definitely fearful of what the future looks like for our group and for DC restaurant industry as a whole. I think a lot of us are here today and taking time out of our day to hopefully share what we're actually experiencing and find common solutions that protect our workers and ensure that businesses that have been around for a long time don't go out of business.
Well, I appreciate the comment from all of you. I guess I'm looking at this from the standpoint of, how do we make this cake, which is a new cake, new in that we have a situation where we want to keep people employed, and we want more people to have an opportunity for employment. That's one side. We want to make sure that those that are employed are paid a fair wage in order to stay in our region, to stay in our community. And then we want to make sure that those who are owners of these businesses, that there's a sense of fairness towards what you do as well, as you have indicated is so important. And Mr. Martin, who really spoke rather definitively about it, and Mr. Tomelin also. And it's like, how do we reach some common ground that we can agree to? We know that if there are no customers coming into these restaurants, we're going to end up with fewer and fewer restaurants, whether you've been around for 91 years or 2 years. We know that. And the public can see that we have fewer establishments. So the choices are less, as one of our witnesses pointed out. And as we have new housing, we would love to have the amenities near the new housing. But how do we do that and have these businesses there, these restaurants and bars, and at the same time build a community where we are sharing? Now, I'm not talking about creating a socialist society, but I know it sounds like it. But really and truly, how do we come together? And we were hoping that we would hear today from anyone who speak on the subject matter, so we will have enough information that we can really do a very fair and just report on what we're hearing today. And I must say, the lion's share of what we've heard thus far, of course, we have many more panelists to go, but the lion's share is indicating that the focus is on the tip worker and what are the situations that they are encountering. So I thank you all very much for that today. All right. We are now moving to Adam Hellberg, Desiree Uboja, Zachary Hoffman, and Trippy Patel. And we'll start with, let's see, I see Mr. Hoffman. All right, okay, and I see Ms. Patel. Ms. Patel, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that our comments can be entered into the record. My name is Tripti Patel. I am a fourth-term ANC Commissioner representing 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom, but I am also the chairperson of ANC 2A. But the most important thing you need to know is that I am DC's longest-serving elected official that is a tipped worker. And despite the narrative of the bulk of the people that are on this panel or have been in this roundtable thus far, I call garbage on a lot of what they say, and here's why. So the very same people who are so passionate about pretty much telling screw you to the 132,925 people of Washington, D.C. that overwhelmingly supported Initiative 82, which passed in every ward in every precinct, which is also the same election that allows you to sit on the very same dais, Councilwoman Bonds. And I am beyond angry because this is year 8 that I am going to have to defend this very policy that is actually good policy, because that same policy that they're all trying to rip down has actually enabled me to have a stable living wage to weather all of the financial storms. So all of these operators who have talked about they have to add service fees to their bills. No, actually they don't, because the service fees actually hurt the one big person. It is the worker. All you have managed to do, operators, is make your consumers mad. And yeah, they have a right to be mad because they have already paid for the service that you're providing them. And they are tired of being nickeled and dimed and asking you, the patron, to constantly subsidize their operations and their worker wages, which is not fair. The DC Council has poured millions and millions of dollars into the restaurants of this city to help them survive the pandemic. What did workers get? We got no bailout. The only thing that the workers got was Initiative 82, which was to have a dignity wage. This was never about capping the ceiling. It was about raising the floor, which it has, because I am actually now going to be able to buy a house because I actually have a substantial wage to show to the bank. And it is appalling that you, as the chair of labor, are hosting this roundtable at the request of the restaurant lobby, defying what workers and residents have said. They don't want these service charges. As part of the Fair Price, Fair Wage Coalition, Councilwoman Bonds, I came directly to you and your team, and I stated that this was going to be an issue, that the service charges are going to end up hurting workers, which is not what we wanted. I simply have always come to defend the tip line. I'm not against tipping. I'm just against the concept of being forced to be humiliated or denigrate myself for the concept of a tip. We are a first world modern nation, and we're still asking people to uphold the vestige of Jim Crow, which says to people, hey, I'm not a full human being, so you should just subsidize my wage. All of these operators who are freaking out have never once opened their books. The same people who are very passionate and on the same panel as me have felt very comfortable doxing me, sending me death threats, physically assaulting me in bars. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the people who have testified in this roundtable have a 4-hour Facebook Live where they sit here, they denigrate the voters, they denigrate myself and other advocates. They actually advocate for advocates getting raped, getting drowned, getting murdered. So yeah, I'm angry, Councilwoman Bonds. I'm angry that you want to entertain this conversation yet again, after every single time I and advocates have come before and said, let's play ball. So when the restaurant operators say, well, they've never talked to us, no, we have come to you. I'm chair of ANC 2A. You can feel free to message me. ANC 2A has already gone on record about the RAP Act, or the Dram Shop Plus Act, saying this was not going to be a good idea. And ANC 2A, along with other ANC commissions, will also now present an ANC resolution around saying that don't touch Initiative 82. And I've gone over my time. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And you and everyone else have a right to this forum, and I have a right to this forum as well. And I'm very sorry that your anger is directed at individuals. I think that that's a mistake. The initiative is law. We have a right, I have a right to examine whether or not the law is working for those who want to testify about it. And that's called America, and that's where I am. So I thank you very much. Our next presenter. Okay, Mr. Adam Hallberg, I think you are, he's not, I don't see him there. Oh, okay, we see you, all right.
All right,
Please go ahead, thank you.
Just making sure the audio works. Hello, thank you for having this meeting. It's helpful, I think, to go through what has been going on since Initiative 82 has been passed. Quick introduction, my name is Adam Hallberg. I work with Barcelona Wine Bar. We have 2 restaurants here in DC. We also have restaurants in other states around the country where we have encountered a variety of different models around wages and compensation for all sorts of employees. I'm mostly here to offer that insight. If I can be informative in what's going on in other states and other cities that have made certain measures go through, I'm happy to sort of help on that. A quick reference on Barcelona Wine Bar. Unbeknownst to us, about 2 years ago, a study was done by an analyst group. They took Glassdoor.com and took all of the rankings from employees of companies. Barcelona Wine Bar was ranked the 2nd best restaurant company in the country to work for, after In-N-Out out in California. That's where we're coming from. Again, 2 restaurants here in the district, 1 in Virginia. Transparently, and to the proof of the pudding, because I think it's important that we all put our money where our mouth is on this, of the question of opening additional restaurants and where people are doing it. We are building a new restaurant in Greater DC this year. We backed out of a deal in DC proper after Initiative 82 passed. The restaurant is going to be in Reston, Virginia, and it'll open later this year. We had to make that move. Honestly, looking at the investment that it takes to build a restaurant today, and what may come of it. An important, perhaps, point of clarification for the council and for all of us that are testifying today. I think it's important that we use the same language. So when we have some of the name calling that goes back and forth, I don't think that's helpful, nor is it when we use terminology that are designed to inflame and misconstrue the facts of what's going on. Right? We should not be talking about wages. We should be talking about compensation. We should be talking about what people earn. That's what matters to people's lives. How much money do they take home at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month? There are so many ways that people get compensated in this country for all sorts of different jobs. People earn wages. People earn commissions. People earn bonuses. People earn benefits. There are some businesses that offer more benefits than others. We pay for people's student loan repayments. Because the government hasn't been able to figure all of that out. There's all sorts of different types of compensation. What matters to everybody is how much they're taking home at the end of the day. And if we can all say that we're going to target the same mission, the same goal, which is high quality, good compensation, that should be the mission, not noodling in what should be the base wage that gets you there. A lot of people have talked about the fact that changing the base wage for tipped employees has created unintentionally an artificial cap on what they're able to make. It's changed the structure that restaurants have to do in order to keep themselves profitable. So I do think it's important that we align on that. We should be targeting more jobs, more good jobs, more higher earning jobs. I did not submit a written testimony yet. I will after the fact. The reason why I typically hold off is having testified in these things in Connecticut, in Massachusetts, in Pennsylvania, and other states that we open restaurants. It's always good to hear the untruths that come so that I know what I'm responding to. Real quick to fly through them because I've got about a minute and a half here. Uncertainty and insecurity for hourly employees, 100%. You heard from a few people there that are students. 50% of our hourly employees have a .edu email address. They're students. They like the flexibility of how they're going to work. Record keeping, difficult for restaurants, difficult for employees, absolutely. And I suggest that DC follow the path of other states and require payroll processing companies to provide the tools and the transparency that everybody needs on all sides of this to see what's going on. Here's the thing about One Fair Wage and its affiliated group. We've met with them. We've tried to work with them. they'll tell you, in fact, some of the other panelists that are on this panel have said non-tip credit states have higher sales for their restaurants, right? Take California out. It's a density issue, and they don't. The other reason why those restaurants have higher sales is because their menu prices are higher. We have a restaurant in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They do not have the tip credit. It is our highest menu prices in the country. We have to do that in order to make the numbers work. We've met with One Fair Wage and the affiliated organizations. They've connected us to their page, which shows the math of how a restaurant can make the money. It asked restaurants to add service charges, and once we did, or we didn't because we haven't done, but once restaurants started to do it, they came out against them. They called them junk fees. They put a list together called High Road Restaurants, telling everybody which restaurants utilize their model. I called those restaurants. Every single one that I called didn't know they were on the list. When I pointed it out to One Fair Wage, they took the list down. They connected me with one operator to tell how their experience had gone, removing the tip credit willfully. The primary word that he used 10 times during the 5-minute conversation was bloodbath in the number of employees that he lost over the process. We've been told to respect the will of the voters. The will of the voters live in DC. The vast majority of restaurant workers in the DC area live in Maryland and Virginia. They didn't get the opportunity to vote on their own compensation. We've heard restaurant fees called junk fees. We've heard about an increase in the number of establishments in DC. Are we talking about full service restaurants? Or are we talking about quick serve and fast serve that don't provide the same type of income opportunity as tips give to everyone else? There were some people that are complaining about the restaurant lobby. As you've all seen and heard with your own eyes and ears, the vast majority of people on this call are not in the restaurant lobby. We're not in the restaurant lobby. We're not members of the National Restaurant Association. We're not members of RMW. The vast number of people that you're hearing from on this call are tipped employees who work in the industry. That's who you're hearing from. So some of the nonsense that goes into it, it's a little bit heavy-handed. Anyway, I know I'm going over on time. As Governor Keeley in Massachusetts said when this came up for a vote there, she said, I was a server and a bartender. I worked my way through college. If this law had been in effect, then I would not have been able to earn the income that I made then. We're not talking about wages. We should be talking about total capacity for earnings. Happy to take any questions. I know there was one of the council members that wanted math. If you'd like some math on how this affects individual businesses, I'm happy to share that as well.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will look forward to receiving your written testimony. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Zachary Hoffman, who is an appointee from the DC Tip Workers Coordinating Council. Mr.
Thank you, Committee Chair Bonds. And just to point out that I am the DC Council's appointee to the DC Tip Workers Coordinating Council, and I would be more than happy to discuss any details from our work over the last 3 years with you at the end of my testimony. My name is Zachary Hoffman, the current DC Council appointee to the Tip Workers Coordinating Council, and I sit on the board of directors for the Capitol Hill bid. I've been a hospitality professional for close to 20 years and was a tip worker in DC for 10 of those years. The ballot initiative 82 that has begun to remove the established tip credit in Washington, DC has proven in practice to be incredibly unpopular among traditionally tipped workers, business owners, and operators across the district. We do need to emphasize the qualifier of traditionally when speaking about tipped workers as a class among the workforce. One policy that works for the fringes of what legally can be considered a tip position has never been a policy that works for all tipped workers. Specifically, we're talking about restaurant servers, bartenders, and their support staff. From the beginning with Initiative 77, traditionally tipped workers have lamented the introduction of legislation that would only support and target valets, coffee shop workers, housekeepers, and the ever-growing list of so-called tipped work. The initiative is predicted by many who oppose the ballot initiative and ballot measures have had a massive impact from all directions that are disproportionately negative. Workers are now often subject to service charges, money that is not legally theirs, as is the case with tips. Businesses are attempting to find ways to offset mounting payroll increases, with many more still on the horizon. Operators are suffering the ire of the public, who, for the most part, are ignorant to legislative changes and are rightly upset by both the increase in prices and the proliferation of various fees aimed at keeping businesses afloat. In my own experience managing a union property, one that was fully content utilizing a tip credit under an agreed upon bargaining agreement, The mounting wage increases have all but dismantled typical benefit discussions and forced more stringent focus on how to offset these mandated wage increases. Every small business that employs tipped workers is facing an enormous challenge squaring the circle that is a reliable business model that both works for employees and operators, rendered incompatible with this ballot initiative. Workers too face the disheartening reality that an industry that promised a decent living that can be had for the genuine sacrifice of working long hours, holidays, weekends, and late nights is no longer a viable career path. The sad reality we find ourselves in is one where people who have no genuine skin in the game, lifelong careers, or meaningful connection to the incredibly hardworking people of the hospitality industry have hijacked our community and are now dictating policy based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the industry they claim to be saving. It feels futile to bring attention to the genuine downward spiral we're entering. BLS data shows tips make up less of workers' take-home pays as in previous years. More and more workers are feeling the impact of 82, whether it's less scheduled work hours, less available shifts, or simply less take-home pay. Businesses that are still trying to hold on from the massive disruptive force that was the pandemic are quite literally staring down the barrel of what is likely to be the death knell of their establishment. I implore this committee to seriously take under advisement the need to reevaluate the massive impacts Initiative 82 is having. And better yet, seriously consider intervening while there still exists a vibrant industry to save. Often the path to hell is paved with good intentions, and I believe that the Initiative 82 supporters genuinely feel that this was a positive change and would be welcome. Unfortunately, that's not true, nor has any of the claims supported by the supporters come to fruition in any meaningful way. There must be a semblance of logic used in legislative regulation. When the opportunity to rectify bad policy presents itself, we must act. I appreciate the time today. I would love to answer any questions that you have, just so that we can keep everybody honest. Troop D is not the only tipped worker to ever serve as an ANC commissioner. I also served in 5D06 and served as the vice chair of 5D during the pandemic, which was one of the most traumatic experiences of my entire life. Watching the failure of the unemployment service amongst the workers was part of my my area that I represented mostly was hospitality workers, and that was pretty traumatic. And I think everybody that I helped secure unemployment benefits on this call today, and some that aren't, can tell you how bad it really was. So, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. It's great to hear from all of you, and I really do mean that. Today is an opportunity to hear, just as we said, and when we opened this hearing, and that is to hear how the tip worker is being affected by the changes in our hospitality industry, and particularly the wait staff. That's what we were focused on. And we are focused on that because we, the council members, just like any other residents of this great community, we eat out, and we hear various things from wait staff, from owners, and just from our neighbors who also eat out. And we know that there are concerns about, oh, well, the restaurant once had 16 waiters, it seemed, and now it's like 2, and you wait longer, and now we have a service charge. What is going on? And they tell us, well, they're just not making money. They may have to close. That means people will lose their jobs. That means folk will not have a chance for a job. So yes, I'm concerned. You know, that's what this committee is about. And when we heard that there were those who wanted to testify, we were very anxious to get your testimony. And we'll get testimony from anyone who wants to testify about their experiences in this, operating under this I-82, operating under the new world since COVID. So that's what this is really about. And I hope in earnest that we'll be able to all grasp that and try to think about where can we go from here? Because the continuation of the community is the bottom line for any elected body in the city. And so that's where we are. So that's the purpose. So I do thank you. Okay, all right, we have a few additional folk who've come in. And so I guess I have asked everyone else, and so I ask of this panel if there are some ideas as to what we should be looking at as a way of moving the ball forward or moving this issue forward in our community. I've already gotten one, keep the situation as it is. Provide some compromise, perhaps hold the base pay by employer to $10 an hour, or eliminate the law entirely. And then so is there anything else that comes to mind that we need to put on the list to look at? And so I ask that of the most recent panelists. Yes, Mr. Helberg, yes.
Sorry, it took me a second to get off mute.
Yes.
Sorry
All
about that. Really great question. And if I can, I'd like to answer that in conjunction with a question that one of the other council members asked earlier, which is, how has this been the biggest risk to restaurant employees? The addendum that I would say to the idea of freezing the tipped minimum wage where it is now is the District of Columbia needs to actively then go out and tell the world that it has done it. Here's the reason why. There are other potential restaurateurs or other national restaurant groups, I've spoken with them, that are sitting on potential leases in the city or have backed out of sites in the city because they can't run the numbers off of this. And they're opting and looking at other places. There's an opportunity now to capture those people and to get them back and to get them to bring their business back into Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is at a uniquely situated physical place. We all know this. It's too easy to go across the border into Virginia and Maryland. It is too easy. The biggest risk to our hourly employees is working in businesses that are operating in the way that other people on this testimony have described, that they're not open full hours of operation, that they're not fully staffed, that they're not giving the quality of experience that people have had before. And at the same time, those establishments have had to raise prices. They've had to put service fees in some places because they're trying to balance the books, not because they want to do it. They know that service fees piss people off. They're trying to balance the books. The more that value proposition goes down, that the guests coming into restaurants in DC find that they're getting a lower quality of service, a lower quality of execution out of the restaurants for a higher price. I'm on 14th Street right now. We have too many restaurants that are ex-restaurants that are closed. Nobody wants to walk down a street downtown and see closed windows. It makes it feel less safe. And there's a snowball effect that happens where fewer people come in and engage in the business. All of this compounds. There's a small town in Denver, Colorado. We have 2 restaurants in Denver called Glendale that is constantly trying to attract restaurants to open there because they have a lower minimum wage than the city of Denver. And I always tell them it's absurd. The people who are working in these restaurants live in Denver. Why would they go across the street to earn a lower wage? If you're going to open up a restaurant there, you have to compete. In the same way, we have to enable businesses in Washington, D.C. to compete with those in Maryland and Virginia. Otherwise, the operators are going to continue, as we've done and as other people have said they're going to take their business elsewhere. And it is a slow slope to downtown feeling like a worse and worse place to go. That's going to affect people's wages. So my recommendation is I support freezing the tip minimum wage where it is now until more research has happened. And the louder the DC can get out and say that and publicize that so people know that the business doors are back open again is vital.
All right, well, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Chair, this is Diana Ramirez. Thank you for the opportunity to say something again. I would implore the council not to overturn the will of the voters. I don't know why we're still talking about this. You repealed it in 2018. You tried to repeal Initiative 82 last year. Why are you willing to repeal your own election? Because Initiative 82 got more votes than a lot of the members on the council. So unless you all are willing to step down from your own election, we need to stop talking about repealing Initiative 82. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Quick note. You're lawmakers. You reconsider the effects of laws all the time. It's part of your job. Your job is to pass laws, to hear the will of the voter, and when new data presents itself, you have to respond. You have to know what's going on. That happens all the time, not just in DC, in other states and municipalities all around the country. It's part of the job.
Thank you again, and we'll move on to the next panel because they're on the. All right. Corey Bryant, Grace Anderson. Okay, Justine Humes and Dave Ruby, who is all the others are public witnesses, and Mr. Ruby is the managing director of Talberdin. So we'll start with Corey Bryant. All right, Ms. Bryant, is that you?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a few questions. I would represent sort of your middle management. My name is Corey Bryant. I've run a hospitality community for the DC and greater area for 10 years called District Industry, representing 12,000 hospitality professionals of all formats. I am also a homeowner in Ward 7, and I have worked in this city since 2006. I'm expressing some serious concerns about the exclusion of tips based on taxes because I've been prescribed and doing payroll in many forms over the years. What we're talking about is a lot of money lost. So I'm going to go over some figures. I have them written down if you'd like me to send them to you quickly, but I'm going to talk about what it would be like if somebody had minimum wage. They're earning $37,000 a year. They're currently getting taxed at 12% federally, 7.65% in Social Security, and 4% in DC taxes. So that means their take-home pay is approximately $28,000. That's pretty tough in the city that we live in contrast with right now, which is what we do. And, you know, somebody said earlier that, you know, ignore the will of the people. I don't think it's ignoring. I think it's about balance. Maybe it needs to be raised $2 to $4 in the next few years, and we keep up that inflationary rate and things, but to take away people's tips, to take away a way to get paid in some of the toughest economy, that means the next day this goes into service, I have to look at that worker and say, guess what? You're going to take, a $30,000 pay cut. So let's talk about what they make now. And this is based if they're like $10 an hour, and this is on the lower side that they get paid an extra $15 to $20 an hour based on tips. Now, make no mistakes, there's people that make more, but I want to do it on the lower side just to represent everybody. So that means they're making between $68,000 and $79,000 a year. So for that means they're getting taxed at 22%. That's, you know, it was 12% before. That was your take. And now it's 22%. So we're generating a significant tax revenue for you, for me as a homeowner, for the restaurant, for the city, for everyone. And that means their take-home pay would be closer to like $51,000 to $56,000. If you guys can't see the difference between a take-home pay of $28,000 and $56,000 while you're balancing families, that's what we're talking about by taking away the tips. Because make no mistake, our restaurants cannot afford to just give an extra, you know, $30,000 to every single worker that's coming from outside income. You know, this is a balance. If you guys want to raise it as it's needed, that's, I think, fine. I just want to understand, you know, how we're going to approximately strip at least $30,000 off of these people that work incredibly hard. I think it would dramatically reduce the workforce within the middle management. I think it would take away everybody that's trying to, you know, hospitality is the breadbasket of many generations of people who are trying to transition, do something different, college kids, moms who are getting back into the workforce. All of them deserve a fair shake, and to just dramatically take away a lot of that income, I just want to understand like where that money comes from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have just a slight technical issue trying to hear with clarity what is being said. We're working on it as you continue to provide testimony. We now have an expert who is over at the control stand, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to fix it. But thank you very much, Ms. Bryan, and I will probably have to ask you a question or two to make sure I captured your testimony. Our next panelist is Gracie Anderson. Yes, Ms. Anderson, I see you. Yes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. My name is Gracie Anderson. I own the Town Tavern in Adams Morgan. We have been open for over 16 years. I'm here to testify on the impact of Initiative 82. I've worked in the DC restaurant industry from waitressing to bartending, management, and now as an independent minority and female small business owner. This was a dream that I could only achieve in this city because of the opportunities for success for women like me. I have worked in this industry for 28 years, and I'd like there to be many more years to come, but that may not be possible without reevaluating the negative impacts of 82. Since Initiative 82 got voted in, I have seen firsthand the detrimental impact DC bars and restaurants have had from the moment it got voted in. Guests immediately stopped tipping for a moment there and definitely lowered their tips as the wage model drastically changed without any regard to the impacts it could have on small businesses like mine. I noticed a lot of small businesses, their venues were closing, moving to other locations out of DC, Virginia, and in Maryland. I've seen a lot of businesses like mine having to cut hours for the staff, which was, painfully needed for a lot of people, especially after COVID. This is just not a sustainable model for small businesses, and especially unfair for businesses like mine, who began their businesses in Washington, D.C., based around the tip credit model. We already were working with very thin margins, and Initiative 82 basically blew that out of the water. It's no longer about staying afloat and surviving. It is now about when we will sink and how we're going to minimize our damages. Majority of nightlife and hospitality in DC were locally owned and operated independent small businesses similar to mine, and this bad policy has been hurting us. We are asking you, the council, to think of these workers and owners and find a way to protect them. I'm asking this council to help to make this truly fair to small businesses who are soon to be extinct. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, Justine Hughes, you're next. Okay. All right. All right, Ms. Hughes, would you, all right, there you are.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, uh-huh.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for this very important roundtable meeting today. My name is Justine Humes, and I'm a server at Milk and Honey located here in the Wharf in the district. A little about me: I'm a wife, a mother of 3 8-year-old twins, and a 5-year-old little boy. Both my husband and I work in the hospitality industry. I live in Maryland, but I travel over 30 minutes every day to come work in the city, where there are a lot better opportunities when it comes to hospitality. I I love working in the wharf, where I get to meet a lot of different people from all over the world. About 75% of the people we service daily are tourists. Most are very kind and friendly, although that may not always be the case. But we always strive to give top-notch service. I'm your server that goes above and beyond for each of my guests for 2 reasons. I'm a very firm believer that you treat people how you want to be treated, and also I'm working for my tip. As a tip employee, I rely on my tips to make ends meet for my family. Initiative 82 has caused so much damage to the district once really strong dining scene. Our restaurants and their employees have already experienced job losses, restaurant downsizing and closures, increasing use of service charges instead of traditional tips, and a disruptive customer employee experience. DC's full service restaurants have lost as many as 4,000 jobs since the implementation of Initiative 82. 70% of restaurants have cut hours, laid off staff, stopped hiring. Survey data shows restaurants in the city are closing at a higher rate than any year since the pandemic. Employees report that they are worse off under Initiative 82, not better. A database compiled by DC residents shows the exponential rise of service charges in the district. Another survey shows that if these wage hikes continue as planned, restaurants will continue layoffs, raise prices, add service charges, and close down and or leave the city for its neighbors, Maryland and Virginia. This on-ground evidence concurs with the larger national picture. Tip credit elimination tried elsewhere across the country, has cut jobs and tips and damaged restaurants. Recently, progressive voters in Massachusetts, led by the state's Democratic governor, rejected tip elimination by 2-1. A national survey of thousands of tip restaurant employees found 90% prefer tip credit system over a higher flat wage, where tips are compromised. Furthermore, 87% believe eliminating tip credits would reduce their earnings. Me personally, I cannot afford to lose my tips. I cannot afford to live if my tips were taken from me. The cost of living and food alone are at an all-time high. We work hard every day for everything we have, and no, we do not make 6-figure salaries like some of you may. Therefore, these things may not impact your lives as they do ours. I'm here today speaking on behalf of all tip employees like myself to say Initiative 82 is not going to work for the district employees. Take a step into our shoes and look at what we go through just to survive and take care of our families. Initiative 82 will not only hurt some of us, but will damage our livelihoods. I hope my testimony reaches all of you today and that you really take into consideration the facts. Thank you for your time and continue to have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Dave Roby from the Talbot Inn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Chairwoman Bonds, thank you for having the political courage to hold this hearing. I think about 7 years ago, we met for the first time when we were both up until midnight. I was one of the last people to testify during the 77 hearings, and you were right up there all night with Alyssa with me. So I do appreciate the chance to talk to you again. The Tabard Inn has been open 102 years. That's one of the things that makes us unique. The second thing is that we're employee owned. So as the leader of an employee owned organization, I actually have a different view on all of this. Our mission statement is to gainfully employ as many people as possible. Because of current legislation and how it stands, we have had to freeze hiring and had to take a look at how we have all of our people deployed. Now, I do think that it is reasonable for us to understand that a lot of our district neighbors thought what they were doing when they voted for this initiative was the right thing to do. As a matter of fact, everything points that it may not have been. For that reason, I'm specifically asking that for the time being, the minimum wage is paused at $10 an hour, and that we recruit either an outside firm or a local university to do an in-depth study over the next 2 years to see what the overall impact is on local businesses and local workers. There should be no objections to that if everyone is acting in good faith. I always say that I'll join with anyone to do good and no one to do evil. In this particular case, gaining more knowledge and gaining more data should be everybody's number one priority. From where I sit right now, and after listening to this testimony, I am currently convinced that no worker benefits from things the way that they are and will be further impacted as things escalate. The only people that I see benefiting from this are big insurance companies, corporate restaurants, and landlords, which have all been able to gain more fees or a bigger foot in the district market ever since this has been enacted. If I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. But let's take some time to run the numbers like anybody else would and see if this is the right fit in our community. Thank you for your time, Chairman Bonds.
Thank you. Thanks to the panel, and because of time, we're going to try to move along. I kind of remember that the dinner service in our restaurant starts around 5. So I'm going to try and get as many in before then that would want to testify. So bear with me, please. Our next panel. Okay, we have Dennis Brooks, Max Halla, and of course, Navina Arudas. And we'll try to get you in. And we'll start with Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, you're up as soon as you open your mic. All
Hello,
right.
how are you doing, Chairperson? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for having me today. Speaking about Initiative 82, I just want to say that also, like the last gentleman, I think it was in the right sense that they were thinking, but it was just gone about the wrong way. Along with the increase of wage, I think that removing the service fee and having the restaurants or other businesses go ahead and, I guess, make it more known to people that the service fee is not the gratuity or going toward the server. A lot of people see this and they decide not to tip, and it does negatively impact a lot of us workers. I currently am a bartender at a couple of different places, but I just want to put this in perspective. Whenever you go to like a gas station, you don't care about the prices. You see it there and you understand it and you decide to pay for it. With restaurants, they're kind of hiding this until they see the check. And then when people see that, they're like, well, I've already given my 20%. There's no need to go ahead and give additional to the person who has sat here and done a lot of things to make you feel like you're at home. Blatantly put, I think that it just screws over a lot of servers, bartenders, support staff by having this. And yes, we should get the increase on the back end, but we're not. A lot of us have dealt with it through numerous years, and we've been okay with being paid $2, $3 an hour. We never get to see it anyways because it's going to get taxed out. So just in hindsight, it should be frozen for the time being until we do a little bit more looking into it and find out the actual way to go about it. But I am 100% for getting paid a normal wage. And that'll be all.
All right. Well, thank you very much. When you say freeze, you mean freeze the base $10, or are you saying freeze the law or?
Freeze the law until we actually have more understanding of how this impacts all of us in a sense of I shouldn't be getting paid less in an environment where I'm having to pay more. The cost of living is increasing substantially, and for me to get less than last year or the years before is just asinine to me.
I hear you. Thank you very much. Now I understand. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Holla, you're next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and the rest of the Ex-Ad Labor Committee. My name is Max Halla, and I'm a hospitality professional who has been in the restaurant industry for a decade. Currently, I work as a bartender and server in Ward 1, and I'm here to communicate my support for Initiative 82 and its slow elimination of the tip credit. This initiative entails nothing more than a gradual pay raise for tip workers. That's it. Everything else is myth about the policy itself. A few years ago, I only made $5 an hour. Despite often earning a good amount in tips, I'd worry in times of slower business how I'd make ends meet. Today, after this hearing, I'll go to work and earn $10 an hour underneath my tips, which have remained steady in the wake of 82's passing. I looked forward to the wage increase each July, as slow shifts have been more financially secure each year. My tax returns are simpler, it's easier to pay my bills, and I can afford groceries with more consistency. Critics of 82 claim that eliminating the tip minimum wage reduces tips. This is not true. Patrons still tip when the people serving them make a living wage. In reality, service charges reduce tips, which confuse patrons into believing they're already tipping. I empathize deeply with the anger around service charges from my industry fam today, but I believe it to be misdirected at 82. A shady service charge comes not as the result of the policy, but from a shady business owner. If the council is concerned about service charges, they could take measures to regulate them rather than incentivizing them carelessly. I see the same critics claim that 82 has caused 54 of DC's restaurants to close in 2024. This, to me, is another attempt to redirect blame onto the initiative, because an array of factors have led to these establishments shutting down. Finger pointing like this suggests a willful ignorance to the long-term effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, inflation, rent hikes, consumers' financial struggles, you name it. 54 restaurants closed here last year, yes, but 60 closed in Baltimore in the same time frame, a higher number of closures in a smaller city, which still has a tip credit system. These restaurant closings, I'd therefore argue, have little to do with eliminating the tip credit. In the spring of 2018, about 56% of DC residents voted in favor of Initiative 77. I opposed this ballot measure aggressively, believing what my bosses told me about how I'd lose my tips or that the policy mandated service charges. When the DC Council overturned it later that fall, I felt relieved. Over the next few years, though, I spoke to tip workers from multiple states where restaurants paid the full minimum wage. To my surprise, they liked not working under the tip credit. Service charges were far from the norm, they made a lot of money in tips, and they enjoyed the security and stability that comes from a proper base wage. I slowly realized I had been lied to by my managers, my bosses, and the restaurant lobby itself. I went on to change my mind and support Initiative 82, which voters passed by a much wider margin of 74%. I am far from alone in this type of story. I opposed the RAP Act in 2023, as well as its pieces snuck into last year's Dram Shop bill. Now, I am told this hearing was not even listed on the council's calendar, which leads me to believe there is the intention behind the scenes of keeping this discourse quiet. I do not appreciate the council working with the restaurant lobby to disrupt the implementation of 82. I do not appreciate elected officials being so willing to engage in anti-democratic behavior, especially amidst our current political climate. I do not appreciate the interests of business owners, developers, and lobbyists taking priority over the well-being of working people. In summary, as a career bartender, I want to ensure that the DC Council respects the intent of Initiative 82 and that my elected officials do not disrupt the implementation of the policy. Thank you for your time and your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much for your testimony, but you're wrong in that the matter of today's hearing was not listed on the calendar. It is listed and it has been listed. Thank you on that. And now we'll hear from Ms. Arudis. Ms. Arudis, you're next on our list.
Appreciate it. Good
Now we
afternoon,
hear you.
Chairman.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds, members of the committee, and members of the public. Thank you for your time and attention to the testimonies of various tip workers today. My name is Navina Rulas, professionally known as Vina Rulas, and I'm here representing myself as a tipped worker employed by Silver Diner for the past 2 years. I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective on the implications of Initiative 82 and express my concerns as someone with firsthand experiences in the restaurant and food service industry. Initiative 82 proposes eliminating tip credit by 2027, requiring employers to pay tipped workers a base wage of $10 an hour, supplemented by tips. While this may sound equitable, it may be unintentionally harm the service industry and those of us who rely on tips to earn a sustainable income. With over 2 years of experience in the service and food service industry, I worked hard to deliver high quality, genuine service. My commitment to excellence has made me one of the most top performing dedicated servers at my Navy Yard location, where I consistently achieve high tip averages in alcohol sales. My role requires me to wear many hats. I serve tables, make drinks, run food, bus tables, and even host guests. This may sound very familiar to a lot of tipped workers here in this meeting today, while earning the base wage of $10 an hour per tips. For tipped workers like myself, tips are not just income, but also a reflection of our performance. They incentivize us to engage with customers, adapt to their customized needs, and create memorable dining experiences. Many of us take pride in the multifaceted nature of our work, viewing it as a labor of love and a testament to our dedication to guests, management, and the restaurant team. However, changes tied to Initiative 82 has already affected us. Restaurants, including my own, have added service charge to offset costs, which have made many customers mistakenly think that they're tips. This has reduced our earnings while causing confusion, combined with rising living expenses and the challenges of COVID-19. These shifts with the service charges have made it harder for us to maintain livelihoods that tipping has provided. Ironically, many tip workers like myself oppose Initiative 82 because it undermines the system that we depend on to thrive. By mandating a base wage, the initiative risks diminishing the dynamics that empower us and motivate us to excel. So in conclusion, I urge the council to listen to the voices of tipped workers who have expressed clear opposition to Initiative 82. By providing an indefinite pause to the proposal of Initiative 82, you will help preserve adequate wages to tipped workers, maintain transparency with customers, and uphold the unique dynamics of the service industry in Washington, D.C. Supporting tipped workers means respecting the systems we rely to succeed and thrive in our profession. Thank you for considering our perspectives and your continued attention to this critical matter. This is my abridged version, but thank you so much, Councilwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thanks to the entire panel. We're going to try to keep moving until we get a little closer to 5. Our next panel includes Ross Krohn, George Jamaris, Danelia Menjava. All right. Oh, and Brent Lucas. We'll start with Mr. Cohn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hello, Committee Chair Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Ross Cohn, and I have been proudly serving in Ward 1 in Adams Morgan neighborhood at Shenanigans Irish Pub for the past 12 years. I was finishing my undergrad at University of Maryland College Park, and I stumbled upon an opportunity to be able to pay my way through my education. Upon graduating in 2016, I was living in Baltimore City for 2 years, but took the time to travel to DC on the weekends to continue bartending. I made more money in DC as a bartender than I would bartending in Baltimore City. Sorry, I'm just a little anxious. I'm reminiscing of I-77 and which was the largest council hearing to date. I would like to say that I would like to have a pause in the pay and just have further studies done showing the negative impacts that this law has provided. People here for I-82, I just hear people quoting themselves, these organizations that have came into lobby for this law, and once it passed, they left. They went to another city to try to push this upon other people without ever actually fixing any of the problems that they wanted to address. And it just angers me to just have people say like we're a lobbyist group. We are bartenders, restaurants, servers. We're people who are able to come together to just show the negative impact. We live in this, and if you look back at I-77 and those who testified against it, we're still here today, serving the community, working in the trenches, and doing our job. And we chose to do this because we love it. And we're not uneducated people. We are a educated population that doesn't need some organization coming in to save us. We have each other. I have my own family outside of this. And to just be back in this situation, argue against people who are they're quoting themselves. We have outside evidence from third parties showing that this is negatively impacting our industry, and it's hurting my friends and family around us. We're still here. We're working this industry, and we're not going anywhere. We're going to continue working and serving the DC community. I would just, again, reiterate, enough of my cohorts have stated the facts. And I just want to thank you for your time and your appreciation to the people of DC who are here working and serving the community.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we'll move right along to George Romo. I see your name, so now I know. All right, please.
Advocacy requires courage and sacrifice, and I want to acknowledge everybody who's taken the time to stand up for what they believe in from both sides. I'm a STEM PhD student, and I worked at a restaurant on weekends in undergrad, and I came back to the industry because as a PhD student, the stipends don't really cover the living expenses. Currently, we're looking at numbers. I looked at the last paycheck. I take about $32 an hour home after I factor in the hours that I worked in the weekend with how much I took back. So minimum wage has definitely been surpassed. But what many don't know is that I spent 6 years teaching high school. When I was 22, I walked into my first classroom filled with idealism. I developed lessons to challenge students and believing education could restore pride and excellence, and just like there was an arrogance that I failed to realize that my approach came from a place of saviorism. And reality hit me hard when I received the test scores. Most students failed, and I blamed them for not meeting my high standards, but at the end of the quarter, the same pattern was still there. And now you're probably wondering, like, what does this do with Initiative 82? And I promise I'm going to get to it. But I realized my good intentions were the things that caused this harm. I failed to realize that the realities of the people, and which in this case were my students, some of them couldn't read. Some had other responsibilities. Like, I thought that my vision was bigger than their reality. And that's what Initiative 82 has become. The truth is, I focused on my intentions and what I thought was best, and I missed that big reality piece. And the goal of Initiative 82 is noble: to increase the income of employees, to ensure that they receive a fair wage for their work. But the impact has been catastrophic. Restaurants are cutting shifts of employees and hourly, of tipped and hourly employees. And some businesses are not able to sustain it. And in conjunction with the increased labor costs and then the cost of just goods in general. I've worked at my job for almost 2 years, and bottomless mimosas went from $19 to $24, so they could avoid adding the service charges because they didn't want to cut our tips. And so the loyalty and the respect that the company had to us as workers made it so they were fighting to stay in the green and sometimes being in the red just to ensure that we received tips, because they knew that our tips were more than the service charges. And the reality of it is if they go any more in the red, there won't be servers. It'll be QR codes and it'll be bar top service. And that'll be the reality of what DC looks like at the rate Initiative 82 is going. The root concern at hand is ensuring that restaurants are held accountable for guaranteeing that workers receive at least a minimum wage, even during slower periods when tips may not be abundant. But there are policies in place that should be ensuring that everyone, for every hour they work receive minimum wage, and restaurants are responsible for covering the difference. And those that are not enforcing that regulation should be held accountable. And I think that is the bigger issue that we have at hand, is the transparency about that. The data is very clear. This is not sustainable for DC small restaurants. And at what point do we assess the damage, and we stop increasing the adversity and we start to look at what is the data showing? And when you implement a policy, there's typically a bell curve where there's a period of increase and then it hits this peak, and anything past the peak is downward. And I think we're really pushing toward the downward piece, and it's very concerning. Small restaurants have already struggled through the pandemic, and now they're suffocated by this policy. And the heart of our city, the small businesses that create so many jobs are now closing, and they're struggling to stay open, and they're selling the things that they've become so passionate. And so at what point do we agree that dining out with quality customer service is not something that's only deserved by the wealthy people, because that's what the cost of goods are going to become, where it's a luxury that is not given to all, but only those who can afford it. In full transparency, I-82 supporters lack the solution to how its implementation will be deemed sustainable. How do we continue to keep restaurants open and people employed? What are the supports that are given to the hospitality industry as they face these new financial obligations? What legislation is in place to support individuals who are unemployed due to restaurant closures, which are a direct impact of I-82? What happens when the ceiling of the high expectations fall due to its poor planning and it becomes the floor? If we are against service charges being added, where does the money come for the restaurants that are barely in the green? For those who desire to prioritize making minimum wage over the credit tipped wage that we've normalized, there are numerous opportunities for restaurants that you can work in, such as Starbucks, where you make a minimum wage and tips you can take home. But when it comes to those who are passionate about the restaurants, why change their choice and that option? So I ask you on behalf of tipped employees, if we can't cancel Initiative 82, can we at least freeze it until data can be taken in? And while I thank you for your time, there is one last thing I ask you to remember. Ignorance is bliss until you know better. When you know better, you must do better. And if we don't act now, we will be complicit in the damage being done. It is not too late to preserve what's left in the DC restaurant experience, but if we don't act now, it will become too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think we have, okay, we have Britt Lucas. You're next. Thank you. Ms. Lucas.
Hello, thank you, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Britt Lucas. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I've lived and worked for TIPS in DC since 2016. I have a total of 20 years of experience working in the restaurant industry, doing everything from hosting to bartending to managing. Currently, I am a server at a restaurant on 14th Street. I've seen a lot of scare tactics and some outright lies being used in this meeting today. So I would like to remind everyone of the facts about what is actually happening in states who have already eliminated the sub-minimum wage. First, I want to address the myth that tips are going away under 82 or that we will earn less tips. This is simply a lie. Initiative 82 has not eliminated tips. Any conjecture that we will lose our tips is just that, conjecture. It's a myth fabricated by wealthy restaurant owners who don't want to pay their employees. According to the Economic Policy Institute, poverty rates for tipped employees are almost double in states that haven't eliminated the sub-minimum wage than in states where employees are paid the full minimum wage. So in states that do not pay their employees, about 13% of tipped workers live below the poverty line. In states that have decided to pay their employees a minimum wage, only about 7.5%. So, you know, that's double the amount of people living below the poverty line. Also, according to the EPI, for servers and bartenders, their take-home pay in those one fair wage states is 21% higher than in the states that don't pay their employees the full minimum wage. Second, the myth that businesses are closing at a higher rate when they have to actually pay their employees. Again, according to the EPI, from 2011 to 2019, one fair wage states had stronger restaurant growth than states that had a lower tipped minimum wage. That's a quote from the EPI. So, when you pay employees more, those employees are happier to be at work, which means you retain employees at a higher rate, and the businesses actually flourish because employees are happier to be there. I think someone said earlier that 64 restaurants closed in DC last year, compared to Baltimore. 60 restaurants closed in Baltimore last year. I mean, that's only a difference of 4 restaurants in a smaller city than DC. So, that leads me to believe that there's something other than paying employees that is contributing to these closures, since Baltimore is still paying a sub-minimum wage to their tipped employees. I think when we're having this conversation, we're missing some important pieces. I think we can all agree that rent prices in DC are extremely high, both for residential and commercial rents. There's been the price gouging that's being exposed in DC and all across the country via the RealPage real estate website. So, when businesses and patrons to businesses have to pay more in rent, that results in businesses closing and also patrons not being able to afford meals out at restaurants. So in my opinion, if City Council really cares about businesses and workers, without whom these businesses would not exist, they would address the rent crisis in this city, allowing businesses to flourish, employees to get paid what they deserve, and residents to have more money to spend at local businesses. Listen to voters, pay workers in DC. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so very much for your testimony. I think as we continue this hearing, we get more and more into the weeds, and that's very good. But I hope we all remember that the numbers are very telling as it relates to, the goals of this piece of legislation. And the law that we currently have on the books, to make sure that those who are that fall under this guidance are able to make a living, that they can take care of themselves. So that's what this is all about as well, and to understand whether or not that in fact is the state of affairs today, as we are just at the first couple of years of implementation of this piece of legislation. All right, moving really quickly. Now we have panel 13, Doug Kennedy, Esquire, Clara Lincoln, and Helen Ababa, who is organizing director for the Restaurant Opportunity Center of Washington, D.C. And we will start with Mr. Kennedy. You're on our list first, if you're here. Okay. Mr. Kennedy? All right, you're on. All right, thank you.
Go ahead. Hi, I'm Doug Kennedy. I've been a bartender for 35 years. I started 1989, putting myself through law school here in the district at Howard University School of Law, bartending. Subsequent to that, I did go, although I kept my hand in it, worked at a major university as an administrator for about a decade, and then ended up moving back into the bar industry. And I went and worked at the District Chop House and Brewery down in Chinatown. And the reason being, I was kind of an easy decision. I was working half as many hours and making twice as much money. At the time, being paid $2.13 an hour for decades. You made your money based on your skills and abilities. And I had no problems with doing that. Hourly wage was essentially irrelevant. I made a very, very good living. Fast forward, currently now, since the implementation of it, since 82 took effect, so I'm at this point now making 35% less than I used to make. And I'm a single dad of two. Quite honestly, $17 an hour is not going to put food on my kid's table. And the further effect of this is everybody's shifts are getting cut. People are losing jobs. And I want to make a point. I've worked my entire career in high volume bars and restaurants. The hardest working and most indispensable person for a bartender is your barback. At least it was. Because as a result of this rule change, those are the people who are getting cut. So now you have bartenders, myself, who are now, because of labor costs, being asked to be not just the bartender, but the barback. And I just want to point out, 35 years, and this is probably an understatement, 95% of my barbacks, the hardest working people I've ever worked with, were minorities and immigrants. So the exact people that One Fair Wage claims to be protecting have obliterated their lifestyles. You put them all out of work. And that is a shame, because the DC bar restaurant industry used to be held in such high esteem. And the reality is it was built on these people's backs. And now we have obliterated them. The very people they're claiming to save are the ones that are being hurt. I appreciate the council taking time to hear us finally. And again, I'm not just an attorney, I'm a 35-year bartender, and I don't need anyone to speak for me or portray that they are speaking for me or have my back. I'm with all the other people you've heard today. Let's put a pause on this and let's inspect it further. But for somebody who's been around as long as I'm even willing to go so far as, let's go all the way back. I'll work for $2.13, 37, whatever it was, because I will earn my money on my skills. And that's the other thing. So not only are we not providing the service that we used to be able to, because we've cut out the entire support staff, now the new people coming in have no work ethic, no pride in their job. The incentive to get better, the incentive to learn your craft and perfect it is now been removed completely. So you have less support staff and less skilled people willing to put in the time and the effort to provide exemplary service. And everything is crashing and burning around us because of this. Who wants to go out and spend way more money for food and drinks and get way less quality service? So again, I appreciate you, Chairman Bonds, for listening to us and taking this under consideration. Appreciate anything you can do to rectify the situation that we're all facing. And thank you all very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now we'll hear from Clara Lincoln. Clara, I see you. You're on. Okay.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Committee Chair Bonds, Council Members Lewis, George, and Fruman, if you're still there, and the rest of the DC Council Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Good afternoon. My name is Clara Lincoln, and I live in Ward 4. I'm a second-generation Washingtonian, and I grew up in Ward 5 and have lived in Wards 4, 5, 1, and 7. I am here to express my support for Initiative IA 82. I want to begin by saying that on the first few panels today, we heard from many people who oppose IA 82, which may have given the impression that the majority of today's testimony will be against this initiative. However, it seems that the order of speakers was simply the order in which people signed up to testify. And it also seems that the restaurant lobby and owners heard of this hearing before community organizers and low-wage workers did, which is not a huge surprise. I want to remind you that DC voters approved IA 82 at a percentage of 74%. And this is the second time that DC voters have passed an initiative to eliminate the unequal tipped minimum wage, the first being Initiative 77 in 2018, which the DC Council overturned, as we've heard today. The DC Council must respect the democratic process and decision of DC voters. As a restaurant patron and former hospitality worker for 5 years, I support the increase and elimination of the tipped minimum wage because all workers deserve to receive a living wage. Many of the critiques aimed at IA 82 are actually results of surface charges or the huge consequences of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and greater economic difficulties. We must ask ourselves, why would the fact of restaurants paying tipped workers more decrease customers' tips? The missing link there is the service charges, which we've talked about a lot today, which restaurant owners and managers invented and blamed on IA 82. Proponents of IA 82 also oppose service charges. Service charges confuse patrons and take money away from tips. Customers see a 20% service charge on their bill and assume that service means that that charge would go to the people serving them, so they think they're already tipping. But DC Council has unfortunately not mandated that service charges go directly to workers. So of course workers would see lowered tips if customers think that the service charge is already a tip. It's also important not to conflate gratuities and service charges. If a flat rate 20% gratuity is not enough for servers, then they deserve to be paid more as a base wage. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, exponentially rising costs of groceries and rent, and the accessibility of food delivery have diminished DC residents' ability to dine out in restaurants. Restaurant owners and managers are, in many cases, reducing workers' hours and positions, but this cannot be blamed on IA 82. If, due to the economy and the COVID-19 pandemic, restaurants cannot afford to pay people a living wage, I would encourage them to examine their executives' wages and other high expenditures. It is reductive and irresponsible to blame all of restaurants' economic difficulties on paying people closer to a living wage. An important data point that a couple of people have mentioned so far is that while 54 restaurants closed in DC in 2024, 60 closed in Baltimore in the same year, and Baltimore still has a tip credit system. In fact, in April 2024, the New York Times, a very credible source, conducted an in-depth investigation of the impact of IA 82 on the DC restaurant industry since its passage in November 2022. This investigation found that eliminating the tipped minimum wage has had no substantial impact on employment or the number of restaurants. Under the unequal tip credit system, many workers do not receive enough tips to equal minimum wage, and sometimes employers only pay their workers their tips with no base pay at all. Earlier, restaurant owner Mr. Martin said that if workers aren't making enough tips to equal minimum wage, that's an enforcement issue. But if this policy was adequately enforced, what would the result of that enforcement be? Restaurants would be responsible for making up the difference to get the worker to minimum wage. That's what I-82 is able to do without having to chase down restaurants, only 11% of which are consistently reporting their tipped workers' earnings to OSSI, according to data that Rock DC and DC Jobs with Justice received using the Freedom of Information Act. The DC Council must recognize that service charges hurt workers, while the elimination of the tipped minimum wage only helps them, and in turn helps restaurants who depend on happy, healthy workers to keep their businesses running smoothly. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I appreciate us moving quickly because lots of people have to go to work, but I also am sad that now people who are supporting I-82 are not being asked as many questions. So I just want to reiterate that we are here and available to answer any questions as well. Thank you so much for your time and attention on this matter.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Now we'll hear from Helen Barra. There you are. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name is Helena Braha, and I am the Organizing Director for the Restaurant Opportunity Center in Washington, D.C. And I've been with ROC as a member, intern, and staff person since 2019. ROC DC is a membership organization that has been organizing with and supporting restaurant workers in the DMV for over 15 years. We have made up of restaurant workers from various positions and places across DC, and our entire staff has had experience working in the restaurant industry with a cumulative of almost 30 years of all the staff members of experience in the industry. We at ROC DC believe that restaurant workers deserve dignity and respect, and that restaurant jobs should be treated as professional careers. The restaurant industry has thrived on low wages and a lack of benefits for far too long. Structurally, this has created a culture that breeds and normalizes mistreatment with sexual harassment, verbal abuse, and general disrespect being far too common in our workplace. The tip subminimum wage is rooted in a history of slavery and exploitation and needs to end in order for workers to begin to become whole in their jobs and treated as the professionals that they are. We at ROC DC have been a part of efforts to raise and eliminate the tip minimum wage for DC for almost a decade. In 2018, DC voters voted in favor of Initiative 77, yet DC Council ignored the will of the voters by repealing the initiative under the ballot of the restaurant lobby. The same initiative was again put on ballot in 2022 as Initiative 82 and was overwhelmingly supported by DC voters for a second time, passing with a landslide victory of 73% approval. DC council members vowed not to repeal the vote again and respect the wishes of restaurant workers and DC voters and clearly stated approval to end this exploitative legacy in the nation's capital. Yet, somehow, 6 years later, with the repeal of the vote, DC Council and the Restaurant Association continue to disrupt the implementation of this pro-worker initiative. Last year, Councilmember McDuffie attempted to quietly pass an amendment that would interrupt the timeline of ID2, but tipped workers from around the city organized to stop this amendment from passing and won. In the same sweep, Councilmember McDuffie ended up passing a different amendment that would incentivize the usage of service charges in restaurants. ROC DC, our members, and other local advocates have fought hard to educate the DC Council, workers, and consumers about the impact of service charges on restaurant workers and their wages. Because service charges fall into a separate category than tips, they can legally be used for anything that restaurant owner decides and do not go directly to the worker. We fought to create better oversight and more protections in the case in which service charges were utilized, but as a response, DC Council only approved greater incentives for employers. We saw the rise of the very convenient and calculated scapegoat to point the negative impacts of I-82. Some restaurant owners even went as far to call the fee as an I-82 fee, clearly showing their staff and consumer voters that this was a retaliatory reaction for raising the tip wage. At ROC DC, we talk to hundreds of workers in the city every year. Since the tip wage started increasing, we've also made a concerted effort to educate tipped workers about the changes. The overwhelming response that we have gotten from workers is that they are happy that their wages are increasing and that for the first time they've ever seen an actual raise in their industry, in their minimum wage in the first place. Many people express that they don't understand why they're being paid less than minimum wage in the first place. Those who have worked in other states without tipped wage are also completely shocked that there have been any opposition to this initiative, as for it feels like common sense to be paid the regular wage with tips on top. There are very few restaurants in which people can make a real sizable living in this city, especially as rents and prices everywhere continue to rise. Servers and bartenders in fine dining and upscale restaurants are where living wage jobs can exist. And yet there are not enough of these jobs to go around. And people who are often left out of this discussion are tipped workers who are not in the circle of making the most money. This is the workers who spend their busy days busting tables and only receiving a fraction of the tip from a server, or if servers who spend their lunch shifts waiting on one person and they get $20 for a full 6 to 8 shift. All tipped workers must be considered as we continue the conversation. We cannot forget that those who are consistently struggling to make ends meet and have to retain multiple jobs to support their families. I'd also like to take a moment to respond to some of the comments made by the other presenters. It deeply concerns me that this panel, this committee is titled to be for the labor and workers, and that we have heard from a lot of managers, directors, and owners about this issue, an issue that deeply impacts the individuals who are making the money for their workers, right? We're not thinking about profit, we're thinking about the dignity of these workers, and that it is not a big ask that those that are working under you are getting paid a fair rate. The restaurant industry, as I may reiterate, is the only one, the last one that remains, in which the employer is not directly responsible for paying their employees. The fact that responsibility has been diverted to the consumer. This work at Rock, we take deeply personal, as it's something that is deeply personal to us. When the time comes for us to step down and pass the torch, we will happily do so. But until then, we will maintain the space for workers to learn to organize and demand their dignity in their work and advocate for themselves. Until then, we will continue to fight for ourselves and the injustices that we face in the industry. We will continue to fight for our family members who are and have committed their lives to the industry. We will continue to fight for those whose voices were not able to make it to this meeting because they had to work multiple jobs, because they relied on their tips to make ends meet. Folks should not have to rely on the kindness of guests to pay their bills. Thank you so much. Restaurant workers help this city and they deserve a fair livable wage like everyone else. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you all very much on this panel for your testimony. We're going to take a very quick 10-minute break. And you probably know why, but we have to do that. We've been at it since a little bit after 1. So we'll just recess for 10 minutes. Thank you very much. We are back from a very quick break, and we have panel 14. And I believe they're entering the room now. Eli Jackson, Carl Parker, third, Jeff Coles, and Robert Vandergruff are the 4 on this panel. I see Mr. Coles. Now I see Mr. DeGruff. That's okay. Okay. And we'll be looking to find Mr. Jackson and Mr. Parker, who will be coming on momentarily. And thank you all for your patience. I'm trying to speed it up, but at the same time, it is important that we hear from everyone.
You're supposed to be prompted here.
She said my name.
I know, but
Yeah.
that. Can you hear us?
So we are waiting to see Mr. Jackson and Mr. Parker to begin the panel.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, so just trying to figure out how to get our, okay, we have it right here.
Got it? All right.
How you doing, Committee Chair? Thank you so much.
All right. Are you Mr. Jackson?
I am Mr. Parker.
Mr. Parker. All right. Well, we can start with you if that's okay.
That is perfectly fine with me. One, thank you all for having us here. My name is Carl Edward Parker III. I am a 4th generation Washingtonian here, born and raised in Southeast DC. I have worked in this industry since 2019. I actually got my start in the industry from Miss Gracie Anderson, who spoke earlier. She gave me my first opportunity as a bartender, and now I also work at the Commodore, who is owned by Mr. Rod Vandergraaf and also Mr. Stephen Kim. I would just like to start out and say that this industry is such a beautiful thing. And I'm ready to debunk a lot of things that people that are pro Initiative 82 have said, which is clearly false claims. We are not a restaurant group. We do not get paid to do what we do. We get paid because we are the people that are on the front lines in this restaurant industry that creates a beautiful service for everybody in DC. So let's stop it there. They get paid to do what they do. They have a savior complex for people that don't need to be saved. That's first things first. Next, I would like to address the fact of that they say that the tipping is a racist construct. You all can see me on this camera. I am a Black man, a Black bartender, a proud Black gay bartender. Why would I be in the industry that would oppress me? Make it make sense. That's not a thing at all. So let's start there. Not a racist thing. They are actually the ones that are fear-mongering people into it. And actually, as Adam spoke on earlier, where they said that, oh, all these people voted for Initiative 82. Well, let's talk about why they voted for it. Because of the misleading rhetoric that they've had on the ballot. If you look at that ballot and you don't work in the industry and don't understand how the tipping works in the industry, and all you see on the ballot is, oh, they should be paid minimum wage. What's the first thing that you're going to do? You're going to say, yeah, they should. But when my family, who are actual Washingtonians here, when they looked at it, it's like, my family calls me Trey. Trey, how do you feel about this? Actually, let me break it down to you because I make more than minimum wage. Absolutely more. Just like Val Torres was saying how she was a school teacher. I also worked in the school system. And I make way more working in this industry that I love than I did working in the school system. So it's a bunch of just dishonest rhetoric that they have been spewing. And also, Committee Chair Bonds, it sounds like a lot of them are reading off a script. You're getting this genuinely from my heart. That's what you're getting from me
as somebody that has been in this industry and has worked excuse my language, my butt off to create the best experience for anybody that has come into my restaurant or bar. It's the reason why I was elected to be one of the 40 LGBTQ plus people in this community. That's what we do. We don't do it to say, oh, we're here for the paycheck. We do it because this is the industry that we love and have built and will continue to build. You have these people from Initiative 82, they've never stepped foot in what we do here in DC. They came in, they're backed by all this money. This is a political game for them. This is our life. This is our livelihood. How dare you say, when we're the ones that it works for us, why do you feel the need to come in and change it when the actual people that are right here on ground zero say that we don't want this? Do not perpetuate to other people for your political gain, and that's what they're doing. And unfortunately, I had to address the racist thing again from the beautiful human being that was the head of the Rock, saying that this is a racist construct. It's not. It's not. Point blank, period. And I'm getting emotional, and I speak from the heart. There's nothing that you can't tell me that I don't speak from the heart. Nothing is written down like these other people have done. There's no script. There's no formula to what I have said. This is all genuine. And I would love for the council to feel my emotion and to feel the invigoration in me to say, we don't need it to be repealed right now, but let's take a step back because there's no factual basis for what they have done at all. What works for us in DC works. The people that say that they worked in this industry, never seen them before. These people that say we don't want it are the ones on the front line every single time. And that's what it is. Also, before I go, I would just like to say thank you all for being patient with us. It's been a very long day. But just remember, this is coming from genuine people that have done this for years. If we didn't want to be in this industry and this did not work for us, we wouldn't be here. But we're still here. So we need the people to listen to us and say, when you walk into the Commodore, when you walk into Town Tavern, when you walk into the Pastor, when you walk into Barcelona, this is a service that you are getting. And this is a service that we bring to you because you deserve it. And we also deserve to have our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Parker. And now we'll see if Mr. Jackson, is he available? I see Mr. Cole's name and Mr. Vandergraff. I see Mr. Cole's. I can do Mr. Cole's next week. I'm sorry. I think
Committee Chair
Bonds, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Eli Jackson, he actually had to go to work because again, we are the lobbyist group. We don't get paid.
All right. Okay. All right. I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just say to everyone who's listening that please get your written testimony and to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Have that for the report. Thank you. All right, then we'll go to Mr. Coles.
Hello. I'll keep this brief because I know we have a lot more testimonies to get through. But I would like to take a moment to thank everyone for being here, the council for allowing the space to discuss this issue, my colleagues in the industry for expressing their opinions and engaging with the political process, and also even those here that disagree with me, because I acknowledge that you are motivated by a desire to improve the lives of the workers in my chosen industry. And we may disagree on the logistics, but I do appreciate your motivations. Good evening. My name is Jeff Coles. I'm the owner of 3 bars here in Washington, D.C. I've lived in Washington, D.C. for 19 years. I've worked in the restaurant industry for 24 years. For my first 7 years here in D.C., I also had an office job working at a nonprofit focused on special education policy. The nonprofit did not pay me a living wage, so I had to moonlight at bars and restaurants to make additional money so that I could pay my rent. After 7 years, I transitioned to working solely in the restaurant industry, and I found that I made better money and that I loved it. And so I've been here ever since. In 2018, I was able to open my own bar, and I worked there as a bartender owner until the pandemic hit. Since then, I have opened 2 more bars. And over that time, I've focused on building businesses that not only create jobs, but also provide benefits like healthcare, educational assistance, and paid time off to my employees. And I'm here today to express my concern about the impact of eliminating the tip credit under Initiative 82. I went through Toast, our point of sale system, and was able to pull some data historically. Since the implementation of I-82, my business has seen a 22% increase in labor costs across the board. This is not as a margin or as a percentage of sales. This is simply objective data from the increase in labor. This also does not take into account the corresponding increases in payroll tax, workman's comp insurance, or other things that correlate strongly to increases in wage. This rise has made it significantly harder for us to maintain the benefits that we've always offered our employees. We've had to cut the hours worked by most staff to maintain sustainability in the businesses. I employ about 35 people, and I want to stress that the majority of the workers in DC, including my workers and the people that I speak to in the community, oppose Initiative 82. And the push to eliminate the tip credit, in fact, has largely come from outside organizations, not from the workers themselves. Voters approved this measure with the best of intentions, but economics can frequently be a non-intuitive discipline. And the reality of the hospitality industry is much more complex than many people realize. Voters acted out of a desire to help, but they didn't fully understand the intricacies of how our industry works. This is a perfect example of why we have a representative democracy rather than a direct one. Voters do not always have the knowledge or experience to make informed decisions about the industries they're not involved in. And I'm grateful that the council is taking the time to truly try and understand these issues. To people who say that it's been voted on and we should not discuss it anymore, I would contend that democracy is an iterative process and that it is important for us to review things and always try to improve and perfect. In fact, many of the greatest atrocities in American history were approved by popular vote. And I think that saying that things that continued in perpetuity simply because they were voted is an incorrect course of action and does not represent the intentions of democracy. As an owner, I've largely stayed out of the public conversation. I know that my perspective is different than that of workers, and I'm aware that many people have this impression that owners are rich fat cats exploiting their employees. I'm a deeply private person, but I felt compelled and was asked by other members of the bartending community to come forward today. And in that spirit, I'm willing to make some personal disclosures to provide a clear picture of the reality of being a small business owner in the hospitality industry in Washington, D.C. Despite what some people may assume, I do own 3 bars, but I am not rich. Until the end of September, I was paying myself a modest salary of $50,000 a year. Since then, I've stopped paying myself entirely. I've laid off half of my corporate oversight managers, and my one remaining director of operations has taken a significant pay cut so that we can continue operating and continue to employ our employees and provide the benefits that we think are so important to provide. Many of my full-time employees make significantly, actually all of them make significantly more than I do, and are able to support themselves and their families. And I'm very proud of that. When we came back from the pandemic, I returned every single employee I had before we shut down, every single person to the man. And I am very, very proud of the community that we've built and of our small business. I've always made it a priority to offer benefits, even though I'm not legally required to, because I believe it's the right thing to do, that taking care of people is what a business is about. I built this business to support hospitality workers because I too am a hospitality worker. It's important to recognize that workers in the hospitality industry, like many gig-based roles, or salespeople, or hairdressers, or taxi drivers, are not paid a fixed living wage. It is dishonest when people claim that we are the only industry that pays people like this. In fact, millions of Americans are paid not a living wage, but have performance-based incentives that provide them their take-home compensation. And people know this, and they continue to repeat the line that this is the only industry that does this. This is dishonest, and I wish to dispel that incorrect notion. People earn money based on their performance and the prevailing economic climate. And I think that the hospitality industry has a lot more in common with sales or other industries than it does with white-collar government workers, who largely are the people who voted to upend our way of life. It's important to note the issues of social justice that are frequently cited as reasons for eliminating the tip credit are not unique to the hospitality industry. One need only look to the former deputy mayor in DC to see that the issues of harassment, favoritism, and exploitation exist across all industries, including DC's government. The challenges we face are not solely due to I-82, but the tipping structure has been a key part of how many hospitality workers are able to earn a living wage. Beyond this, our industry is also dealing with the aftermath of COVID, negative perceptions of DC as a crime-ridden city, political divisions affecting tourism, and growing customer fatigue with automatic service charges, as well as the effects of inflation and shrinking budgets for recreational activities. These factors combined with rising labor costs are making it harder to keep our businesses afloat while continuing to provide the benefits that set us apart. It's why I strongly believe that it's in the best interest of our workers, our industry, and the city to pause further escalation of the tip minimum wage under I-82. A more comprehensive study of the long-term impact is necessary to ensure that we're not inadvertently harming the very people we're trying to help. We need an approach that balances fair compensation for the workers with the economic realities that small business owners like myself face. There have been a lot of statistics that have been thrown around. People have claimed that the states where they don't have a tip credit have lower rates of poverty amongst workers. The problem with statistics is that there are so many factors to be taken into account that they don't paint a complete picture. Comparing us to Baltimore doesn't make any sense. The economic situation in Baltimore is drastically different than DC. They had a bridge collapse that provided the main thoroughfare to downtown. To think that that is in any way a correlation to what we experience in DC is, I think, willfully ignorant. So if I may sort of finish here with a quote from the Scottish poet, it's that statistics are used much like a drunk uses a lamppost for support, not illumination. And I am hearing a lot of statistics that are around, including from those that I agree with, that are not telling the full story because we don't have the full story. And so I think pausing and perhaps having an audit done by an independent econometric analysis is probably the way to go. I think that we are hearing from many real people that this is impacting them in a negative way, and the council would be wise to take that into account and do what they've been elected to do, which is represent people in the democracy. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you to everyone who's here today, including the people I disagree with. I know that we're all fighting for a better life for the hospitality industry, and it is my sincere hope that we will find that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coles. We'll now hear from Mr. Van der Graaf.
Thank you, Councilperson Bonds, for hosting this, and to everybody that's been here, whether for or against. Apologies for the lighting. We opened by now, and so I'm in kind of the one place where I can do this without being drowned out. Honestly, Mr. Coles just said a lot of what I was going to. I've been in this industry since shortly after I moved here in 2010, where I was also in a nonprofit industry for a while until 2014, when I transitioned full-time into the service industry. In 2017, I had the opportunity to take up the helm of the general manager at the original location of the Commodore. And since then, I have been with this concept with some minor breaks when we had to close and move locations, reopening in DuPont, where we are now in 2021, and a temporary hiatus where I went and worked at a friend's restaurant. I have been the owner since last December, alongside my business partner, Steve Kim. I've gotten to see how DC has grown and changed in this industry. And I have gotten to somewhat uniquely get to see how this particular business has grown and changed through that time. And I can say that as someone who has been both honestly for a while as a wage bartender and then manager and now owner here. What a lot of people are saying about, fat cat owners, I would like to just say straight up is not true. If you want to take large restaurant groups to task, or national or international chains, that is a separate conversation, I feel, and not listening to the fact that the vast majority of mom and pop small business restaurants in this city are going to be hit fully in the face repeatedly by this, after we've been hit with COVID, after we've been hit by surging inflation, raw material goods skyrocketing by hundreds of percent. At this point, I am not denying, and I never have denied, that individuals deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and to make a living wage. I have no argument with that whatsoever. I believe that when we hear these horror stories of owners taking advantage of their employees, of not paying them any hourly wage at all and just expecting them to live off tips, that those should be prosecuted as criminal acts, not simply civil cases. I think that that's theft, tantamount to a server taking a bottle of liquor from the restaurant. I believe that there are better ways to go about this than imposing these restrictions and these requirements on an industry that is still reeling from the most jarring thing since Prohibition to attack it. I don't believe that most of us are in a position to just hold the course or hold steady. I hate service fees. I absolutely do. I would love to get rid of them. I also hate looking at paying $12 for a Miller Lite or $40 for a burger and fries. And quite frankly, that's just simply where we're headed. It comes down to cutting jobs. I can't staff fully right now. I have no problem with hopping on and taking bar shifts. I've done that for most of my career. But taking jobs away from people who need them is frankly what we're looking at, what we are really dealing with. Everybody who works deserves to be paid and to make their money. They can. This system is not totally broken. Does it need more oversight? Sure, we can do that. We can talk about all the ways in which council can help restructure what reporting requirements are and keep those bad actors held accountable. But in no way do I feel this helps. And thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. I want to remind you, as I've tried with others, that your written testimony it will be needed. So please make sure we get that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another panel. Caitlin Hull, Eli Pine, Jennifer Schulenberg, Von Garrett, and Rachel Gordandi. And we see, I believe I see Mr. Pine, Ms. Hull. Well, we'll start with you, Ms. Hull. You're next on our list. And then we'll go to Mr. Pine, and then we'll keep moving as others come into the room.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to start by saying thank you for holding this hearing and hearing from all of us. My name is Caitlin Hull. I have been in the restaurant industry since I was a teenager. That's going to be back in 2004. I have been in the industry here in the District of Columbia since about 2010. So a pretty long time. Unlike some other people who are on the pro Initiative 82 side, I have a lot of experience to back up what I'm about to say. I've worked in Adams Morgan, I've worked in Georgetown, Atlas District on H Street, I've worked in Columbia Heights, I've worked in Noma. I've been a bartender, a server, a delivery driver, a hostess, a manager, a cook. I feel like I have a pretty well-rounded view of how the restaurant industry works as a whole. And I promise I'm going to try to go as fast as possible because I know that we still have a lot of people to get to. I want to also say right off the bat, I am not part of a restaurant lobby. And I don't know anyone on the side against Initiative 82, which I am part of, that is part of a restaurant lobby. We are here because this is important to us and because it impacts the money that we make and how we provide for our families. I personally am losing money right now because I left work to come and be here. So it's a little bit infuriating to hear from some of the other people, like from Restaurant Opportunity Center, saying that we are part of a lobby and we're getting paid to be here when I'm actually losing money to be here because it's important to me. I've never been part of a restaurant lobby. I've never been paid to be here. And I want to thank you for hearing from us because as Ms. Bonds, as you said earlier, this is part of the democratic process is to hear back from us when these things go into effect and they affect us. You have to kind of listen to how it's impacting the workers. Just because a law has been passed doesn't mean that you never talk about it again. If that was the case, we would have a whole lot more atrocities happening in this country. That's just not how democracy works. This was voted on by, as others have said, a lot of people that I think were well-intentioned, that just do not have the full understanding of how the restaurant industry works. And it has affected a lot of people, as others have said, that live in Virginia and Maryland. Maybe they're undocumented. There's many other reasons why they could not vote on how they get paid, and they've been impacted by this. I personally, the personal impacts to me, the last full service restaurant I worked at, they did get rid of tips. A lot of them say that we still get, tips on top. That did not happen in my case. They went to a full hourly model. What resulted after that is that our hours were cut drastically. Staffing was cut drastically. We ended up having a lot more work to do. There was one night where I actually had to serve the entire restaurant by myself. It was incredibly stressful. And, back in the days when I was making tips, the consolation would have been that I would have made my rent, like half of my rent that night, right? But I ended up making, because of this initiative and because of the model that they went to that did not have tips, I ended up making less than I would have on a slow night. And I put my resignation in shortly after that. And my mom is a server, and she also just lost her job because of this, because they had to reduce the hours of their employees because they cannot keep up with the labor costs. None of us like service charges, but these restaurants have very thin profit margins, and it's either they have to figure out a way to pay their workers what this initiative is making them do, or they close, and then no one has a job. And another thing that they are saying is that they're citing all of this data from other places. As you all know, DC is very, very different. We are surrounded by Maryland and Virginia. We're a tiny district. So the way that these laws impact us is very different from literally anywhere else in the country. I'm also, like many others, asking you guys to at least pause this and to actually study how it's impacting us and try to go about it a different way because it's not working as it currently is. They have cited a lot of statistics. A lot of it has been their own data, which is very biased. I want to point out again that they are an outside fundraising group. They are not based out of DC. They came into DC to start doing these things. They will go on to other places and use us as an example. They don't actually really care about us. And I came to this industry because I can make enough to support my family. I have a degree in wildlife biology. I was able to make more in the restaurant industry here in DC than I can with my degree. That is not the case anymore. And to be honest with you all, I am planning on leaving the district because it is no longer sustainable to live here for me and my family. And the last couple of points that I wanted to say is that on the sexual harassment side, Initiative 82 has not done anything to solve that problem at all. And that's another thing that infuriates me to hear because sexual harassment is a societal issue. You have CEOs of companies that are women and people of color that are still dealing with racism and sexual harassment. And guess what? Their pay does not change that. Initiative 82 has done nothing to help in that regard. But yeah, so that's, again, I'm sorry for taking so long. I was just trying to get to a lot of points there, but that's just what I have to say. Thank you again for your time.
Ms. Hull, thank you very much for your time. I know that you mentioned that you took a moment from your job, so we really appreciate that. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Pine, we'll take your testimony.
Great, thank you so much for putting this on, Councilmember Bonds and the rest of the council. My name is Eli. I work as a server and a sommelier. I've worked in the industry for about 10 years. I had a whole different testimony plan for today, but wanted to just kind of rethink that.
Mr. Pine, could you speak up a little bit? We're missing. There you go. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, just I had a written testimony, but changing that up. I think one thing that I want to focus on is just the misinformation that we've been hearing. I think data is really important. I studied sociology in university. There's a saying that we always talked about: correlation does not equal causation, right? I think there have been a lot of people today who have talked about how the direct effects of I-82 have been restaurant closures. We cannot show that that data is a causation, right? There's no causality there. I think that there are many, many, examples across the country where restaurants are struggling, places where Initiative 82 was not implemented. These localities have their own problems, but I would say rising cost of rent, cost of goods. We've seen some of the highest cost of goods that we've seen since 2008, which was our major financial crisis. So I think, just to paint a bigger picture, we are not looking at data in a way that makes sense here. I would also like to just say that I do find it pretty offensive that folks have talked about our pro 82 side as not being workers. All of us work in the industry. There are people who are advocates as well. They have all worked in the industry for many years as well. So I do find it upsetting and troubling that we have people who are questioning whether or not we work in the industry, right? Because we do. Happy to, go out for a drink with you if you'd like to see the people that we know in the industry as well. So lastly, I would just like to say that I think workers deserve a fair wage. Tipping does not decrease when workers receive a fair wage. And I find it a bit ridiculous that in 2024, we're still having a conversation about whether workers should be paid $2.50 an hour. Right? I think that is unacceptable, frankly. And I would just like to wrap up by saying that I fully support I-82 as a tipped worker, as a restaurant worker, as an industry worker. And I find it, hard to grapple with the fact that the council has, continuously worked to repeal the will of the DC voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Pine. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Schellenberg.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Jennifer Schellenberg, and I'm the Vice President of Restaurant Workers of America. I work in Minnesota, which is a state that does not currently have a tip credit. I'd like to start by saying that I echo everything that Jason Hallberg and many others said. Jason gave you all some very valuable information and advice, and I hope you're able to take it. I'd also like to point out that ROC likes to quote data from information acquired by surveys of their own members, something that I found out when I was reading the fine print on their studies. So that's something to keep in mind. I was also shocked today to hear testimony that referenced executives in the full service restaurant industry and their salary, because I've never met an executive in any restaurant in my life. And I think it shows logically how connected to our community some folks testifying really are. I began my first job in the restaurant industry at the age of 13 in the year 2000 as a dishwasher, and started serving at age 15. At 20, I began bartending and moved to the Twin Cities. And I've done fine dining, volume bartending, neighborhood bars, music venues. I came to know the tip credit issue as a total novice to the political world when the push for 15 came to Minneapolis in 2016. At that point, I'd been in the industry for 16 years, and I could not understand how it came to be that outside input about how our industry operates was given more credibility than suggestions from our workers and operators, which is unfortunately how this initiative is working. I'd like to make something really clear about my testimony. I support high wages for workers, and I always have, but a high wage in the full service restaurant industry without a tip credit is an issue centered around the equity of our workforce. Workers in our industry understand the complexities of our business models and in both cities, separate minimum wage debates of mine, full service restaurant workers fought really hard to establish a tip credit alongside the $15 minimum wage push, because we, as previously stated in numerous other testimonies today, because the issues of wage theft and workers' rights do not get addressed with a tip credit elimination or flat higher wages. We fought for the protections in the amendment that we wrote, which would have given workers in our community a higher guaranteed wage and better protections than anywhere else in the country, including raising the minimum wage for all non-tip staff in our full service restaurant community to 15 immediately instead of a 7-year rollout, and 15 now opposed it, which I'd be happy to share any of those protections with y'all after my testimony. What I experienced was that our opposition was more interested in using emotional language to win political expediency than they were in creating a better future for our community and respective cities. In 2018, when the implementation of our wage increases began without a tip credit, the neighborhood brew pub that I worked in was forced to eliminate all food prep staff and hosts to compensate for my wage increase. At that time, I was the closing bartender who walked with about $400 cash every night. Those eliminated positions were the only non-English speakers and the younger, greener people that were trying to join our community. That restaurant went to a service charge model 2 years later, which they had openly told us that they would have to do. Fast forward to today, Minneapolis and St. Paul have experienced massive closures, but worse than that from my perspective is that the kinds of jobs that are scarcely available are service charge models or counter service models. This is to reduce the perception of cost to the guest by eliminating the expectation to tip. There's a study called the price elasticity of demand, which Harvard did, I don't recall which year, unfortunately, but it simply demonstrates that a customer will only pay so much for an item. This perception is something that we cannot escape, and it's difficult to reconcile as profit margins of the average restaurant are in the single digits before our minimum wage increases. It's also worth noting that customers do not understand the difference between tips, service charges, and service fees, and they don't want to. Service charges are the property of the owner, and it creates a situation where we make less money, and we have to trust our business owners to support us as opposed to being able to support ourselves. I've now been at the oldest bar in Minneapolis, the oldest liquor license, for 5.5 years. And as cost of goods and wages rise, I've watched the price of many products from $8 a shot to $16. The amount that we pour has been reduced. So my guests simply don't tip anymore, a lot of them, because they don't understand why they're paying double for the same product when they used to pay less and give me a generous tip. What I find most shocking about Initiative 82 is at the rate at which the wage has been accelerated. I can't believe it could be written that way. My municipalities have had to make devastating changes. I've seen serious losses in both our broader community and our personal pocketbooks. And we were doing a $1 incremental increase each year. I cannot understand how the city expects this community to handle these extreme changes, which we can't pass on to the guests. For my first time in my adult life in Minneapolis, I had to take a 9-to-5 job just before the new year to supplement the consistent loss in my pay over time. When I realized that last year I made less money, even at $15 an hour with my base pay, than I ever have in my whole life. Now I work 2 jobs, still taking home less money with both combined than I did before we implemented 7 years ago. I urge the council to put a pause on Initiative 82 and study its effects before your community ends up like mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate, I have 2 more for the panel. I'm sorry. All right. Our next speaker is Mr. Garnett. Vaughn Garnett. I see you on the monitor.
Hello.
Yes. Go right ahead, sir.
Chairperson Bonds. Yes. Yeah. First off, I'm a DC native, born and raised. I've been in this industry almost 20 years. Worked in various neighborhoods around the city. Like anyone from the city, I would never say where I work by ward. And I do want to just ensure the future of this industry and like the culture of DC, which I think gets overlooked far and wide with all of these things. As as these places like struggle and scrap, they're forced to sort of like do all offer the same thing so they get the most people, and it just really destroys the culture of the city. Sons of friends who have wanted to open bars who cannot, and they're just left out completely, like neighborhoods that are completely like shifting over and closing down. Barracks Row, where I mostly work now, H Street's been decimated. Like the east side of Navy Yard, it's been like terrible. This it's all around, like Anna's Morgan, so many different places. And I think, yeah, like the whole thing of referring to us all as tip workers is very like kind of puts us in a boat. Like it's only the full service restaurant workers that do not want this like full $17 an hour eventually, because we understand that as front of the house employees, by paying us less on the front end, we can make that money back on the back end, and that helps us with the support, which is what everyone's saying. We want the jobs back for the support, because that's what keeps us going. That's the lifeblood. And it's also like we must remember that like even when 77 was first like promoted, the DC restaurant industry was thriving. We are getting like our first Michelin stars. We had unique concepts everywhere. We had just such a great community. And there was already legislation on the books to increase the tip minimum wage yearly before those initiatives were put in. I believe if nothing had happened, we'd probably be about 750 or 850. I'd have to like check the old legislation. So it's just kind of an over the top thing to just throw into a community where we were the highest like hourly tipped like bartenders and servers out like in the entire country outside of Hawaii, which for obvious reasons it would get better tips. And it's just these outside interests with like they have like no alignment, conversation, or compromise with any of the staff that they talk to. It's just yeah, and there's nothing to protect the workers, and if anything, there's less transparency when it comes to like the bad actors who were trying to take money that they said they were trying to stop. They've just empowered them even more by like with the service charges and putting things into their hands. And it's really hard just for us as staff, bartenders, servers to just fight this like corporate political machine that are like paying people to read these statements that are like denigrating us for trying to like protect our own livelihoods. It's just like really terrible. And it's just ruining like the whole scene. I feel like all of this like is kind of streamlined what everybody can do. It's hurting like the music scene because you can't just have a live band. Like I've been doing like like doing karaoke or anything you want to host is like, is that going to do enough? Is the cost of having someone else in the community come in to bring that uniquity, is that going to hurt the bottom line to the point where it's not worth it? It was like, yeah, so we're using like you're losing the uniqueness to go for mass appeal, and then the strain of the staff as we've let go of our support has caused a drop in service, which is just sending more people out of town. Where, yeah, it's just been awful. And I do think we need to do a pause, and if like ever comes to a point to step back, realize that a step back at this point would not be as far back from where we currently are. Like it would be like it wouldn't be $2.13. I don't remember a time where it was $2.13 in the past like 15 years. Yeah, it would probably be about $7.50, $8 as a minimum if we go back to what we had before 82 and 77. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garnett, so in closing, you're saying that you want to pause the,
yes, I do
is
support.
that what you're saying? I'm just trying to, okay. When you said something about going back to 7, it just confused me, so I wanted to make sure.
My apologies. I just wanted to because I've heard people say that if we were to possibly repeal this, that we would go back to $2, when it would definitely be a lot higher, because DC had laws and language already in place that was increasing the minimum tip wage like every year 10 years ago. So it would be a lot different than it would in other places that have a minimum wage of $2.13.
All right, and so then you're saying, when you say pause, you're thinking pausing it at the current level?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to make sure my notes reflect what you're conveying to us. Thank you very much. And we have one more for this panel, Rachel Giordano.
Hi.
Yes, there you are. All right, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman, and for staying so late, and for the council members for holding this hearing and allowing us to testify. My name is Rachel Giordano. I'm a DC resident, and I've been a server and bartender at restaurants in DC since 2019. But in the past year, I had to start driving to Maryland and DC because my paychecks were essentially cut in half anytime I do work in DC, since Initiative 82 began being implemented by restaurants. So I'm a floor manager in DC at Brightwood Pizza on Kennedy Street. And to be clear, I have no slight against the owners. I love working there. They're super community oriented. We're always hosting events for nonprofits and local businesses. But I only work there 1 day a week because of the way that the pay is structured now. The owners were early supporters of Initiative 82, but to supplement the higher wage requirement, while well-intended, they added a 20% service charge to all dine-in customers. That fee only covers our minimum wage. It does not go to a tip. It has nothing to do with the tip to employees. Beyond that, the customers have to voluntarily add an additional amount on top of that 20%. So every time I'm there, I'm constantly having to explain to many customers, in addition to this 20%, if you want to tip us, you have to give more. At that point, we're now asking them to add an additional total 30% to 40% just to give us a regular tip. They do try to do that, but it sort of equates to $1 or $2 tip that is then shared with every single employee who's working in that building that day. So it ends up being pennies on the dollar. For the record, I have never collaborated with a lobbyist in my life. My now full-time job legally does not allow me to collaborate with a lobbyist. So I am just an everyday female bartender in DC, Virginia, and now Maryland. And I also have a finance background. So let me share the actual numbers of how 82 has demolished my pay. On December 21st, when I worked 7.51 hours on a Saturday in DC at Brightwood Pizza, my deposited paycheck totaled $154.22. A whole day's work, 8 hours. The last and slowest Sunday, when I worked at a bar in Annapolis, Maryland, I made more than $150 in tips, along with a $10 an hour wage for only 5 hours. What that means is I can go to Maryland and make at least $200, oftentimes it's $300 or more, for 5 hours of work, or work double those hours and make only $150 in DC. Before 82, my entire career was at DC restaurants, including the Marriott Convention Center. I've worked at Michelin star El Cielo, and in all those restaurants before 82, my hourly pay ranged from $7 to $10 plus tips. Those paychecks after taxes, when I broke it down by hour, because I'm in finance, were always $30 to $50 per hour. Now, in DC, my paychecks are usually 20 an hour or 23. This is why I only work 1 day a week in DC. And that pay drop had nothing to do with the pandemic, inflated food price. It had nothing to do with that. It only started when 82 was beginning to get enacted. So last summer, I began working virtually for companies in New York, as well as bartending more in Maryland to compensate for living in DC. I'm probably going to stop working here at this year because there's much better opportunities elsewhere. But it's been a very, very difficult decision because I really enjoyed working at community restaurants within the district. Final note: while I'd love for I-82 to be overturned, at the very least, I plead that the council freeze it, study the impact and how restaurants are already implementing it. And if restaurants can't compensate for the higher wages through a service charge or raising food prices, what other levers do they have? in order to remain viable and keep employing people within the district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you. This was a large panel, and so I'm going to turn to my colleague who has another appointment that she must do. So Councilwoman Lewis George, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I have to run to 2 A and C meetings tonight, 4D and 4A. So I unfortunately won't be able to hear the rest of our panel witnesses. Hopefully I'll hop back on when at some point after those 2 meetings, if you're still going. Hopefully you're not. I wanted to ask a few questions. First, I wanted to, our finance person was just here, Rachel, who just testified.
I'm trying to, okay, there we go.
Okay. Sorry, you said finance. My sister's in finance, so she's my big sister, so I like to listen to the finance folk. Let me ask you, so I'm hearing sort of your specific, the ways in which the tip minimum wage is impacting you. How do I factor in also, because when I hear from restaurants, a lot of restaurants that were about to close but didn't close because people decided to not to reduce the rent. We've heard of like high rent, which has been a big deal in the district where people were about to raise rent like 5 times what it was once their original lease was up. We've heard of the high cost of goods and the new high cost of ingredients. So I'm just trying to figure out what to attribute to, how much is it being attributed to Initiative 82 versus how much do I attribute to the costs, the rent prices and the ingredients and the goods prices, and how are restaurants thinking about dealing with those issues in addition to the minimum wage?
And hopefully, please, I'm happy to clarify more. I do think with the inflated food costs, actually, I have a great example for you.
Okay.
Specific to, because it just happened January 1st, specific to inflated food prices, including, we're a pizza shop, so pizza boxes, paper products, those sorts of things. We have now, in addition to the 20%, added a 5% service fee on all takeout orders.
Wow. Okay.
So I know specifically, by and large, the 20% service fee was specific to pay us an hourly, like to get us to that hourly $17.50 minimum wage. They had to do that.
Yeah.
But the rest of it, you can, like, they tacked on the 5% for takeout orders to handle the paper goods and that sort of thing. We do not even at all hand out like plastic silverware or anything like that. Like, we're super limited in supplies.
Yeah.
We're very, very lean. Most of the time I'm just there by myself. We might have like one other person, and then we have a kitchen staff. And they also, which I do sort of, the one theory I do agree on is that we also, from our tips, give tips to the kitchen staff. And I'm perfectly fine with that, but it doesn't equal anything meaningful unless people can freely tip. Like, they sort of feel confined. I'm going off the rails about that part. This doesn't have to do with rent increases, but it is just one example of how like multiple service charges are getting added because of multiple situations.
Yeah. Okay, got it. I appreciate the example. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Eli, I wanted to come to you. Thank you for your testimony. If you're still here. Great, awesome. Hey Eli, thank you for coming to testify. You mentioned, you are currently a tip worker?
I am, that's correct.
Okay. And so I just wanted to hear from you sort of how, sort of, what are you seeing with your tips? Have they remained consistent despite the phase out of the tip credit? How do you think customers perceive this change? And do you feel the public needs more education on tipping practices in this new system? What can we do to improve the system in that way?
Yeah, thanks for the great questions. I will say, prior to I-82 and after, my tips have not changed. I've been very fortunate to work at places that have not implemented service charges, which it leads me to believe that the problem here is service charges, in that is what's taking tips away from workers, right? Not I-82, not a higher base wage. If you think about it, I think in that way, then the question then becomes, what do we do around service charges? Not what do we do around paying workers a fair wage? Yeah, I think just to reiterate, my tips have not changed. I know many other workers who do not work at places with service charges whose tips have also not changed. They are seeing the same amount, and they have a higher salary, or higher hourly now because their base pay is higher.
Got it. How can we, we're hearing from workers, tip workers. I'm only focused on tip workers who are, working in the district at this time. But we're hearing different testimonies. Some tip workers saying mine have gone down. Some tip workers saying I've maintained. How do we reconcile as a council? Hey, Kitty.
Sorry.
It's all good. How do we reconcile as a council sort of like why we're hearing these sort of various different voices? I mean, like different experiences. I was a tip worker throughout law school. That's how I was able to, stay in law school and help my family stay in the district with the rising cost. But I wouldn't, that was years ago. So you all are here right now experiencing what it means to be a tip worker in the district. Why are we seeing these varied responses, and what can we attribute to that?
That's a great question. I do think it would be fascinating to look at the distribution of service fees for workers who have testified to a decrease in their wages and workers who have testified to a maintenance in their wages. I think if we were to look at service fees, that would be the distinguishing factor in workers' compensation going down.
Got it.
I think if we look at the bigger picture, we have seen areas like in Washington State where service fees have been outlawed, or California where service fees have been outlawed, right? And you see that even in those areas that have implemented, initiatives that are similar to 82, wages have stayed the same or increased. And so I do think that looking at the data here is very, very important. And I get it. We're hearing a lot of emotional testimonies. I totally feel that emotion.
Yeah.
And I resonate with people not being paid the same as they were. I think that's, absolutely, they should be upset. They should be angry. And they should have emotion. I think that, as a sociologist, I try to think about this statistically, right? We have to look at the data. We cannot make policy that is solely based on anecdotal notes.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I have to run because I have to swear in commissioners before the meeting. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, everyone on this panel. And thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I would like to, I think we had one question. Ms. Hull, if you are still on, I wanted to follow up with you for a minute. Okay.
Yes, I'm still here.
You said you said you worked at a restaurant. I assume you're not still working at this restaurant that eliminated tips.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Whenever we worked there, so they went to a full hourly wage model. And as I mentioned earlier, it did not work out for us because of the amount of work that we had to do, the fact that we were making less money than we would have if we were making tips. We actually had meetings with the owners of that restaurant, and we did convince them to bring tips back for a short amount of time. And they did do that. They brought tips back, but they still kept a service charge because they still needed to make that, they still needed to pay the increased labor costs. And there were enough customers that complained about the service charge and complained about having to tip on top of that they got rid of tips again. When they got rid of tips the second time, I resigned and a lot of my other coworkers resigned. Since then, they have reached out to me to try to get me to come back, saying that they have gone on to yet another model. This is sort of a problem that I've seen across the board with restaurants in DC, like trying out all of these different models, trying to see what works. And it's just kind of another point that shows that this has gone too fast, that these places have not had the time to figure out what is going to work for them and what's going to work for the community, for the customers coming out, for the workers. And it's having a lot of negative effects. I do know that this restaurant, they did try to open up a second restaurant in South Carolina, and they closed it after, I think, 8 months because they have to focus on DC. I'm not sure how much longer they're going to last here. But yeah, that is the situation that I was just in.
Thank you for that. I'm very curious as to if there are some ideas out in the marketplace as to a better plan, a better way to be assured that the tip workers actually earn a fair wage. And so that's why I'm very curious about your experience there. That's interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For that. Thank you.
Chairwoman Bonds.
I'm sorry.
Chairwoman Bonds, if I may.
Yes, I was going to call on you next. Yes.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, just I wanted to, you mentioned something that was a little concerning. You said that wages, you were surprised at how quickly wages were accelerated using the I-82 law here in the district. Am I correct?
Well, I mean, essentially the byproduct of eliminating the tipped wage was such a quick shift. There was no gradual anything, and that was very surprising to watch businesses acclimate to.
All right, because we have many different, I guess we have what we call a hybrid community, because we do have we have the tip, we have the base pay plus tip, and in 2027 we will move to base pay, which can continue to increase in dollar value, along with the minimum wage, which we have, which is so different and much larger than the federal minimum wage. So we have those, and those will be compounded by, I would say, additional tips that individuals may give, customers may give to their servers or wait staff and others.
You had just said at the end of talking to Ms. Hall that you're interested in solutions. I would love to send to your council the drafts that we had worked on in St. Paul to maybe offer some ideas for ways to solve some of the problems in the debate. One of the things that we suggested was to create language separating the full service restaurant industry from lesser tipped industries. I think somebody testified to that pretty early on in the day, that we can't be comparing, a car wash worker or a barista to a fine dining server. So I think changes like that could be really, really impactful moving forward.
Yes, thank you very much. We would love to see that. Our purpose again was to create a system where the tipped workers earn a fair living in our community. That was the whole idea.
Absolutely.
And to be assured that they would have that as their income. So thank you very much to this panel. We're going to, I think we have another couple of panels. All right. Our panel consists of Ann Thompson, Anna Woodward, Brittany Ryan, Eduardo Serafin, and then Dancer Z. All right. Very good. We'll start with Ms. Thompson. Are you on? I think I see Anna Woodward. All right, I see Anna.
Hello.
Okay, all right. Go right ahead, Ms. Thompson. You're next.
Sorry, one moment. Dear DC Council Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Annie Thompson, and I am a hospitality professional who has been in the restaurant industry for 10 years. I currently work as a bartender in restaurant in Ward 2. I'm here to discuss my support for Initiative 82 and the positive impact it has had for myself, my community, and my coworkers. Some critics of I-82 have said that eliminating the tip minimum wage reduces tips. This is simply not true. Patrons still tip for good service, even if people serving them are making a living wage. I know this immediately, having worked nearly 6 years in the restaurant industry in Minnesota, where the tip credit has not existed since 1984. While in Minnesota, I worked 2 separate independent restaurants, both of which are still operating to this day. Neither of these restaurants require service charges either, so there was no bewilderment or frustration from customers. And all the additional money left by customers, tips, went straight to the working staff. Being able to make minimum wage plus tips allowed me to support myself substantially in college and beyond. I cannot overstate the importance of making minimum wage plus tips in my achieving financial independence. Since moving to the Mid-Atlantic last year, I have started bartending in Maryland, where I was shocked at the results of the tip credit. I had never made so little money in the restaurant industry as when I was working within a tip credit system. I could barely make ends meet, even with an additional job. It was for this reason I started working here in DC in the wake of I-82. I knew I could do better and more consistently support myself. It has been a relief to once again be able to make enough money to afford rent, groceries, student loan repayments, and healthcare. Paying employees a minimum wage does not reduce tips. What it does is allow workers better to support themselves as well as to feel more respected by their employers, who should not offload the duty of paying their workers to patrons, who are already paying for the products and, via tips, the services they receive. What actually reduces tips is service charges, what confuse patrons into believing are already tipping. Although this money is not mandated to go to workers at all. Service charges also create resentment from patrons who often feel unfairly taxed by the restaurant without explanation. Instead of trying to overturn I-82 decision, the DC Council should focus on eliminating unregulated service charges for the sake of workers and patrons. There's also been blame on I-82 for the economic hardship that restaurants currently face. But this is a false cause and effect. Restaurants struggle for a variety of reasons, such as long-term effects of COVID, increased cost of living, rent increases, and consumers' financial difficulties, to name a few. One can look at DC and Baltimore's restaurant scene to illustrate this point. While 54 restaurants closed in DC in 2024, 60 closed in Baltimore in the same year, and Baltimore still has a tip credit system. Furthermore, I find it upsetting that the DC Council is working closely with the restaurant lobby to disrupt the implementation of democratically passed initiative. This is the second time the DC voters have passed an initiative to eliminate the unequal tipped minimum wage, and DC Council must respect that democratic process and decision of DC voters. As a restaurant worker for my fellow workers and my community, I want to ensure that the intent of Initiative 82 is respected by the Council. Thank you for your attention in this matter. And unfortunately, I do have to work, so I will have to go to work right now, so I will have to log off. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for taking time from your job for that. Thank you. We'll now hear from Ms. Woodward. You're up next.
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Anna. I'm here to urge your continued support for Initiative 82 as a resident of Ward 1, a registered voter, and a tipped worker in DC. I currently work in Ward 3 in a tipped position where I rely on Initiative 82 to secure fair wages and continue my career in the service industry. I am not in a restaurant lobby, and I hope to never know someone who is. One Fair Wage, which is the national campaign alluded to by some people previously, is not present on this roundtable, and I have never worked directly with them. Rock DC and DC Jobs with Justice, as their name suggests, are staffed by members of the community, many of whom have been and are tipped workers. In fall 2023, after the passage of I-82, I started working as a bartender for a local beloved Thai restaurant and enjoyed the income stability that I-82 seeks to provide for tipped workers district-wide. Starting at $15 an hour plus tips for bartenders, the base wage at this restaurant was already higher than average and almost double the sub-minimum tipped wage of the time, which was $8. What's more, there was a guaranteed rate of $25 an hour, meaning the restaurant would guarantee that rate if you didn't make it in tips. This protected me from slow nights, guests who tipped poorly or not at all, and from days where I had to leave early or call out sick. It made me want to work more, be better, and support the restaurant that supported me. I felt dignified and assured in my career. Similarly, after the passage of I-82, my current employer, as a show of good faith, made the full jump from sub-minimum to regular minimum wage, $16.10 at the time, and my hourly rate has only grown as I work there longer, plus I'm still getting tips on top. There are many ways to pay living wages. The guaranteed rate structure is one strategy, auto gratuity is another. Businesses can be innovative in their strategies to providing living wages, but workers should not be used as scapegoats in the meantime. Too often, cases cited in opposition to Initiative 82 are actually examples of wage theft, where unexamined service charges go back to owners or investors rather than supporting the livelihood of workers. This committee cannot allow bad faith leadership and predatory business models to jeopardize the well-being of DC's tipped workers. Not while there remains evidence of thriving, responsible businesses who have embraced the benefits of Initiative 82, and certainly not while existing enforcement mechanisms have yet to be fully engaged against such cases of exploitation, wage theft, and disenfranchisement. Many witnesses today have said that they just want their tips back, to leave them alone, to stop overcomplicating their relationship with patrons and overregulating their relationships with employers. However, when left unregulated, restaurants often rest on intimidation, wage theft, and exploitation. Rock DC and DC Jobs with Justice found that between 2021 and 2022, 65% of businesses did not report their tips. They found that many small and local restaurants are reporting, but many large restaurants with profits in the millions are not. If witnesses today want their tips, perhaps the first person to ask is their employer. Businesses do not open and operate solely on profit margins alone. They have investors, donors, grants, government assistance, tax breaks, and more. Workers do not. Tipped workers are the group who need the exact protections that I-82 legally mandates, and the concerted effort of restaurant owners to freeze or repeal any of these protections should be an indicator of who benefits the most from the tip credit system. Chairperson Bonds, you mentioned at the close of panel 12 that this roundtable was to make sure that those most impacted by I-82 are, quote, able to make a living and take care of themselves. Initiative 82 deals exclusively with tipped workers. Those are, I hope, the group of people you expressed concern about with that remark. We've heard from many restaurant owners today, as well as managers who traditionally in the service industry do not take tips. I wish to recenter the conversation around tipped workers, not all of whom work in restaurants, by the way, to ensure we make the right decision going forward. If one single bill written to protect workers' wages ends up impacting a business, restaurant group, or an entire industry to the point of closure, perhaps it is not the bill which should be examined, but the entire industry. Repealing or freezing Initiative 82 will do nothing to protect workers, support consumers, or ensure the success of DC's restaurants, but it will do everything to give power back to untrustworthy restaurant groups and embolden exploitative owners. It will undermine the democratic integrity of the 74% of DC voters who voted for its implementation. The DC Council must ensure the complete and proper implementation of Initiative 82 through to the 2027 and beyond that, commit itself to the empowerment of all of DC's workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Brittany Ryan.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Brittany Ryan, and I am one of the owners of the Pub and the People and Present Company Public House in Washington, D.C., and I've been in the industry for about 18 years. I am writing to express my deep concerns regarding the impacts we have already experienced with the implementation of Initiative 82. While the intention behind it is to ensure fair wages for restaurant workers, The reality is that it has had a profoundly negative impact on our business and the broader restaurant industry in our city. Since the implementation of this initiative, we have faced several challenges that threaten our ability to operate effectively and sustainably. Firstly, the significant increase in labor costs has forced us to raise menu prices a few times to offset these expenses. Unfortunately, this has led to a noticeable decline in customer traffic, as many patrons are unwilling or unable to pay higher prices for their meals and drinks multiple times a week. The cheeseburger and fries that once cost them $14 is now $17. Our signature cauliflower appetizer that was once $11 is now $14. It used to be affordable to go out to eat several times throughout the week, but now it seems to be a luxury that is reserved for once, maybe twice a week. The decrease in foot traffic has directly impacted our revenue and profitability, making it increasingly difficult to cover costs. We've also had to reduce staff hours. This has not only affected our team, but also compromised the quality of service we can provide to our customers. With fewer staff members available, we are struggling to maintain the same level of efficiency and attentiveness that our patrons have come to expect. We, along with several other restaurants, used to be open till 2 a.m., 3 a.m., respectively, with late night kitchen hours as well, but now it simply does not make sense to stay open late anymore. I've heard more than a few times of patrons grumbling that they can't find food past 10 or 11 p.m. on the weekends anymore, and this is a result of restaurants trimming their back of house labor. In regards to the kitchen, we've had to make sure our chefs keep labor on a strict budget. This has resulted in people being unhappy with losing hours, but unable to find other part-time work, as restaurants aren't really hiring people to work just 10 to 15 hours a week. So instead, they just go without. We are lucky that we have a very, very low turnover rate in both front and back of the house, but it is really hard to explain to people who used to get 40 hours a week why they're only now getting 32. We have not yet gone the route of automatic service charges. However, if the hourly rate for tipped employees continues to increase, I just don't see how we can avoid it. This also brings up an interesting point and decision that owners have had to make. As of now, our tipped employees get 100% of the tips and gratuities that are left by guests. But if we implement a service charge, then it now becomes the owner's discretion of how much of that goes to the employee and how much goes to help cover wages. I don't want it to come to this. Our staff works extremely hard, and it shouldn't be a discretionary thing. I also don't want, nor do I think I should have the responsibility of deciding how those service charges get split. Do senior staff get a higher amount over newer front of house staff? Do bartenders get more than servers? If yes, how much more? As a diner myself, I recently went out to a restaurant where there was a 20% service charge, and I asked the bartender if that goes to him, and he said he wasn't sure. So then I'm leaving an additional 20% tip on top of my bill so that I know the bartender is getting compensated directly and not relying on his boss, so that he makes sure he gets a fair share of the service charge. And then I'm walking out realizing I just paid over 40% of my bill in service charges and tips. That being said, a lot of testimony has been talking about service charges and the problems with it. And while that is an important part to figure out, I think in discussing service charges, we can sometimes be standing so close to the trees that we can't see the forest. I do think if restaurants knew that we could hold the tipped hourly wage at $10 for the foreseeable future, then maybe many restaurants could do away with said charges or at least severely lower them. There are more independently owned small restaurants in this city than there are large corporate restaurants, and by continuing to eliminate the tip credit, we are going to turn into a city of people going to restaurants and ordering off a QR code, so we only have to hire a few food runners. I hate QR codes, and I'm sure most of you all do too, but you can effectively eliminate the need for servers by using them. People have used the argument that it works in California. Okay, but in California, you aren't able to hop on a bus, metro, or your car and go 10 minutes to Virginia or Maryland to avoid these added fees and higher prices. People have also mentioned it's like this in Europe, and it's been working there. But have you been to Europe? The service is not good, and good luck seeing your server once you get your food. This is not a restaurant experience that people are looking for when they go out to dine and spend their hard-earned money. I do believe that the way it was phrased initially on the ballot was a little misleading as well. The way I read it, I too was like, of course I want my neighborhood server to make more money. However, I feel like it was not properly explained that the law has always been up to the employer to make sure staff is already getting at least minimum wage. I also feel like the argument of greedy employers that don't want to pay their staff is frustrating too. When we opened our doors at the pub almost 10 years ago, the tipped wage was less than $4. You plan your expenses and budget with knowing what you can expect payroll to be. Tipped hourly is now almost tripled and stands to only increase. The restaurant business model has always revolved around tips making up most of the tipped employees' hourly wage. It was fine and it worked, and our servers made lots of money, and it allowed people like myself to achieve the dream of opening up their own restaurant. Now there is no chance that I would want to open another place in DC. Restaurants already operate on razor-thin margins as it is, and the elimination of the tip credit is basically gutting us. I've also spent hours reading through comments whenever articles about 82 and 77 get published, and overwhelmingly the noise that I see is that people think, okay, great, so this means we don't have to tip anymore. And yes, owners pay your people more, not realizing the trickle-down effect that this would have, because most of these people shouting in the comments have never worked a day in their life in the service industry. I would like to know how the pro 82 people would think the vote would go down if only people working in DC restaurants were allowed to vote, but I won't go into that. But as a result of 82, that person who was paying $15 for a burger and fries and leaving little or no tip is now paying $20 for that same burger and probably a 20% service charge on top. And now they're paying more than they were before. So who's really winning here? Not the customer, not the server, not the business owner, and not the back of the house who can't continue to get raises like they once were. In conclusion, while the goal of ensuring fair wages for restaurant workers is commendable, the unintended consequences of Initiative 82 have been detrimental to our business and restaurant industry as a whole. We urge you to reconsider the impact of this initiative and explore alternative solutions that balance the needs of workers and businesses. And thank you so much for your attention in this matter.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next, oh, I'm sorry. All right. Eduardo Serafin will take your testimony.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eduarda Serafim, and I am the Solidarity Organizer at DC Jobs with Justice. We have a long history of advocating for fair and accountable workplaces in DC, especially for tipped workers, through supporting legislation like DC's minimum wage law, paid sick and safe leave, and the Wage Theft Amendment Act. I strongly support the Tip Credit Elimination Act, or Initiative 82, and urge the Council to ensure its full implementation throughout the full implementation period ending in 2027. Supported by over 70% of DC voters, Initiative 82 was necessary to address long-standing systemic failures that left tip workers vulnerable to wage theft, exploitation, and income instability. The Bureau of Labor Statistics confirms that on a purely numerical basis, this initiative has had no statistical impact on the restaurant sector. From March of 2023 to March of 2024, DC has seen a net increase of 84 bars and restaurants with a corresponding net increase of 467 employees. I'm very disappointed in the characterization of I-82 supporters in this conversation. DC Jobs with Justice is a 20-year-old organization. Currently, our largest funder, about a third of our budget, is the Office of the Attorney General, where we work closely with them to fight wage theft, including in the restaurant industry. We talk constantly to workers. We are not separate from DC and restaurant workers. The claims that the pro-I-82 side are outsiders and are not actual tip workers and are being funded by external lobby groups that aren't in DC is just not an accurate picture of the truth. It's not accurate to DC Jobs with Justice, and it's not accurate to Rock DC. Last year, my partners and I were here fighting the very same fight to protect Initiative 82 in the council, and owners from the restaurant industry were there begging the council to act. But at that time, they said, rip off the Band-Aid. Everyone wants to increase all in one go. Now, industry representatives are saying the opposite. Our message, on the other hand, has always remained consistent. Stay the course on the ballot as passed by the voters and ensure tipped workers make DC's minimum wage, protect the wages of tipped workers, and end exploitation in the restaurant industry. As DC's enforcement arm, the Office of the Attorney General, or the OAG, sees that wage theft, including theft that uses the tip credit as a shield, is a major problem in DC. Two recent cases prosecuted by the Attorney General highlight why Initiative 82 is critical. IHG Management, which was the management company behind Moon Rabbit, and Swahili Village, both settled cases that were exploiting workers. They failed to pay wages, they withheld tips, and violated DC's wage laws. At Swahili Village, many workers, who mostly were made up of young African immigrants, were underpaid, denied overtime, and stripped of tips they earned. These are not isolated incidents, but part of an industry-wide problem where some employers operate in a model of worker exploitation. As an organizer that educates workers about their rights in order to reduce wage theft, it is easier to tell them what the minimum wage is than to explain the details of the tip credit. The elimination of the tip credit and including the full minimum wage in the base pay of tipped workers is the clearest way to reduce tip theft and ensure workers make at least the DC minimum wage every hour they work. Our research at DC Jobs of Justice further confirms this. In examining the district's tip portal, we found that 89% of restaurants failed to report wages consistently. Of those who did, 39% reported that they illegally paid workers below the DC minimum wage. Requirements to report were not sufficient to provide transparency and ensure workers received a full minimum wage. Beyond wage theft, tipped workers have long faced profound income instability, relying on customers' tips to make ends meet. The unpredictability left workers unable to plan for their financial needs or support their families. This has been said before today on this panel, this roundtable by tipped workers that the pro or the anti-82 side is claiming aren't actual tipped workers. Initiative 82 changed this instability in the income of tipped workers by phasing out the tip credit, ensuring workers received a stable base wage while still allowing tips to supplement their income. The existing system was riddled with wage theft, instability, and inequities. By passing Initiative 82, DC voters committed to ensure worker stability and fairness, guaranteeing that they are paid at least the minimum wage. I urge the council to continue protecting and supporting this implementation and ensuring DC leads in protecting workers' rights and economic justice. Restaurant workers are in need of the protection and oversight by this committee. They face significant failings by their employers who often do not follow DC's workplace rights ordinances. For example, 50% of the restaurants investigated by the Office of the Attorney General in 2024 did not provide sick and safe leave to their employees or actively interfered in its use. Additionally, the Trump administration has repeatedly attacked immigrant workers, including recent news of planned workplace raids in the DMV with hospitality listed as a possible sector. Immigrants are at the heart of restaurant work. This committee should seek to ensure that all DC workers are well informed and laws are used to protect their rights and wages, not to consider the rollback of popular wage increases. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, and please make sure we get a copy of your testimony for the record. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dancer Z. Miss Z, okay, there you are.
Hi. Good evening and acknowledgement of the new year for everyone here in attendance. I'm here along with my other colleagues, friends, and family members of the restaurant industry to talk through and clear up any confusion about Initiative 82 and the role that it plays in improving the material conditions and thus the livelihood of one of the largest sectors of workers proudly serving DC. I've heard some confusing testimony against I-82 that I assume is a result of either miseducation, insidious lobbying of the NRA and RAMW, or both. First, can I just say that I understand where the NRA, RAMW, and their constituents are coming from. Running and maintaining restaurants is extremely cost inefficient. Most of your time as a restaurant owner will be spent in the red trying to come up with better ways to save money and be able to keep your business afloat year after year. It is a job that can be incredibly busy, frustrating, and stressful day after day after day. So the NRA and RAMW's repulsion towards Initiative 82, to be clear, so that explains why they have repulsion towards Initiative 82. To be clear about what 75% of DC voters wanted for us, restaurant, hospitality, and other tipped workers in the city to have, Initiative 82 guarantees tipped workers receive the same standard minimum wage as all other workers in DC. Right now, the tip minimum wage is $10 plus tips. The reason why 143,000 DC residents voted for this initiative is because they don't agree with and thus want to change tipping culture in the city. They believed in 2022 and continue to believe in 2025 that all workers, regardless of the industry they work in, deserves a guaranteed living wage. And unfortunately, tipping culture as it stands does not allow for this. I know this firsthand because I was a restaurant worker for 6 years. For 4 of those years, I worked as a server and lived off of cash tips. My minimum wage was so low that I rarely received more than $10 per pay period. My highest paycheck in those 4 years being $80 when the bank account that received direct deposit was closed due to low use and compounded overdraft fees and a few checks added up. I don't think that the DC voters who approved this initiative believe that guaranteeing a livable wage to the workers that are the foundation to the restaurant industry would bring about its inevitable demise. I believe that anyone who voted for the bill was thinking about the kind and hardworking servers, bartenders, bussers, and baristas, and didn't believe in 2022 and they even now in 2025 that they should rely solely on tips, or better yet, they didn't believe that they, the consumer, should be the people responsible for making sure that they're able to pay for and feed themselves and their children. After all, the restaurant industry made, according to the NRA's website, made a whopping $96.7 billion, which was reported as the first decline in eating and drinking sales in 8 months. To put this into further context, the restaurant I served at for 4 years loved to boast about their $25,000 buyout and $1 million total end of year sale. Surely a restaurant that makes that much money could afford to pay their 80 hardworking and professional employees the same minimum wage every other worker in the city gets. I do believe that this is pretty obvious to the 75% of the voting population that voted to approve this initiative. So this is where I believe the insidious lobbying and slander against I-82 that has obviously been proven effective. Like I said before, the NRA and RAMW sees I-82 as extremely threatening, even though it seeks to improve and maintain the material conditions of thousands of workers across DC. Unfortunately, they are not on the side of the workers. Since the NRA's inception in 1996, they have always sought to make sure that the consumer is responsible for paying the restaurant workers who serve them a fair and livable wage. They are formidable in their fighting, lasting almost 30 years now, which is ironically my entire life, give or take the first 6 months. And since they have been in the game this long, naturally, they have grown more calculated and insidious in their pursuit to line their pockets. First of all, they have blamed this initiative on the sudden enforcement of service charges, which is an egregious lie. I started my serving job, my first and only, March 2020. 2 years before that, I had been working as a host at a Bib Gourmand restaurant on 14th Street, and I had never seen or heard of a restaurant using service charges on their food and drink sales, which of course is much different than auto gratuity, which is an extra percentage that is added to your tab as an automatic tip to your server, meaning they receive 100% of it. The first time I saw service charges was right after the COVID-19 pandemic closed restaurants and had incredibly slow business for a few years after. But after a while, DC voters started to show their frustration with these charges and started to speak out against them, especially when businesses picked back up. This was right around when Initiative 82 was approved by 75% of DC voters, and the NRA and RAMW seized the opportunity. They blamed I-82 on why service charges have to be implemented, whining about how they were forced to pay their workers a fair wage, and it was unfair. It's a bunch of baloney. Service charges are not needed to further help an industry that already makes $100 billion a year. An industry that continues to grow, citing a survey conducted by One Fair Wage that says that DC restaurants grew from 2,506 in 2022 to 2,612 in 2024. It is important that we do not fall prey to their manipulative tactics, blaming us for wanting a stable income and thus better material conditions for ourselves when they are making poor choices that hurt their industry. The truth is, One fair wage for all workers does not cause the tip work industry sky to fall. It raises the floor so that we all have a chance at a better life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Mr. Michael Richmond.
Can you hear me okay?
You're on, Mr. Richmond.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Michael Richmond. I live in the DMV area since 2013, and I've been part of this discussion since the early onset of Initiative 77. And I think at this juncture of the implementation of Initiative 82, we're asking our question, like, where do we go from here? Like, we're partially through, and what should we do next? And I think you should 100% ask that question to the Restaurant Opportunity Center and One Fair Wage and anybody who's in support of this, because they went around saying, well, there's other states that have done this before, but the fact of the matter is they haven't, right? So none of the states that do not have a tip credit have had a tip credit for probably 20 plus years. So we can't ask, hey, where are we on the adoption curve? Hey, what are these similar things that you've seen in the other states that have done this? Because they don't have that data. And they probably were a little misleading when they first sprung the idea of eliminating the tip credit to begin with, that no, they don't have any data on implementation. They have no support on implementation. They do, however, push something called a service charge, right? So there's an offshoot of One Fair Wage called Raise, and they're the ones that will help restaurants implement One Fair Wage in states that traditionally have a tip credit. And I quote, in each training, Raise addresses three main alternative wage models. The first is the service charge, Raise's preferred method. So this idea that this is insidious service charges is completely false. It's what restaurant operators logically have to do. And it is also pushed by One Fair Wage and Restaurant Opportunity Center. But I think this idea and this disingenuousness is kind of a common thread that we've seen throughout this entire discussion. So for instance, when we talk about like tips on top, right now, California's average wage for bartender server is probably, the median wages are like $17.97. Their current minimum wage is $16.50. So that means that tips on top amounts to something like $1.50. And we also see this in Minnesota. So when you look at the data, the wage data, and then compare it to the minimum wage, you see a diminishing returns of tips. Tips on top is a fabricated lie that came around during Initiative 82 to try to get people that this is how it should be implemented, ignoring the basic principles of supply and demand economics, the offsets of putting downward pressure on things like prime costs, cost of goods sold, and labor. I think it's very frustrating that it's deliberately disingenuous, that they knew that this was a lie to begin with. And as someone who's run restaurants for 20 years, I understand that the pressures that operators are up against. And if we want to offset costs, there has to be some sort of give and take in these instances. And we would owe it to the industry to at least pause and take stock of what is happening in actuality. And if someone from One Fair Wage says, no, we have the data and this is what it looks like and this is where you are, then I would say, you know what, trust that, because they've done it before, but you're not going to get that. And if anybody who is proposing it, you should ask for that kind of information. And I think it's telling, as I've gone through many restaurant openings. I've opened up a restaurant that didn't have a tip credit. I've opened up restaurants that have. If you were to ask me to open up a restaurant without a tip credit, I could, and I can make it profitable, and vice versa. The main point is those are not interchangeable wage models. They're not interchangeable business models. Anybody that's operating in DC right now has a lease agreement. They're locked into that lease agreement until time for renewal, which they will most likely won't. But they based their entire pro forma business model on a state of affairs that has now changed. And everyone's sitting here scratching their heads on why can't they just make it work? Other states did. No, if I were to open up a restaurant in California at the same time, I knew that I wasn't able to take a tip credit, and I would make a completely different model. So when we're looking at this from a grander scope, we have to be responsible to the industry. Otherwise, the workers at the end of the day suffer from the suffering of the industry in general. So thank you for your time. And I know this is a long hearing, and I appreciate everything.
Thank you very much for your testimony as well. And thanks to the entire group of witnesses today. Would you please be sure to send us your written testimony? That's very important. And we want to make sure we have it in the record. Let me just speak for a minute about what we have heard today to make it very clear that this hearing set out as an opportunity to hear from those that are engaged in the industry and that have concerns. And based on the conversations, again, that I've had with people in the community and myself to some degree, having visited restaurants periodically, I can say that I've been curious as to what is going on and want to make sure that when I leave my 20% tip, which I do religiously and always have, I want to make sure that the waiter gets that. I have heard from neighbors who have said, well, you know, if you put it on your tab, your charge tab, it's going to become a factor. So I'd leave them cash. All of those situations are what are before us in this community today. And so having an opportunity to understand what is going on, particularly with the servers in the restaurant industry, was the goal of today's hearing. I really think that those who came to this hearing with the thought that this is an opportunity to overturn I-82 or to make sure that the law is not overturned, that was not the purpose. The purpose was really to have an opportunity to see what is going on in the industry. As a result, it's very clear that there is a need for looking a little closer at what is going on and trying to come to an understanding where the owner and the worker both can benefit from the process of hospitality that they're engaged in. And it will take some time and some effort, but being accusatory about one side or the other does not get us there. And I'm just hoping that we can come together. That is the goal of my efforts, and I will continue in that vein. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's public roundtable. I'm pleased with the voter engagement brought forth by ballot initiative 82, and I believe voters' voices are critical in the shaping of the district's policies. I also understand as an elected official that it is my responsibility to always look at the laws that are on the books and examine how well they are serving our community. If any member of the public would like to submit written testimony, please email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. The hearing record will close in 10 days, which will be Wednesday, January 29th at 5 p.m. The next committee meeting will be one of the performance oversight hearings, and we will focus on the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, Serve DC, and the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. And that hearing is scheduled for January 29th, and it will begin at 9:30 a.m. With that said, I want to thank my team. My staff has been here with me faithfully. We've been here for a little more than 6 hours, going into 7, a little more than 7. This concludes the hearing for today. And with that, the time is 7:06 p.m., same day we started, January 15th, 2025. The meeting is adjourned, and thanks to everyone.